Wherever humans live, there will be conflict. But today's crises are far more complex and seemingly more intractable and even more dangerous than 80 years ago. The atomic weapons of the 1940s have proliferated into the nuclear weapons of today, able to wipe out all human life many times over. Diseases now cross oceans in a day, potentially leading to pandemics that can last for years. Cyber attacks can leap borders in a second. Financial contagion can cripple economies in an instant. And climate change, yes, climate change, whose storms and rising seas and fires and floods make no distinction between rich or poor, strong or weak, can devastate us all. No single nation acting on its own can resolve these. Multilateral approaches are not the problem. Multilateral approaches offer the pathways to the solutions. The United Nations is not perfect, but it is the best tool for multilateral action that we have. We workmen should not blame our tools. The flaw is not in the hammer, but in the hand that lets it fall. Your Excellencies, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is committed to work with members to find solutions. It is why we have offered ourselves as a candidate for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for the 2032-2033 term. This is not a candidacy just for ourselves. It is for every small state that not only insists that its voice must count, but also knows that we have much to contribute in matters of global peace. For example, we cannot turn away from the agony of the Middle East. The aspirations of the Palestinian people for dignity and self-determination are real. Along with the State of Israel, both peoples have a right to security, sovereignty, and peace. For generations, this conflict has tested the conscience of the world, but resignation is not an option. The vision of two states living side by side in peace and mutual recognition remains the only pathway to justice, stability, and reconciliation. We must not abandon dialogue for despair. The multilateral capabilities and capacity of the UN should not be front and center of this effort. We think that if the organization has structural and institutional weaknesses, then let's fix them. If we think that standards are not evenly applied, that powerful states avoid consequences for aggression or human rights abuses, while weaker states are sanctioned more readily, then let's step up and fix them. The UN is only the sum of its parts. Any lack of effectiveness, any lack of practical impact lies squarely at the feet of member states. The solution is not to abandon it, but to fix it. For countries like the Bahamas, the biggest challenges and crises we face are not of our own making, and yet we are the ones who feel the impacts the most. Our independent Bahamas has never fought a war, and yet conflicts in faraway places cause severe economic shocks, with Bahamians forced to pay higher prices and suffer from unreliable supply chains. Above all, it is the physical changes relating to climate that are causing crises which we are critical, urgent, and existential. Over the past few years, many Bahamian voices have raised the alarm in many international forums about the risk we face from threats of climate change. We do not have the luxury of restarting an esoteric conversation about the causes of climate change. Our living reality means that we simply do not have the time. As I speak to you today, this morning, right now, a tropical storm is moving up our chain of islands. We hope, we pray that we are lucky. But can we remain lucky every season, every single year? We know what we need to do. We need to adapt and to make ourselves more resilient. But even with the best intentions, a small island state like ours, with a population of around 400,000 people and an economy of approximately $12 billion, we do not have the resources. We have one of the cleanest air in the world and emit far less than 1% of carbon generated by human activity. So we have to rely on others to also adapt. Is it really too much to ask of those most responsible to change their behavior so that the rest of us might have a better chance at survival? Along with climate change, our closest neighbors also suffer from a number of external threats. Our neighbors in Cuba have suffered for decades under an embargo which has caused suffering without delivering justice. The embargo has punished the ordinary people without changing policy. Friends, engagement, not isolation, is the only way forward. And so the Bahamas will continue to add its voice to the many who say the time for the embargo to be lifted is now. And what of Haiti? Too often the suffering of its people has been met with indifference. The multinational security support mission under Kenyan leadership has been an important bridge. But bridges must be a pathway to the solution. That mission must evolve into a force strong enough to meet the still present threat of violence and lawlessness. But Haiti needs more than security. It needs investment, partnership, and hope. The lack of security in Haiti disproportionately adversely impacts the security of the Bahamas. And we can no longer continue to carry so much of the burden and plight of the Haitian people. The world must act. We say this not out of fatigue, but out of conscious realization that a crisis of this magnitude cannot be left to neighbors alone. It requires a global response. The Bahamas therefore calls for a dedicated United Nations Support Office for Haiti, an institution to coordinate aid, sustain international attention, strengthen institutions, and nurture democracy. We cannot claim fidelity to peace and at the same time ignore Haiti. Your Excellencies, the lessons of history are clear. To retreat into a world of isolationist protectionism, where might is right and resources of the planet are plundered for the few, is to return to a time when life was famously described as nasty, brutish, and short. There would be a fairly swift breakdown in international peace and security. With no global forum for conflict mediation, there's a strong likelihood that disputes would more often escalate into wars, border clashes, and proxy conflicts. With every country facing increasingly dangerous and rapid climate change, the collective action needed to address it would likely hasten to climate breakdown. The kind of economic fragmentation that heralded the Great Depression in America in the 1930s would reemerge. Protectionist sanctions and trade barriers, the collapse of supply chains, and resulting higher costs of living around the world would recreate the same conditions that fueled the rise of fascism and the explosion of the Second World War. Is this what we really want? No matter how imperfect, are we really prepared to throw away what we have? Your Excellencies, we recognize that we seem to live in a time when the global community appears indifferent to the suffering and deaths of millions of our fellow human beings. And yet, even in the face of potential climate disaster, today we ask, not for your pity, we not ask for clarity, for charity, we ask simply that you act in your own enlightened self-interest. The security and prosperity of all of us in the region, the hemisphere, and the world are interconnected. Even if we do not agree on the causes, as I have previously said to this Assembly, our lived reality is that our storms and hurricanes are your fires and floods. If the Bahamas were to collapse because of the disproportionate risks we face from climate change, economic vulnerabilities, and external geopolitical pressures, the world would lose one of the best tourist destinations on this planet. We ask for nothing more than what we all want: the right to live in peace and security and in the pursuit of happiness. But most of all, just let us live. Just give us the right to live. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, members of the Assembly, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. It is my honor to address this Assembly on behalf of Grenada and as a member of the Caribbean Community CARICOM. Madam President, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We look forward to working with you under the guiding theme of Better Together and to supporting your efforts in advancing peace, sustainable development, and inclusive reform within the United Nations. We meet today in a time of paradox. The headlines tell us of division, instability, and conflict. Yet, never have human beings had such access to innovation, creativity, and opportunity. In one corner of the world, classrooms are reduced to rubble. In another, laboratories create breakthrough in science and technology that can transform our future. A paradox. In one hemisphere, children walk miles to fetch water from school. In another, children are using artificial intelligence in their lessons. A further paradox. The paradox defines our era. Progress and peril, innovation and instability, hope and hardship coexisting side by side. And so, Madam President, my remarks today are centered on the one force powerful enough to bind these contradictions together. The only force that can turn innovation into inclusion and conflict into cooperation. That force is education. That is a simple yet profound truth. Education is the single greatest social, economic, and creative equalizer that we possess. It transforms circumstances into possibility. It turns the child, a laborer, into the daughter of a seamstress into a scientist, the son of a fisherman into an innovator. This is the heart of my message. Education is not a narrow path to employment. It is a broad road to resilience, to innovation, and to peace. And Madam President, it saves people, not just from economic poverty, but from the poverty of diminished possibility. And so education is a lifeline. I have seen this. I have lived this. And now I am privileged to lead this in and for my country. For me, education was a bridge from limitation to possibility. It was education that carried me from a small hillside village in St. David, Grenada, where my family fetched water from a public standpipe, to this assembly hall today. It was not wealth that brought me here. It was not privilege that brought me here. It was access. Access to teachers who believed in me. Access to opportunities that were modest but life-changing. Access to the chance to learn, even when the path was uncertain. But my story is not unique. It is echoed in the resilience of the Caribbean families who sacrifice for the children's schooling, in the ingenuity of students who make the most of scarce access and even scarcer resources, and in the determination of communities that rebuild schools year after every hurricane. That is the shared story of CARICOM, a story of people who learn to adapt, to innovate, and to persist, always with education as our anchor. And yet today, we must admit that the definition of education itself is changing. Education can no longer be defined solely by university lecture halls or college campuses. Around the world, young people are shaping their futures in new ways through technical training, vocational education, and digital skills. A certificate in coding can be as powerful as a law degree. A credential in renewable energy can open doors as wide as a medical license. A diploma in advanced manufacturing can transform not only an individual's life or future, but the economic trajectory of an entire community. This broader vision of education is the reality we are embracing in Grenada and across the Caribbean. In Grenada, we have embarked on transformative reforms to strengthen our education system and expand opportunities for all students at all levels. We have established universal secondary education and passed legislation to raise the mandatory school age to 18, ensuring that more of our young people remain engaged in formal education, not as charity, but as a matter of justice and national survival. We have modernized school curricula to prepare our students for the future. Coding and technology clubs are now part of the school environment, and all students leaving primary school are assessed through electronic testing, prioritizing both digital literacy and problem-solving schools. We have placed student well-being at the heart of our reforms, hiring counselors, school feeding officers, and attendance officers to strengthen support for student mental health, nutrition, and engagement. We have also expanded our special education department and increased the number of early childhood officers, ensuring greater support for students with diverse learning needs. Because in a small island, every child's potential is a national asset. Additionally, and importantly, we have taken bold steps to make education more affordable and inclusive, eliminating school fees at the pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels. Free tuition is now also available at our two main technical and vocational institutions, widening access to post-secondary training and future skills development. Across the Caribbean community, we are investing in skills for the new economy, such as digital literacy, renewable energy, climate adaptation, and advanced technologies. In the case of advanced technologies, we are considering the teaching, understanding, and use of AI and AI-related skills to enhance education access, delivery, and outcome, as we understand that the jobs of tomorrow cannot be met with the skills of yesterday. And through the Caribbean Future Skills Fund, conceived with the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, we are pioneering an endowment model for education, where 1 where international contributions are matched by local investment. This ensures that our young people gain not just training, but also a sense of ownership and responsibility. It is education with skin in the game from both donors and recipients. This is not education as an abstract ideal. It is education as a lifeline, as resilience, preparing us to withstand the shocks of climate change and economic volatility. It is education as innovation, equipping us through powerful digital tools to turn necessity into opportunity. And it is education as sovereignty, ensuring that our destiny is not dictated by external forces, but shaped by the skills and creativity of our own people. And so when Grenada, Jamaica, or Dominica rebuilds a school after a hurricane, we are not just rebuilding classrooms. We are rebuilding futures. And so we need partnerships. Education thrives when ideas and systems are shared across borders. Partnerships build better schools, yes, but more importantly, they build better citizens of the world. For small states like mine, partnerships bring the reach and the resources we cannot muster alone. They open doors to technologies and opportunities beyond our shores. For larger states, partnership with us offers something equally valuable: lessons in adaptation and creativity, forged on the front lines of hurricanes, pandemics, and economic shocks. Together, these halves create something greater than either could achieve alone: an education system global in vision, but local in impact. And that is why today I call on donor countries, multilateral institutions, and the private sector, not only to fund, but to co-create, not only to give, but to learn. Because education is not charity, it is collaboration. It is investment in the kind of world we wish to leave behind. But yet, there's conflict, instability, and the attack on education. So, Madam President, we must also speak honestly of the shadows that darken our world today. Wars rage, economies falter, communities fracture, and amid this turbulence, it is children who bear the heaviest burden. When a school is reduced to rubble, when a teacher is silenced, when a family is forced to flee in fear, education becomes the first casualty of the conflict. And when education is taken away, it is not only opportunity that dies, but hope itself. We know all too well what follows: ignorance that breeds division, exploitation that preys on vulnerability, extremism that fills the void, and the cycles of despair that pass from one generation to the next. A child deprived of learning today becomes an adult deprived of dignity tomorrow. And a society deprived of educated citizens becomes a society deprived of peace. And so this is why I say to this assembly today, protecting education in times of conflict must be treated as a pillar of peace building. Just as we rush to shelter the displaced and heal the wounded, we must also safeguard classrooms and teachers. Just as we protect hospitals, so too we must protect schools. Because whether that child is in Palestine, in Haiti, in Sudan, or in Ukraine, their right to learn is as sacred as the right to life itself. A child in Grenada, a child in Canada, or a child in Qatar deserve the same opportunity to unlock knowledge, to connect with teachers and peers, and to shape their future. An attack on education is an attack on all. A commitment to education is a promise we make for all. Madam President, today I urge this Assembly, regardless of history or grievance, to come to the table in a shared realization that no child's classroom should be traded for a battlefield, and no young mind should be collateral damage of political disputes. From Guyana and Venezuela to Belize and Guatemala, from Haiti's turmoil to the wars in Israel and Palestine, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, we see conflicts that have as another casualty the education of children. All children, not the children of one side or another, but all children. And so I repeat, I urge all parties, regardless of history or grievance, to come to the table in a shared realization that no child's classroom should be traded for a battlefield, and no young mind should be collateral damage of political disputes. And so we must appreciate that dialogue is not weakness. It is, in fact, the highest form of courage. It is a choice to preserve learning, to preserve hope, and to preserve the possibility of peace. Grenada knows from experience that education thrives when nations stand in solidarity. Around the world, partners have trained our teachers, opened the doors of their universities, and strengthened our health and education systems. From the Republic of Cuba to the Kingdom of Morocco, from the People's Republic of China to the United Mexican States and beyond. Such partnerships have given thousands of our students opportunities in medicine, engineering, the sciences, and more, often offered in the spirit of friendship and even in times of difficulty. So it is regrettable that at a time when we should be expanding cooperation, restrictive measures and political divisions continue to weaken international collaboration and punish countries like Cuba that have sought to deliver the promise that education holds. Grenada hopes, for the sake of the Cuban people and for the good of our region, that greater steps will be taken towards Cuba's engagement in the economic and social life of our hemisphere. For small island states, every partnership in education and development is a lifeline. We cannot afford to see those lifelines severed by geopolitics. And so, Madam President, that is why I join my Caribbean colleagues in reaffirming our region as a zone of peace. This principle is not simply a diplomatic phrase. It is a pledge to our people, because conflict undermines development, and peace is the first investment in people. Other courageous champions of education have reminded us that classrooms must be defended even more fiercely than borders. Her Highness Sheikha Mahmouza bint Nasser has echoed the sentiments that in times of war, and I quote, "The right to education should be defended just as we defend the right to food and shelter," unquote. The children of Palestine deserve that right to education. They too deserve the right to a future. Gordon Brown, Rasa Machel, Khalej Satir, and Malaya Yousafzai have carried the same conviction onto the global stage, that protecting learning is protecting humanity's future. Education cannot wait for the end of conflict. It must be safeguarded in spite of it. Governments, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector must become partners in this defense. We must work together to rebuild schools and create systems that are resilient enough to withstand war and disasters. Partnership can be the difference between a child picking up a book and a child picking up a gun, between hope and hopelessness. And so my global call to action, the numbers speak for themselves. Each additional year of schooling raises a person's earnings by an average of 10%. If every child in low-income countries left school with basic reading skills, 171 million people could be lifted out of poverty. If all girls completed secondary school, child marriage would fall by 2/3, and maternal deaths would drop by almost half. And if every adult worldwide had just 2 more years of education, global GDP would grow by trillions of dollars annually. These numbers show that education does not just change the fortunes of individuals, it changes the fortunes of nations. It shapes economies, democracies, and peace itself. But let me be clear. In this era, technology and education without ethics is not enough. We must also teach our young people how to think critically, act ethically, and live responsibly in digital spaces. Education must prepare not only workers for jobs, but also active and responsible citizens. Not only coders of software, but also stewards of truth. Not only innovators of technology, but also guardians of humanity. Because we live in an age where misinformation travels faster than facts, and where algorithms can divide as easily as they can connect. In such a world, education must equip the next generation with the wisdom to discern, the courage to question, and the empathy to choose what is right. So let us imagine then a different world. A world where a child at a standpipe in St. David, Grenada, has the same access to knowledge as a child in New York or Tokyo. A world where a child in the rubble of Port-au-Prince can log on to a digital classroom and continue learning despite the chaos around them. A world where a child in a refugee camp, stateless but not hopeless, can study, dream, and prepare for a future beyond the fences that confine them. That vision is within our reach, but it will not come by chance. It will come by the choices we make here together in this assembly and in the partnership we embrace moving forward. And so in concluding, Madam President, colleagues and friends, education is not only a policy, it is a promise. A promise that no matter the size of a nation, the color of a passport, or the weight of a child's circumstances, that the door to opportunity remains open. For Grenada and the Caribbean community, education is the antidote to ignorance, the pathway to resilience, and the seed of innovation. It is how we turn survival into sovereignty. It is how we transform vulnerability into vision. And so I urge this assembly, let us protect our classrooms as fiercely as we protect our borders. Let us value our teachers as highly as we value treaties. And let us treat education not as a privilege for a few, but as a right for all. Because when we safeguard education, we are safeguarding peace. When we democratize knowledge, we democratize hope. And when we give a child, whether in St. David, Grenada, or Port-au-Prince, Haiti, or Gaza, Palestine, or in a refugee camp anywhere, the tools to learn, we give humanity itself the tools to endure. So let us resolve together that no classroom, no student, and no country will be left behind. Let us believe that together, that resilience is not just surviving the storms of our time, but building a world where education ensures we thrive beyond it. Thank you, Madam President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Reem Talba San Emmanuel Ouedraogo, Ogo, Prime Minister and Head of Government of Burkina Faso. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to address you on behalf of President Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, during this session, to convey the voice of the dignified, honest people of Burkina Faso. I would therefore like to convey fraternal greetings to you, to all citizens of the world committed to peace and freedom. Madam President, on behalf of Burkina Faso, I would like warmly to congratulate you upon your election to the presidency of this, the 80th session. Your election bears witness to the trust of the international community in your leadership, your ability to listen to other views, and to dialogue. In Burkina Faso, you will find a sincere, constructive, and committed partner. I would also like to express my gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang. My gratitude for the high quality and rigor of the work he undertook during the previous session. Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Burkina Faso fully aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the Alliance of Sahel States by the Republic of Mali, together with Niger as well. We belong to a community of aspirations in a forum of renaissance and breaking with the past. Secretary General, Burkina Faso would like to pay tribute to the work of the UN system and its partners in this common quest for stability and prosperity. The present meeting, which is being held 80 years after the adoption of the United Nations Charter, is a suitable opportunity for us to take stock candidly of what our organization has achieved. And that is what the topic for this meeting suggests that we do. Better together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. This is fully relevant in light of our mutual commitment to bring about a world that is more just and to build more effective multilateralism. It is therefore part of this approach that should guide every nation, every sub-regional, regional and international group. This is the oak anniversary after 80 years that should really lead for us to carry out an introspective assessment of what we have achieved. Rather than being a cause for celebration, this anniversary is in fact akin to looking at an embarrassing fiasco, a collective disappointment, and a structural failure. Because we have to be honest with ourselves, we should humbly recognize that even though globally there have been some achievements, there is rather a negative backdrop as a result of 8 decades of optimism that have been sorely put to the test, 8 decades of disappointment, 8 decades of shattered dreams, 8 decades of failure to meet the moment, in a nutshell. That is unfortunately the bleak picture of a UN that many of our forefathers from 1945, if they were still alive, would have struggled to accept. It is therefore difficult to celebrate given such a mixed backdrop to this anniversary. How can we understand the fact that Africa, the cradle of humanity, and where there are so many conflicts, and which represents more than 1 billion human beings, remains excluded from the Security Council's decision-making bodies? How can we accept the fact that peacekeeping missions, financed to the tunes of billions of dollars, are leaving our countries in the lurch and are leaving behind frustration and suffering rather than tangible results? The causes of this collective failure are well known to all, notably the member states themselves, who, after 8 decades, have, within this General Assembly, devoted their energies to defend noble causes and to propose realistic reforms without being successful in this quest. What can we do if the decisions of the General Assembly, which are not binding, are simply making it irredeemably inaudible and ineffective? Could we expect the Security Council to be more successful when it is tarnished by politicization and when it is powerless as a result of its inconsistencies and ineffective because of its permanent divisions? What is even worse is that this Council, whose role today is misused, the Council is in fact a troublemaker as a result of the tacit, underhand and sometimes active complicity of some of its permanent members, who are themselves major actors and financiers of the crises of our time. That is what the Security Council has become. It has become a pernicious body, which, as a result of the predatory behaviour of some of its permanent members, they can decide which country will be on the Council's agenda, in which other country peacekeeping operations can be sent, as if to better legitimize their role. We are therefore powerless in the face of the failure of initiatives which are nevertheless good ideas as a result of the rivalries between states and the unresolved crises that are so numerous, most emblematic of which is the conflict between Israel and Palestine, which has lasted too long. The sinful inaction of the international community in the face of lack of trust and the authority of states which have been undermined by terrorists. It is time for an awakening and for bold reforms, without which the Security Council will remain an anachronistic institution and will not be able to meet the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world that is changing rapidly as a result of rapid digital change and the persistence of geopolitical tensions, it is critical that we reconsider our economic development strategies. International trade can no longer be conceived through rigid schemas and imbalanced models that have been imposed upon us. Rather, it should be focused on strengthening economic autonomy, local use of resources, and promoting genuine social justice. It has been recognized today that lasting prosperity involves proactive industrialization policies, maximizing the value of raw materials and creating decent jobs, notably for young people. That is why we urgently need to break with the cycle of dependence on the export of raw materials. This is a model that increases our vulnerability and is a permanent brake on our emergence. In Burkina Faso, presidential initiatives bear witness to this determination to build a productive, inclusive and resilient economy which can bring new horizons for our citizens. That is why my country reaffirms its commitment to building a fairer multilateral trade system based on international solidarity and making the most of scientific progress, technological advancement and innovation, which are genuine levers for shared, lasting development. Madam President, like other nations in the Sahel, my country is going through one of the most testing times in its history. For almost a decade now, Burkina Faso has been attacked by terrorists supported by dark forces. These groups are coveting our resources. They are trying to shatter our sovereignty and impose the law of chaos. But rather than resigning ourselves to this fate, we have chosen to stand up with dignity and resistance under the leadership of our President, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. We decided to take our destiny in our own hands by mobilizing our defense and security forces, supported by volunteers for defending the fatherland, who are genuine heroes, by building up the Patriotic Support Fund, which is fueled by our citizens' voluntary contributions and contributions from our diaspora and friends of our country throughout the world. Since 2023, this fund has collected more than 413 billion CFA francs, which is startling proof of the patriotic spirit and unity of our people. By carrying out historic reforms to achieve food sovereignty, to restore our lands, and to relaunch our agricultural production, and to reduce our dependence on imports. These efforts that our determined people have undertaken are now bearing fruit. More than 72% of our territory has been recovered. Thousands of internally displaced people are going back home. Schools are reopening and social services are now resuming. Burkina Faso is thus showing that a united people can overcome even the toughest challenges. Burkina Faso hereby wishes to reaffirm fully responsibly that its priorities are non-negotiable and that its choices must be respected more than ever before.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, our activities are aligned with the virtues of solidarity and unity. We are deeply convinced that a people brought together around a common ideal can achieve great things. The efforts undertaken by our fellow citizens within the country and in the diaspora, as well as their enthusiastic commitment to the momentum we've created, reaffirm that we've made the right choice, and this under the leadership of Comrade President of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. The enthusiasm carried by the Patriotic Support Fund and the presidential initiative Faso Mebo is an excellent illustration of this. Established in 2023 in support of the Action Plan for Stabilization and Development, the Patriotic Support Fund aims to mobilize additional national resources, endogenous resources, so as to build our defense and strategic investment capacity. This fund has secured large-scale backing both within the country and in the diaspora. Madam President, the methodical pursuit of our reforms has meant that today we've made significant headway on economic governance. We have better control over public spending, we've optimized management of the state's human resources, we've streamlined institutional spending, and our debt levels are viable. These efforts can also be seen in a more equitable distribution of our national wealth, ensuring that the vast resources we have in Burkina Faso fully benefit our citizens, benefit our prosperity, instead of flowing to external interests or the representatives thereon within the country. Despite the difficulties inherent in the security and humanitarian crisis, the government has taken action across all sectors of socio-economic development, and this has brought noteworthy successes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are astonished by the condescending stance of certain UN agencies who feel it within their rights to meddle in our national debate using biased narratives, narratives which are divorced from the reality on the ground. We unequivocally reject the report entitled Children and Armed Conflict in Burkina Faso, which is peppered with counter-truths and the very title of which demonstrates semantic manipulation. I would like to use this opportunity to commend the courage of our combatants and to pay tribute to military and civilian martyrs who honorably gave their lives in defense of our sovereignty. Madam President, we've always stated that terrorism is being used as a pretext, a convenient pretext, for certain states to pillage African resources. Thus, our countries are being confronted with terrorism. These terrorists being the troops of predatory foreign armies. Some states are no longer hiding this fact. They are publicly proclaiming their support provided to these criminals. A case in point is France. The Macron regime's public media, in addition to the daily disinformation it offers, has become a mouthpiece for the communication of these criminals, perpetrators of cowardly, barbaric attacks committed against our peaceable citizens. On this note, we'd like to reiterate our call for a response to be given to the request submitted on the 20th of August 2024 by the member states of the Confederation of Sahel States. This was addressed to the Security Council. To this day, this request has gone unanswered. This ongoing silence further discredits this institution, leaving doubts about its implicit connivance. What's even more concerning is the fact that some members of the Security Council are continuing to trample over Resolution 1373, which is actually binding. This resolution imposes the suppression of terrorism financing, strengthening border controls, and enhanced international cooperation. In the Sahel, we've taken note of this reality. As a result, we've adapted our security arrangements to the reality on the ground, in addition to revising our modalities of cooperation with certain countries. Madam President, we remain convinced that the United Nations should be the framework for dialogue and cooperation. But what we're calling for is a renewed partnership underpinned by mutual respect, equality, and genuine solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, confronted with common threats and external interference, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have pooled our forces so as to establish the Confederation of Sahel States. The ASS is not a retreat, it's not a way of turning inwards, not at all. It is us asserting that we have the right to determine what happens to us, to pinpoint our own priorities, and to craft regional cooperation that exclusively serves our people. This choice is a matter of dignity. We are refusing a system whereby our countries were all too often used as a territory for the maneuvering by foreign players in pursuit of foreign agendas. It is our willingness to be the agents of our history, to write ourselves the future our children will live out. The ASS is in keeping with the fight of Pan-African figures such as Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, and Kwame Nkrumah. Today, a new generation of leaders is taking up the baton. Firmly convinced, and this conviction brimming with inspiration, the inspiration given by the father of the August 1983 revolution, the idea that only struggle liberates. Madam President, Africa, for 80 years now, has sought to claim its legitimate place on the Security Council. It is high time to deeply reform our organization. Specifically, what we need is to introduce a bold Security Council reform, granting Africa a permanent seat on the Council. We must also improve resource management to make the United Nations more effective, to bring it closer to the people it claims to serve. We must also staunchly staunchly address the structural causes of international injustice, whether that be terrorism that's been instrumentalized by some, the embargo on Cuba, sanctions against Venezuela, Russia, Nicaragua, inter alia, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the impasse that surrounds it. There's also the role to be played by China in our future. There is also the specific case of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We'd like to reiterate our unswerving support to the Venezuelan people, which for decades has suffered campaigns of isolation, illegal sanctions, and constant provocations. Faced with this flagrant interference in the sovereign affairs of this nation and this economic attack, which has disastrous humanitarian consequences, we'd like to express our solidarity with this country, Venezuela. Venezuela, which is resisting with dignity so as to maintain its right to craft its own destiny, free from ultimatums and foreign diktats. We appeal to reason and to diplomacy to end all hostile actions directed against Venezuela. Mr. Secretary General, I would now like to address you. It is high time for our organization to change paradigms, because today the United Nations finds itself in the same situation as the defunct League of Nations. The UN isn't able to make its voice heard, to ensure that its own principles are upheld. It's not capable of ensuring compliance with its decisions and resolutions by the powers that be. It's incapable of ensuring respect for international law, of settling many conflicts, or ensuring that it lives up to the task of addressing current challenges. Mr. Secretary General, you have an excellent opportunity to go down in history by shouldering your responsibilities to enact an in-depth transformation of the United Nations, on which so many hopes were pinned when it was established. You have the support of millions of people the world over to turn the organization into a genuine guarantor of peace and security in our world, instead of an instrument of domination in the hands of whoever is currently the mightiest. Despite the various pressure, despite all the power plays, we know that you have the ingenuity to liberate the organization and to ensure it is up to the task of our common ambition. Madam President, turning to development issues, Burkina Faso applauds the holding of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. It is our hope that the conclusions drawn in Seville will contribute to the advent of a financial architecture that's more equitable, which respects the sovereignty of states and support genuine transformation of developing countries. In a similar vein, it's absolutely vital to address the factors which serve as a brake on the full implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are supposed to enact positive transformation in our world under the auspices of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, 80 years after the penning of the UN Charter, our organization has not fulfilled the hopes pinned on it in 1945, far from it. 80 years on, our world brims with injustice and suffering. There are risks of yet another large-scale conflict. They are becoming increasingly palpable. This is a source of concern for the future. But it is not too late to give new impetus to our common home, the impetus it currently lacks. Burkina Faso, true to its Pan-Africanist heritage, would like to reiterate its faith in renewed, fair and equitable multilateralism. We will resolutely defend our sovereignty and our dignity. However, we will also stretch out our hands to all nations enamored of justice, freedom and solidarity. Long live the United Nations Organization, a reformed organization, a credible organization. Long live the Confederation of Sahel States. Long live Burkina Faso, a dignified, sovereign country standing firmly on our own 2 feet. Motherland or death, we shall prevail. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of Burkina Faso. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, national security and immigration, health and social security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends of conscience and colleagues in the cause of civilization, and to my fellow Kittitians and Nevisians at home and across the seas, I bring you greetings from our twin island federation, and I bring you a plea that must no longer be deferred. Madam President, for 80 years, this Assembly has been a harbor for hope. From these benches, ideas were born that banished hunger, cured children of diseases, and stitched torn treaties back together. We have reason to honor what has been achieved. Rights extended, ladders out of poverty raised, medicines and measures moved across borders. Yet alongside these triumphs are truths we must not hide. Partial pledges, procrastination, and the persistent practice of putting profit before people. Where progress has been made, too often it has been piecemeal. Where promises have been given, too often they have been broken. We meet now at a moment of moral measure. The map of human destiny is not drawn merely by the large or the loud, but by the just and the judicious. Diplomacy that is polite but passive is not enough. Language must be matched by labor. Pledges must be partnered by payments, and rhetoric must be redeemed by results. St. Kitts and Nevis stands ready to work, to partner, and to perform. But we ask for the great actors in this global drama a simple thing, and that is to transform your capacity into compassion, change the calculus of comfort for the calculus of climate justice. Madam President, we are people who measure time not by years alone, but by storms. Imagine, for example, an elder fisherman, hands like weathered rope, watching the reef that used to cradle his nets die away until there is nothing left to catch but mere memories. Imagine classrooms without roofs and homes without running water. These are not metaphors for us. These are our fears at the turn of every hurricane season. The climate science is stern and the signs are severe. Heat that hangs like a heavy blanket smothers harvests and hardens the soil. Seas that swell, swallow beaches where families once played cricket in the sand. Storms that arrive more often, that intensify in hours from Category 1 to Category 5, arrive with total fury and leave devastation in their wake. When a single hurricane can steal away years of a nation's GDP in a single night, the ledger of gross national income becomes a misleading measure of our well-being. This is the anatomy of an injustice. The emissions that warm the planet are poured by the many into an atmosphere owned by no one, and paid for most dearly by the few, by our large ocean states. What was forged by centuries of industrial development now returns as tempest and trial to those least responsible. That is not merely an accident of geography. It is a failure of stewardship, a moral failing that we must name, and a responsibility we must repair. We therefore welcome the ICJ's landmark ruling on the responsibility of states for climate change, and which makes clear that under international law, states have a binding duty to protect our planet from the escalating climate crisis. We must do better. We must cut emissions deeply and quickly, scale finance fairly and urgently, and equip vulnerable nations with the tools to survive and to thrive. I am also pleased to inform that on August 29 of this year, St. Kitts and Nevis ratified the BBNJ Treaty. This is a historic achievement for the ocean and for multilateralism. Madam President, St. Kitts and Nevis has chosen to script a different future for survival and growth, one that speaks to balance of care and of durability. We have launched, therefore, the Sustainable Island State Agenda, known as CISA, a deliberate blueprint that sets our course to 2040. CISA is not a slogan. It is a structured mechanism that places people at the center of progress and entwines sustainability with prosperity. It is guided by 7 fundamental pillars: energy transition, water security, food and nutrition security, sustainable industries, sustainable settlements, circular economy, and health and social protection. Each pillar reinforcing the others like ribs, holding up the body of a nation that intends to continue standing strong. Our path on the CISA is both practical and poetic. We are reimagining energy so that the power that lights our homes does not darken another nation's future. We are investing in water as a right, not as a luxury, by drilling wells, restoring reservoirs, and integrating desalination powered by the sun so that a child need not learn to ration. We are reworking food systems so farmers can feed nations, not just our markets. We are building homes that will shelter hope in the time of storm, hospitals that will heal in the time of shock, and schools that will kindle the skills to continue economic diversification. These are not abstract ambitions. They are concrete commitments. A 70,000 gallon per day solar desalination plant already commissioned, and a 2 million gallon desalination plant nearing completion. Geothermal drilling in our sister island of Nevis, supported by multilateral finance to power both our islands and beyond. An ambitious smart homes program, a new smart climate resilient hospital, all expressions of our small nation answers a large challenge. We are taking bold, tangible actions that demonstrate how sustainability can be sewn into the simplest seams of daily life. The CISA vision mobilizes resources, aligns ministries, elevates visibility, and, most importantly, invites society into shared responsibility. It is an audacious plan because audacity is required of small states when the storm approaches. Madam President, distinguished colleagues, just last week, this Assembly took a vital step toward when the United Nations adopted by consensus a progressive resolution that revitalizes the Commission on the Status of Women. St. Kitts and Nevis was honored to co-facilitate this resolution alongside our island, a natural partner for equity, sustainability, and resilience. St. Kitts and Nevis has made the empowerment, protection, and upliftment of women and girls a cornerstone of our national agenda. Today, our Parliament boasts the highest number of female members in our nation's history, and it is led proudly by a woman Speaker of the House. This is not symbolic, it is structural. It is proof that when women lead, nations rise. Our Sustainable Island State Agenda is deeply rooted in gender equality. By empowering women and girls, we are not only advancing fairness, we are reinforcing resilience, for we know this truth: when women are given the tools to thrive, families flourish, communities strengthen, and nations become unshakable. Madam President, the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index is a pivotal turning point. The MBI centers vulnerability, not just income, as the criterion for concessional financing. For countries like ours, which may register as high income on the basis of statistical averages, yet can be economically annihilated by a single climatic event. This change is life-saving. Where GDP is a static snapshot, the MVI is a living lens. It sees susceptibility, it weighs shocks, it measures exposure. The MVI can unlock concessional finance for resilience, transform loans into lifelines, and ensure that the reality of risk is not lost in translation. But let us now move from recognition to realization, from the adoption of the MVI to its full institutionalization across the World Bank, across the IMF, across regional development banks. Let us make vulnerability into the architecture, let us bake vulnerability into the architecture of global finance so that resilience is not the exception, but the expectation. Distinguished colleagues, talk of reform must not be timid. The architecture of international finance was largely built in a different century for a different world. That architecture must be remodeled so that it reflects the realities of today: climate risk, transnational inequality, and the asymmetric impacts that fall upon the smallest and the most exposed. St. Kitts and Nevis affirms its staunch support for the Bridgetown Initiative, where our region's clarion call for financial and climate justice. The Bridgetown Initiative offers a practical, principled platform to alter debt dynamics, to reposition credit flows toward green investments, and to operationalize liquidity instruments that protect the vulnerable. We therefore ask this Assembly and our global partners to help convert initiative into instrument and to shift rhetoric into reflowing capital for resilience. The mission of the United Nations, therefore, peace, development, and human rights, is not advanced by preserving an architecture that perpetuates fragility. Reform is justice. Reform is prudence. Reform is protection and equity. Madam President, I want to acknowledge this deep significance of the recent Africa-CARICOM Summit, a historic convening that rekindles bonds severed by the brutality of the transatlantic slave trade and colonization. This diplomatic meet was a profound moment of remembrance, resistance, and reconnection. We gathered as descendants of a common ancestry, forging a shared agenda for reparatory justice, trade, transport, investment, sustainability, peace and security, climate action, and technical cooperation. Our partnership sounds loud, not only a call for financial redress, but for justice. Reparatory justice is not just about giving money, it is about correcting a moral wrong. For centuries, our ancestors were forced to work, beaten to work, dehumanized to work for free. Yet when emancipation came, it was not the enslaved who received reparations, but their enslavers. This moral inversion must be corrected. And as part of this broader historical reckoning, I also amplify the call for full exoneration of His Honorable, Most Honorable, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, a global icon, Pan-Africanist, and prophet of liberation. And while we welcome the posthumous pardon granted to him, we continue to petition for his full exoneration. Let us correct this error in the record of justice. So today, we stand not in anger, but in resolve. And as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. With our African brothers and sisters, as a nation and as a region, we will continue to bend that arc toward justice, toward cohesion, and toward a future shaped not by the chains of history, but by the power of solidarity. Madam President, there is a phrase that I hold dear. Peace is not the absence of noise. Peace is the presence of safety. For those of us in the Caribbean, peace is a practical prerequisite for prosperity. Our zone of peace must be more than a slogan pasted on policy papers. It must be defended by concrete measures, better public health frameworks, stronger interdiction of illicit weapons, greater cooperation on maritime security, investment in community safety and youth empowerment programs, and international support for capacity building in policing and justice systems. We recognize the serious threats posed by drug trafficking and other transnational crimes. These scourges must be addressed through cooperation, dialogue, respect for sovereignty, and the full respect for the principles of international law. Therefore, we continue to call for measures that encourage peace, stability, and mutual respect. These are the only foundations on which lasting security and sustainable development can be built and maintained in our hemisphere. Historically, in our region, disputes have been resolved through dialogue. As such, we encourage dialogue between our two dear friends, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the United States of America, to ensure that our region remains a zone of peace. We are not asking for pity or imposition. We are asking, therefore, for partnership, for tools to block the flow of guns and the flow of funds that fuel violence, for initiatives that create opportunities so that young men and women find purpose in productive work rather than perilous pursuits. Partnership, not pity. Prevention, not punishment. And yet, Madam President, partnership alone may not be enough. The time has come to reshape the United Nations itself, to reform its structures so that they reflect the realities of our modern world. The Security Council, the very body charged with maintaining international peace and security, cannot be credible if it excludes representation from the regions most vulnerable to the threats of our time. Africa, Latin America, and small island developing states such as those in the Caribbean. To secure a world of peace, those who suffer the sharpest edges of insecurity must have a seat at the table where peace is forged. Across the globe, conflict continues to wreak havoc. In Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, and each theater of violence is a theater of human cost. Children displaced, parents bereft, infrastructure destroyed. The pathway to peace is hard and long, but there is no ethical alternative to persistent and constructive diplomacy, to humanitarian corridors that put people above politics, and the courage and will of leaders to commit to a world rooted in peace, justice, and compassion. St. Kitts and Nevis therefore calls for an end to the anguish caused by the horrific genocide that is unfolding in Gaza. We categorically condemn this affront to humanity, for which there must be accountability. We urge for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire for the protection of civilians, of children, of women, of the vulnerable, of the weak. And we also call for the release of hostages and for the restoration of basic necessities and humanitarian access. International law, conscience, and human decency demand no less. Further, the path to lasting peace between the State of Israel and the state, yes, the State of Palestine, one that guarantees human rights, dignity, and security for all, lies in the implementation of a two-state solution. Madam President, distinguished delegates, our region remains incomplete while Haiti suffers. Haiti's struggle is our shame if we do not respond with resolve. The people of Haiti carry within them an extraordinary history of emancipation and courage. Yet that history has been marred by instability, natural disasters, and foreign interventions that have too often deepened dependency and deprivation rather than delivered dignity. St. Kitts and Nevis and the Caribbean community welcome the commitments of partner states, notably the Kenya-led multinational security support mission and the backing of the OAS and other regional actors to help restore security and to assist in rebuilding Haitian institutions. But security is only the first step. We must invest in Haiti's health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and governance. We must help rebuild markets so that merchants trade rather than flee. We must help rebuild schools so that children learn rather than languish. We must help rebuild hospitals so that mothers are treated rather than traumatized. Haiti must be allowed to write and lead its own restoration story, and the international community must be a steadfast partner, not a script writer. Madam President, the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba is a relic that continues to wound an entire people and weaken regional solidarity. Year after year, this Assembly has reaffirmed that the embargo is gravely unjust. St. Kitts and Nevis joins the Caribbean community in calling for its end and for Cuba's removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, which isolates it from commerce and cooperation. Cuba ha sido desde hace mucho tiempo.
Cuba has, for a long time, been a friend of our region, one of the most generous states in our region, and our partnership with Cuba will be long-lasting and will always be based on respect for the human rights of people, fully in line with international law. A stronger Cuba, a more sustainable Cuba, will not just improve the well-being of their own citizens, but also the security and sustainability of the entire Caribbean. When islands share storms, we must share solutions.
The theme of this 80th session, Better Together, asks us to imagine a world in which inclusion is operationalized, excluding Taiwan from agencies where it can and must contribute, such as the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization, undermines global capacity for collective problem solving. Taiwan's contributions in public health, technology, and disaster response are not partisan. They are practical. To keep a door closed and cooperation in these domains is to take a risk the world cannot afford. Excellencies, the Taiwan Strait is not merely a lane on a map. It is a lifeline of commerce and human connection. We must urge calm, counsel conversation, and choose this diplomacy of dialogue over the dramatics of discord. Travel, trade, and talks are how we protect the livelihoods of ordinary people, whether in Taipei or the twin islands of our federation. Madam President, I speak to our youth, the wonderful youth of this world, those whose futures will be most shaped by what we do here. Your anger at injustice is justified. Your impatience is prophetic. We need your innovation, your indignation, and your insistence on better governance. Give us your ideas, and we will give you the institutions to implement them. Education must therefore be practical and futuristic. Training in renewable technologies, digital skills, sustainable agriculture, for example, are important. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a program for our young people that is called the Aspire program, meaning achieving success through personal investment, resources, and education. Our national effort to invest in our children's future. In this program, every child between the ages of 5 and 18 gets a grant of $1,000, partly to be deposited as savings and partly to buy shares in local companies. So from very young, they are building their financial future, a gateway, a pathway to end poverty in our country. This is an example of how we seed hope at the roots. In conclusion, Madam President, distinguished colleagues, when we accept the verse that says, "We shall overcome," we must pair it with the refrain, "We shall act." The triumph of the 20th century was not inevitable. It was the product of people who chose courage over comfort. The triumph of this century will be no less possible if we choose it. This assembly has the capacity to imbue policy with compassion, to turn knowledge into kindness, to render solidarity not as sentiment, but as system. Let us be architects of a world where smallness is not a sentence, but a strength, where islands like ours are recognized as laboratories of resilience rather than limit cases of neglect, where being better together means binding ourselves in common cause, common finance, and common care. May we be brave enough to act, willing enough to partner, and wise enough to ensure that when future generations ask, what did we do at this turning point, their answer will not be they hesitated, but the answer must be they not only acted, but they acted together as a human family. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lamin Zain Ali Mahaman, Prime Minister of the Transition Government and Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Niger. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Excellences,
Excellencies, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of the sovereign Nigerian people the greetings and the message of His Excellency Army General Abdurrahman Tiani, President of the Republic of Niger and Head of State. At the outset, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to extend to you our heartfelt congratulations on your election to preside over this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Niger would like to assure you that you have our full support as you fulfill your mission. I also wish to applaud the commitment and leadership of your predecessor who steered the 79th session. Madam President, gentlemen, before getting to the heart of the matter, I would like to say that Niger supports the statement delivered on behalf of the Confederation of Sahel States from this very same rostrum by my brother and friend, His Excellency Abdoulaye Maïga, Prime Minister of Mali, and this yesterday on the 26th of September 2025. He forcefully expressed the aspirations of our alliance and our people, with full respect for our sovereignty, the defense of our interests, and genuine cooperation with all countries enamored of peace and justice. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to solemnly express the willingness of the sovereign people of Niger through their government, our willingness to maintain friendly, cooperative relations with all governments and peoples enamored of peace and justice, and this with respect for the values and principles set forth by the United Nations Charter, as well as our sovereignty and our interests. And how can it be otherwise when we know that throughout our history, the people of Niger and of the Sahel in general, drawing on their vast social and cultural diversity, always drew on their ancestral values to forge secular bonds and to harmoniously coexist amongst themselves and with their neighbors as well. Among the values which underpin our society, our unity, and our common aspirations, there are a number which stand out: inter-ethnic mixing, kinship with humor, respect for otherness, as well as religious tolerance and solidarity, not to mention peace. Throughout our history, we've strengthened mixing between the Hausa, Zama, Pils, Tuareg, Kanuri, Gumanche, Tubu, Arab, and Buduma people. This mixing meant that we established blood ties and indestructible alliances amongst the people of Niger. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can clearly see, the Nigerian people, the people of the Sahel, have a long-standing tradition of living together in diversity, solidarity, peace, and cohesion. Across the vast territory of the Sahel, where the climate is often arid, our people understood very quickly that it was necessary to organize, to establish bonds, to cooperate with one another, so as to live in peace and security on this shared territory. These people understood that sticking together, expressing solidarity, is not an option, a way of becoming stronger. It was a precondition for their very survival. And it is for that very reason that we naturally support all initiatives which support international cooperation and solidarity so as to achieve our common objectives, that is peace, development, and the well-being of all. For that same reason, we rise up against all initiatives or any actions which undercut the international community's efforts directed at achieving peace and development. Drawing on these principles, the people of Niger unreservedly condemn the Israeli genocide in Gaza. We unswervingly support the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state. Much like Niger firmly condemns the Israeli aggression against Iran and Qatar, we also rise up against the trivialization of violence in the DRC, in Sudan, and in the Sahel, while the international community looks on indifferent. And in fact, some elements of the international community, some foreign powers are complicit in what's happening in the African continent. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, actors directly getting involved in conflicts are not the only ones responsible for the insecurity and uncertainty our world faces today. Niger would also like to denounce the inaction of all those who do have the means to act to promote truth and peace. The silence of those who do have a voice, the indifference of those egoists who stand ready to destabilize entire countries or regions in their own interests, the lack of humanism on the part of those who work in underhand ways to sow death in other countries, and the foolishness of those who betray their motherland and their continent. President, ladies and gentlemen, inaction, indifference, complicit silence, as well as subversive and underhand actions to destabilize the situation, violent disinformation campaigns, information wars. This is the reality that my country and the Confederation of Sahel States, the ASS, are facing as we combat imported terrorism backed by sponsors. Niger, in particular, has been living through this since the 26th of July 2023. That is the date when the sovereign people of Niger decided to take destiny into their own hands. We must grasp the complexity of the tragedy unfurling in the Sahel, the challenges it throws up, the ins and outs. This is necessary to understand not only the game various actors are playing, but also the determination of our people and their governments to fight for victory, to tackle this challenge, regardless of the time and the sacrifice this will require. We will be defending our countries to ensure our survival. We will be defending our territory and our people. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the usual narrative states that the situation in the Sahel can be explained away by the fall of the Gaddafi regime in 2011 and the collapse of the Libyan state, which resulted in armed groups being unleashed in our region and large quantities of weapons flowing into that same region. Others might mention the victory of the people of Algeria, a victory over terrorism which they achieved in the 1990s, which as a result pushed the conflict to the Sahel as terrorists found refuge in the Sahara and the Sahel. We must add to that the indisputable fact that as Western powers and armies set up shop in the Sahel countries, in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso in particular, to supposedly help these countries to combat terrorism, what we actually saw is terrorist phenomena in the region expand and intensify. Furthermore, it is also held up as an indisputable truth that the main leaders of these terrorist movements do not come from the Sahel. It's also necessary to underscore that they have vast logistical means, a specific modus operandi, and exhibit blind, unheard-of violence, which is completely foreign to our geographical and cultural space. Indeed, our countries throughout our history have known wars in the name of religion, we've seen rebellions, but we've never seen such bloody, gratuitous, indiscriminate violence on a scale that we're experiencing now. For all of the above reasons, I'm sure you'll agree that this is deliberately imported terrorism that we're facing. Madam President, this is also sponsored terrorism, and this throws up the actual genuine issue of terrorism financing and the destination of all of the resources terrorists have been capturing for over a decade now. How can we understand the fact that terrorists have maintained the war effort over such a long period of time? We must also point out the happy coincidence which saw in Kidal in Mali a stronghold for terrorists liberated in the third trimester of 2023, quarter of 2023, at the same time when the French army was leaving the Niger. The government of Niger, much like those of Mali and Burkina Faso, regularly informed international public opinion of the evidence we've collected, evidence of the involvement of a number of foreign powers in the destabilization of the Alliance of Sahel States and of the support they're providing to terrorists. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, speaking from this rostrum, I'd like to condemn the self-avowed support of France to terrorism in Sahel and in particular in Niger. Indeed, since French troops were cast out from Niger in 2023, as announced, the government of France has established a subversive, underhand plan to destabilize my country. It involves sending intelligence to, training, funding, and equipping terrorists. Unfortunate attempts to create the conditions for inter-ethnic conflicts in Niger and in the Sahel, a disinformation and misinformation campaign to discredit my country, our institutions, our political leaders, and our army. France has also maintained and fueled ongoing political tensions between my country and some of our neighbors. On top of that, we must mention the economic and financial war, an unprecedented war which betrays France's hateful desire to thwart any and all of our development projects by disincentivizing investment and systematically voting against my country in all international financial institutions, whether that be the African Development Bank, the World Bank, or the IMF. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening today in our region, in the Sahel, and specifically in Niger, is the result of a number of factors. First, unpaid colonial debts. These debts must be paid off. Our people never forgot the unheard of violence which characterized the colonial occupation. The infamous Voulez Chanoine mission and other military expeditions which stood out because of all the death and the large-scale torture which they unleashed in Terra, in Junju, in Duchi, in Koni, in Tessawa, and in Zinda, and this in a matter of years. In Zinda, as you know, there were even executions. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, speaking from this august rostrum, my country, Niger, entreats the world's conscience to point out this hostile force which has, since the 19th century, never laid down its arms and which continues to wage total war against my country. Here is evidence of this. In November 2021, in Terra, young demonstrators were assassinated by the French army. The threat of military intervention on the part of ECOWAS has been instrumentalized by France. We must call a spade a spade. The abject terrorism behind which France stands, committing vile crimes in the ASS. For instance, those committed in Fambita on the 21st of March 2025. 44 Muslims were executed in cold blood while they were at Friday prayers. This rostrum also gives me an opportunity to pay a tribute and to think about all of the civilians and the soldiers who gave their lives shot down by the enemy. These crimes remind us of those committed by France in Niger, and this ever since 1899. Crimes which remain an open wound on our collective memory. In the name of human rights, I recall the innocent victims of the Central African Mission. I recall cities and villages which were pillaged and set on fire. I recall the carnage in Junju and Lugu. I recall martyr cities Korenkalgo, where the population was entirely exterminated, in Beni Nkoni, where over 7,000 people were thrown into mass graves. I'm recalling pregnant women eviscerated, their fetuses left for the vultures to claim. I speak on behalf of raped women and hanged little girls. I speak on behalf of men shot dead and members of the resistance decapitated. On behalf of my country, Niger, I solemnly demand that France shoulders its duty of remembrance, to shoulder its duty of remembrance and to recognize its crimes. To recognize its crimes. On this note, General Chani has established a commission of experts, academics, and scientists to study these dark pages in our history and to rewrite the true history of our country, to set the record straight, to speak the truth, to reclaim ownership of our history, and to give back to our great nation its dignity. The pillage of our resources, to the detriment of Nigerians and the environment. Following half a century of exploitation, uranium has brought our people nothing but misery, pollution, rebellion, corruption, and despair, while the French prospered and bolstered their power. All of our aquifers are contaminated. It's unacceptable. Also, since the advent of the National Council for the Safeguard of the Homeland and the decision taken by our government to exercise its sovereignty over its resources, the French government, dismayed, has tried to drag us into endless legal proceedings before it will stop exploiting and selling our minerals. Ladies and gentlemen,
I would like to be clear that rather than breaking our spirit, the struggles we've had to face have only strengthened our determination to fight to the end, to vanquish the terrorists and their sponsors. We can already take pride in some structural achievements that we have seen. What the people of Niger have been successful in since the 26th of July 2023, with the National Council taking power, is to put our country on a new trajectory, which is a source of great hope. Success means casting away from our country the forces that were hampering our sovereignty and were preventing our forces of defence and security from equipping themselves with the means to fulfil their missions. This is something we have to do. Success also means breaking with all of the unfair conventions, treaties, and laws that were not in the interest of Niger. This is a strong sign for all of those who are accustomed to looting Niger, that now our country will defend its interests unashamedly. Success also means reaffirming our sovereignty over our natural resources, which had all too long been plundered by foreign powers. Success also means uniting our people on questions of national interest. Now all the people of Niger are united. They are focused on safeguarding our country's best interests. They've understood that the battle is a collective matter. That is why we have a new motto, Labusani no in Zama, Zanshinkasane in Hwassa, and Hala Ledi Non in Fulfude. This means this is our business and our business alone. Success also means awakening our patriotism, which had all too long been trampled upon by individuals acting in their personal interests. Now, the people of Niger are proud of their fatherland. Success also means sincere support from the people to the government. People are now fully behind our efforts to put our country on the path to development. This also means that Niger can stand on its own 2 feet, can stand up to and vanquish terrorism, can protect its sovereignty, can invest in the country's future, in a nutshell, can live without the so-called foreign assistance, which is so often in the past been used to threaten and humiliate us. Success also means that for the first time in our country's history, decisions affecting Niger and our people are taken in Niger, by the people of Niger, and in the interest of Niger, and nowhere else. That is what has allowed us, in spite of the difficult circumstances that we're all aware of, to take social measures, which are both robust and symbolic, which include lowering the price of petrol and gasoline, reducing the costs of some medical and surgical services, reducing school fees, and making sure that basic goods are affordable. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Niger is well on the way to a new model of governance. This approach was built upon in the conference that was held, the national conference held in Niamey from the 15th to the 20th of February this year, which brought together all of the forces of the nation. This led to the adoption of significant recommendations and the drafting of a reform charter for our country. In line with the charter, it also allowed us to progressively establish our institutions, such as the Reform Council, the State Court, the Audit Court, the Commission to Combat Economic, Financial and Fiscal Crimes, the National Communication Unit, and the Authority for Regulation of Public Procurement. Next, in the diplomatic domain, Niger has not just enlarged its diplomatic relations with many countries and redefined consular positions, but has also redefined the framework of cooperation with its partners. This is now based on the absolute respect for our sovereignty, our strategic choices, and the legitimate aspirations of our people. Niger is therefore not isolated, far from it. We are also committed to a vast agricultural program to ensure food self-sufficiency for our hard-working people, by ensuring that we fully use the thousands of hectares of arable land through large-scale irrigation. The head of state has asked for this to be a reality, and now the results that we've achieved are encouraging, 1 year since we've implemented these measures. For the first time in our recent history, the country has not been through a lean period, the period during which generally we had to request support from the international community. Our ambition is for Niger to have food sovereignty. Inshallah, we will no longer need to ask for support to feed our people. Turning to economics, in spite of the iniquitous sanctions imposed on Niger and the economic blockade supported and financed by France, who are trying to hamper our country, we have courageously kept going with our macroeconomic reforms, and this has led in particular to our taming inflation to minus 0.1% at the end of August of this year. And now we plan to see economic growth of some 7% looking in the period 2025-28. In addition, our budget deficit, which was 5.4% of GDP in 2023, will, we hope, be contained to 3% by the end of this year. And significant efforts have been made to improve our debt profile. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, now when it comes to the issue of human rights, Niger reaffirms its commitment to the international legal instruments to which it is a party. Nevertheless, we condemn the selective approach used in implementing human rights principles by some countries whose only aim is to harm our state's image. I would also like to clearly say that Niger and all of the Confederation of Sahel states, profoundly committed to respecting human dignity and the flourishing of our people will not take any human rights lectures from any kind of body. Given the security, diplomatic and development challenges, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger have taken the historic decision to establish a strategic alliance, which is the Confederation of Sahel States. And the speakers from Burkina Faso and Mali have already mentioned this. This is a context in which we coordinate our policies and we are building our future together with our own ideas to ensure that our diplomacy, which works perfectly well, can lead to specific outcomes so that we can meet the aspirations and needs of our peoples. This forum allows us to coordinate policy and to build our future with our own ideas and our own means, based on ancestral values, in a forum which we hope will soon be rid of all forms of threats. In conclusion, I would like to say that Niger is, as a result of its history and geography, facing many challenges. We have to acknowledge that, such as the effects of climate change, droughts, followed by floods, which are making life for our farmers even harder. Many of our young people are still in need, and we are also facing up to the fact that a lot of our wealth has previously been exploited by foreign powers, shamelessly. We also have the scourge of terrorism, financed by Western powers as a result of one-sided agreements. Terrorism has been plunging our towns into sorrow, and people have been deprived of their needs. However, Niger, together with the other two countries of the Confederation, are currently enjoying a renaissance, and we are currently on the road to recovery through the leadership of our three heads of state and our determination to take our destiny into our own hand. The recovery in Niger is not a break with the international community. It rather just reaffirms our sovereignty, our dignity, and our inalienable right to choose our partnerships for the well-being of our children. Our absolute priority, therefore, remains security. The fight against terrorism that we are engaged in, we are doing it ourselves, for our region, and also for the stability of the entire world, because we understand that we have to be self-sufficient. We can't rely on the UN, this powerless UN, which is hampered by the veto of Western powers. The UN has to be reformed. Niger's recovery also means economic progress through the responsible use of our immense varied natural resources. We have decided that these riches must benefit our people first and foremost. We are committed also to honest governance, and we invite international investors who wish to support us in this. It will be a win-win partnership. We also hold out our hand to all countries in the world who believe in a partnership based on mutual respect, justice and solidarity. This reform also means ensuring food self-sufficiency in our country. Our government is focusing on agroecology and large-scale irrigation, as I have already said. Being self-sufficient remains the watchword of our head of state. Madam President, we still believe in multilateralism as the way to overcome global challenges. However, this must be reformed. It must be more inclusive, and it must be fairer. Africa must have its full place as it is required in international decision-making bodies, including in the Security Council. The voice of our alliance must be heard when peace in the world is discussed. We have our role to play. We must work together to build a more resilient, a fairer, more equal world, a world in which security is not the privilege of just a few powers, but the right of all countries, be they large or small. A world in which every nation's view counts without any kind of discrimination, and where the voices of the people are heard. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you on behalf of my country, Niger.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Transition Government and Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of the Niger. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sonexay Sifandon, Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, at the outset I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and would like to offer our full support upon discharging your duties, and also to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Yang for his leadership throughout the 79th session, with significant outcomes achieved in many areas. Madam President, this year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. This General Assembly being held under the theme Better Together 80 Years and Beyond for Peace, Development and Human Rights is of historical significance as it recalls the shared aspiration of the international community that led to the adoption of the UN Charter in 1945, following the catastrophic destruction of the Second World War. This courageous decision, beyond its historical importance, also reflected the collective determination of all nations in charting out a new direction for safeguarding global peace, anchored in the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, including the peaceful settlement of disputes, international cooperation, solidarity, and peaceful coexistence. The Charter established the fundamental principles that have guided all member states in promoting peace and fostering multilateral cooperation over the past 8 decades. Although the world has encountered multifaceted challenges and at times brought us to the brink of destruction, it was through the international community's firm adherence to multilateralism that we were able to overcome these obstacles through the peaceful settlement of disputes, allowing all humanity to live in peace, stability, and prosperity. These achievements underscore the tangible success of the United Nations in fulfilling its given mandate, with the Charter continuing to serve as our guiding compass. Madam President, today our world continues to encounter interrelated and deeply rooted challenges, leading to heightened geographical tensions and rivalry, widening inequality, combined with the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. These factors continue to threaten international peace and undermine development progress. in many regions, disputes and armed conflicts continue to persist, inflicting devastating consequences on the people across the globe. Therefore, we must redouble our efforts and exhaust all possible means to collectively address these challenges through dialogue and peaceful settlements, thereby protecting the hard-won gains and preventing further setbacks. In the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this context, the Lao PDR supports the UN80 initiative proposed by the Secretary General, which fully aligns with the emerging opportunities and pressing needs of time. This initiative reflects the international community's continued commitment and aspiration to strengthen the United Nations in addressing the emerging global challenges. I firmly believe that in our ongoing efforts to reform the United Nations, priority must be given to maintaining peace, which is the most essential foundation for advancing sustainable development, ensuring justice and preserving human dignity. At the same time, we must strive to further enhance the effectiveness of the UN's working methods and mechanisms through comprehensive and inclusive reforms. Madam President, the Lao PDR attaches great importance to enhancing its partnership with the United Nations. Over the years, our contributions in various areas as a member state reflect the steadfast commitment to promoting the role of the United Nations and upholding the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. The UN Charter provides the fundamental principles to which every member state must adhere to safeguard global peace and create an environment conducive to sustainable development. Over the past 7 decades, cooperation between the Lao PDR and the United Nations has been gradually expanded. With the UN playing an essential role in supporting the country's socio-economic development. In 2025, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Lao PDR's membership in the United Nations. On this important occasion, as a peace-loving nation, I would like to reaffirm the Lao PDR's firm commitment to the principles and objectives of the United Nations. Madam President, we welcome the successful outcome of the high-level meeting on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and implementation of the two-state solution, which was held in between 28 to 30 July 2025. The adoption of the New York Declaration marks an important milestone for the international community in reaffirming our collective commitment to the pursuit of peace, justice, and shared responsibility. The Lao PDR continues to support the two-state solution, with the state of Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace and security, in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions. The Lao PDR sincerely hopes that the long overdue question of Palestine, which has persisted for decades, will be resolved by peaceful means. On this note, we call on the international community to intensify our efforts to support recovery and reconstruction work for the Palestinian people to return to normalcy. Drawing from our own experience, the Lao PDR believes that the war is never the answer, and the only path towards resolving conflicts is through diplomatic means, mutual understanding, respect for sovereignty, and adherence to the principles of international law. The Lao PDR is of the view that unilateral coercive measures is not only contradicting to the United Nations Charter and international law, but also hinders sustainable development and impose unjust suffering on innocent people. We must therefore redouble our efforts to foster enabling environment for peace and development cooperation among all nations. And in this regard, the Lao PDR once again joins the international community in calling for lifting the economic and financial embargo against the Republic of Cuba, including the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism and the elimination of all unilateral coercive measures imposed on sovereign countries. Madam President, the midterm review on the implementation of the 2030 agenda has shown that we continue to face numerous challenges. In this regard, the Lao PDR reaffirms its strong determination to implement the SDGs and welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future. The renewed commitments aimed at strengthening multilateral cooperation and advancing the key priorities of the United Nations. For the Lao PDR, the SDGs have been fully integrated into the National Development Agenda. We will continue to attain the SDGs through the implementation of our National Socio-Economic Development Plan, which, with consolidated efforts to enhance resilience and better respond to the current circumstances, including climate and environmental challenges, by applying climate-smart technologies. Likewise, we recognize that enhanced international cooperation, as well as access to new technology, innovation, and financial resources remains essential for countries in special situations and the most vulnerable groups. Taking into account its specific development needs and unique circumstances, the Lao PDR has therefore adopted the National SDG 18 entitled Lives Safe from Unexploded Ordnance. UXO contamination continues to pose major threats to the livelihood of the Lao people across the country and hinders national development efforts. Taking this opportunity, I call upon the international community to increase its support and assistance in addressing the UXO issue, including through the implementation of the International Convention on Cluster Munition, particularly by supporting the Lao PDR's presidency of the Third Review Conference on the Convention on Cluster Munitions in 2026. We are gratified to note that the Lao PDR continues to meet the thresholds for LDC graduation. To ensure a smooth and sustainable graduation, we are currently implementing the Smooth Transition Strategy. Through close consultations and cooperation among the concerned sectors and development partners, in view of maintaining a positive momentum in the post-graduation period. Despite numerous challenges faced, the Lao PDR remains firmly committed to fostering self-reliant capacity and building resilience in all dimensions, including by putting in place basic economic structures, developing human capital, and enhancing domestic productive capacities, in view of realizing a self-reliant and independent economy. These efforts constitute the key objectives in the preparation process for LDC graduation, in line with the upcoming 10th Five-Year National Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2026-2030. The Lao PDR commends the successful outcomes of the Third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, particularly the adoption of the Awaza Program of Action. the Lao PDR will continue to streamline this program of action into the upcoming National Socio-Economic Development Plan to achieve our national development objective of transforming from a landlocked into a land-linked country. For the Lao PDR, infrastructure development for connectivity has been a top priority. In this connection, notable progress includes the completion of the Lao-China Railway, the development of the Lao-Vietnam International Seaport in Vung Ang, and the railway extension connecting Kham Muon Province in central Lao PDR to Vung Ang Seaport is also in the pipeline, as well as all expansions of the dry ports and multimodal transport service hub. These initiatives have contributed to the efforts to reduce transportation costs and open new routes for regional economic and trade integration. Madam President, climate change and natural disasters, which are occurring more frequently, have had severe impacts on many countries, including the Lao PDR. Therefore, the international community must redouble its efforts to implement the Paris Agreement and strengthen disaster preparedness, climate adaptation and mitigation, and to reduce the impacts of natural disasters. To ensure sustainable use of natural resources, the Lao PDR has adopted the National Strategy on Climate Change and remains committed to fulfilling its national obligations outlined in its nationally determined contributions. However, adequate financial support, technology transfer, and capacity building remain crucial for effective implementation of the said commitments. In this connection, we call on the international community to fulfill its obligations, particularly by providing $100 billion annually to support global climate action and assist the most vulnerable countries. Another untapped potential for sustainable development lies in digital, scientific, and technological innovation, which can serve as a powerful catalyst for accelerating progress toward attaining the SDGs. The Lao PDR supports the implementation of the Global Digital Compact and underscores the importance of digital access and inclusive governance, aimed at enhancing mutual trust and shared benefits. At the regional level, ASEAN continues to underscore the importance of digital transformation and the application of modern technology to enhance efficiency and strengthen adaptability. At present, ASEAN is accelerating the negotiation process on the Digital Economy Framework Agreement in view of positioning the region as a leading digital economic hub, promoting regional integration, expanding global connectivity, and enhancing the capacity necessary for addressing the emerging challenges of the modern global economy. Madam President, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm the Lao PDR's commitment to promoting and supporting the United Nations in fulfilling its mandate, particularly by upholding the principles of the UN Charter. I am confident that a strong and effective United Nations not only plays a vital role in maintaining global peace and stability, but also accelerates progress towards achieving the SDGs and ensuring that the benefits are equally shared among all member states. On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, I am confident that this offers an excellent opportunity for world leaders to discuss and explore all ways and means to safeguard peace and collectively address the challenges facing us today, as well as create a conducive environment in which all humanity can live in peace, security, justice, and prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Laos People's Democratic Republic, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nicole Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the main substance of speeches of all leaders of the Republic of Armenia from this rostrum has been dedicated to the conflict between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Such were also my speeches from 2018 to 2023. Last year, speaking at the 79th session of the General Assembly, I tried for the first time to speak not about the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but about peace. My narrative was very cautious, very uncertain, although at that time already more than 12 kilometers of the Armenia-Azerbaijan interstate border had been demarcated for the first time, and the regulations on the joint activities of the demarcation commissions of the two countries had been signed by the two deputy prime ministers. After my speech, pivotal events have occurred in Armenia-Azerbaijan relations. Firstly, the regulations on the joint activities of the demarcation commissions were ratified in both Armenia and Azerbaijan, receiving the highest legal force. This is the first bilateral international document signed and ratified between Armenia and Azerbaijan. In this document, the 1991 December 21 Alma-Ata Declaration is mentioned as the basic principle of border demarcation between the two countries. I'm referring to the demarcation of the interstate border. Thus, the optimistic processes of the preceding period continued over the past year. In March of this year, Armenia and Azerbaijan were able to agree upon a draft agreement on establishing peace and interstate relations and to conclude the negotiations on the draft with such a positive outcome. In that document, too, the parties, referring to the Alma-Ata Declaration, confirmed their understanding that the borders between the former Soviet Socialist republics of the USSR have become the international borders of the respective independent states, and on this basis, they recognize and respect each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, inviolability of international borders, and political independence. As you have now seen, the reference to the Alma-Ata Declaration means that both countries recognize that the territory of the Republic of Armenia is identical with the territory of the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic, and the territory of the Republic of Azerbaijan is identical with the territory of the Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic, and the borders encompassing these territories are inviolable. The aforementioned agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan was initialed on August 8 of this year in the U.S. capital, Washington, D.C., at the White House, by the foreign ministers of the two countries, in the presence of the U.S. President, the President of Azerbaijan, and myself. The culmination of the meeting that took place at the White House on August 8 was the declaration that we adopted as a result of the meeting with the President of Azerbaijan, and which was also signed as witness by the US President Donald Trump. That declaration stated that Armenia and Azerbaijan recognize the need to chart a course for a bright future, not bound by the conflict of the past, consistent with the Charter of the United Nations and the 1991 Almaty Declaration, and that after the conflict that brought immense human suffering, the conditions have finally been created for our nations to fully embark on building good neighbourly relations on the basis of the inviolability of international borders and the inadmissibility of the use of force for the acquisition of territory. This reality, which is not and should never be subject to revision, paves the way for closing the chapter of enmity between our two nations. We resolutely reject and exclude any attempt of revenge, now and in the future, reads the declaration. In the same documents, we, the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan, reaffirmed the importance of opening communications between our two countries for intrastate, bilateral and international transportation, for the promotion of peace, stability and prosperity in the region and its neighbourhood on the basis of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity and jurisdiction of the states. These efforts are to include unimpeded connectivity between the main parts of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic through the territory of the Republic of Armenia, with reciprocal benefits for international and intrastate connectivity for the Republic of Armenia. It was also noted that the Republic of Armenia will work with the United States of America and mutually determined third parties to set forth a framework for the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, the TRIP Route Connectivity Project in the territory of the Republic of Armenia. We confirmed our determination to pursue efforts in good faith to achieve this goal in the most expeditious manner. Distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, what does all this mean? All this means, and I am happy to report to the entire international community, that peace has been established between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of United States President Donald Trump is decisive in this peace process, whose dedication, consistency and principledness make possible what seemed to be impossible. This is why we agreed with Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev on our joint decision to nominate President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, because we have seen through our own example that President Trump is truly committed to the idea of peace. I would also like to emphasize the role of the peoples, governments and parliaments of Armenia and Azerbaijan, without whose support, of course, it would have been impossible to reach this point. Peace, thus, is established, but peace is not a vacation. It is work, everyday work. Peace requires daily care, like a newborn baby, to be protected from infections, the cold and the heat, the indifference and the pessimism. Conflict, indeed, poses far fewer questions before us, and the options for answers in the case of conflict are not many, while peace brings with it questions, new questions, more questions, questions continuously, and peaceful life is about answering those questions with care and not with disdain. Thinking diligently about those questions and formulating the answers in good faith is the institutionalization of peace, which is a continuous necessity and something we ought to deal with every day. In this context, it is extremely important to clarify the fate of persons whose whereabouts are unknown and to address the issue of persons deprived of liberty as a result of the long-standing conflict, which is also part of our daily work agenda. The Trip Route infrastructure project will operate in the territory of the Republic of Armenia with a business model agreed upon in a bilateral US-Armenia format. Consisting of several dozen kilometers of various infrastructures, the Trip Route will have both regional and global significance and impact. By the way, in the context of caring for and nurturing the established peace, it is very important to use a pro-peace, legitimate and agreed-upon narrative when speaking about this project as well. The President of Azerbaijan, with whom we adopted the Washington Declaration, has used the so-called Zangezur corridor expression several times since then, including from this rostrum. Such an expression does not exist in the documents agreed upon in Washington. It has never been in the Armenia-Azerbaijan negotiations or documents. I think it makes sense for my Azerbaijani counterpart to clarify what he means by using that expression, because in the Armenian reality, it is perceived as a territorial claim on Armenia and is associated with conflict narrative. In the documents of August 8, we agreed upon clear content and narrative, and it is not possible to understand casting doubt on commitment to those agreements in any way through the narratives I mentioned and or through other narratives expressed from this rostrum. Such narratives do not increase people's faith in peace, nor do they stem from the atmosphere of peace and the agreements reached at the highest level. At various rostrums, the President of Azerbaijan speaks about the alleged capitulation of Armenia. To be frank, I do not understand, in the presence of such a huge positive content achieved through joint hard efforts, why engage aggressive subtexts that are not connected with objective reality? Doesn't peace bring enough joy and satisfaction? To me, for example, it does. What also brings me joy is the fact that the Republic of Armenia is a democratic state that is developing at an impressive pace, independent, sovereign, and building its own future today, a state that does not harbor or spread hatred towards its neighbors or towards anyone. I call on the international community to take note that the so-called Zangezur corridor and similar narratives do not stem from the agreements reached. They have no connection with the agreements. They have an irritating and negative impact and are perceived as a territorial claim against a sovereign country, despite the agreements reached and declared. But this will not divert us 1 millimeter from the practice of celebrating the peace achieved and implementing the agreements declared. In my speech today, by the way, you will not find even one relevant provision or phrase, the justification for which I could not point to in the written agreements reached between Armenia and Azerbaijan in various formats, or in the documents signed and published in Washington on August 8. I suggest that my Azerbaijani counterpart focus on the prompt and precise implementation of the agreements reached, for which the use of legitimate narratives is essential. And so, under the TRIP route project announced in Washington on August 8. A railway, a highway, pipelines and electricity transmission lines will pass through the territory of Armenia, linking the east to the west. As a result of this agreement, the north will also be linked with the south. The mere geographic enumeration is enough to conclude that this is an accurate reflection of the Crossroads of Peace project, which I had the opportunity to present from this rostrum. The TRIP route infrastructure project stems from the Crossroads of Peace program, about the capacity development of which we signed a bilateral memorandum with President Trump on August 8 in Washington. I consider it necessary to note that, in accordance with the Washington Declaration, the opening of communications between Armenia and Azerbaijan for intrastate, bilateral and international transportation will take place on the basis of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity and jurisdiction of the states. And as I indicated earlier, these efforts will include unimpeded connectivity between the main part of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Nakhichevan Autonomous Republic through the territory of the Republic of Armenia, with reciprocal benefits for international and intrastate connectivity for the Republic of Armenia. These agreements are a good opportunity for the Republic of Armenia to implement state-of-the-art technologies for border, customs and other controls, not only on the TRIP route, but also at other border crossings, which will comply with the most advanced modern standards. The opening of the Armenia-Turkey border is important for the TRIP route infrastructure project, meaning the opening of the railway and the highways, with the prospect of developing pipelines, electricity transmission lines and cables. I am pleased to note that in recent years, an unprecedented positive dialogue has been established between Armenia and Turkey. My meetings with President Erdogan are regular, with a continuously growing level of trust. This is an achievement that I highly value and am confident will bring positive results in the foreseeable future, namely the establishment of diplomatic relations between Armenia and Turkey and the full opening of the interstate border. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the geography of diplomatic relations of the Republic of Armenia has been visibly and pleasantly expanding. During the 30 years of independence, the Republic of Armenia did not have diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. I am glad to note that now diplomatic relations have been established between our countries and a dialogue is taking place. And the traditional ties of the Republic of Armenia are developing noticeably. Our dialogue and brotherhood with the Islamic Republic of Iran and Georgia are becoming more visible. These relations, along with our relations with Turkey and Azerbaijan, are extremely important for seeing the South Caucasus region as a peaceful, stable and developing environment. In this sense, I also value the 3+3 format, which is an important platform for us to engage in dialogue with the countries of our region and to develop our traditional dialogue with the Russian Federation, although we always have active contacts with Russia in a bilateral format. We have recently established a strategic partnership with China, and we have active political and trade economic ties with India. A balanced and balancing foreign policy opens up new horizons for us. We are intensifying our relations with Japan, Mongolia, the Middle East and Central Asian countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in March of this year, the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia adopted the law on initiating the process of Armenia's accession to the European Union, which is of great importance for our agenda. This law is not only the manifestation of our unprecedented high level of relations with the European Union, but also a direct testament to our commitment to democratic values. Many ask when Armenia will become a member of the European Union and how realistic it is. Firstly, 2 of our 4 neighbours are candidate countries for EU membership. And secondly, the law on starting the process of becoming a member of the European Union is above all an incentive for us to consistently continue the democratic reforms. We want to be institutionally and substantively compliant with the EU standards. Short of such compliance, it is impossible to become an EU member. Therefore, when Armenia objectively complies with the standards of the European Union, from that point on we will have 2 paths. Either we will be accepted into the EU, or we will not be accepted. If they accept us, fine. If they do not, we will have accomplished a very important task set before us. Armenia will be a country that complies with the advanced, modern standards. Our aspiration to comply with European Union standards is a matter of not geopolitical, but rather democratic choice, because since the people's non-violent velvet revolution that took place in Armenia in 2018, we have adopted as a matter of strategy democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and an independent judiciary. In order to make our achievements in the field of democracy more institutional and pro-people, we intend to take the next step in the near future. After receiving the people's mandate once again in the 2026 parliamentary elections, we will initiate a nationwide referendum to adopt a new constitution, as a result of which all branches of government and the legal system established in the country will be organically linked to the constitution maker, that is, with the people, making Armenia's statehood long-lasting and people-centered. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2026 will be unprecedented in terms of the international engagement of the Republic of Armenia. In May, the Republic of Armenia will host the 8th Summit of the European Political Community, and I cordially invite the heads of state and government of all the member states of the community to participate in this crucial event. This summit is a key platform for European political dialogue, the format of which enables us all to act as a large team connected by shared responsibility for Europe's and global harmony. By the way, it was at the first summit of the European Political Community held in Prague on October 6, 2022, where Armenia and Azerbaijan, as a result of a meeting organized by France and the European Union, for the first time agreed to recognize each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty on the basis of the Alma-Ata Declaration. As you see from my text, that agreement has had decisive importance. It is extremely important, and in the matter of reaching these agreements in Prague, I would like to emphasize the special role of French President Emmanuel Macron and his personal efforts. Dear President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, from October 18 to 30, 2026, Armenia will host the 17th Conference of the Parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, and it is my honor to invite all heads of state and government to participate in that conference in Yerevan. I hope that by then I will have reported at the 81st session of the UN General Assembly that the agreement on peace and the establishment of interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan has been at least signed, the border between Armenia and Turkey has been opened, and the large part of the trip route investment project has been implemented. The Republic of Armenia reaffirms her commitment to the peace agenda and the achieved peace. I am convinced that with close dialogue with Azerbaijan and the support of regional countries and the international community, we will never again deviate from the path of peace. Long live dialogue, long live diplomacy, long live peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sokan Prak, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like warmly to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock upon her election to the presidency of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang for his stewardship of the 79th session. The Pact for the Future that was adopted during his mandate is fully relevant given the topic for this year, Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights. This illustrates the spirit of continuity and cooperation that underpins this august global body to remain a source of hope for all of humanity. This year's theme is not just a slogan. It solemnly reminds us that the UN's promise only remains when we act united, when we work to achieve solidarity between nations and peoples, and when we measure success not just in national terms, but in line of the common well-being of citizens of the world. 8 decades ago, after a devastating global war, nations large and small gathered together behind a unique vision. Peace, development and human dignity can only be guaranteed through collective action. Nevertheless, as we gather here to mark this important stage, the ideals of multilateralism are being put to the test. Geopolitical divisions have only got worse. Rivalries between major powers all too often hamper the Security Council's decisions. This leaves many crises throughout the world unresolved and puts millions of lives in danger. The world is now facing the harsh reality that might makes right, and that interdependence is no longer the cornerstone of peace, but rather a tool of threat and coercion. If we genuinely believe that we are better together, we must reinvigorate trust in multilateral institutions, invest in preventive diplomacy, and ensure that the UN is equipped, both politically and financially, to respond decisively and effectively to old and emerging challenges.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to speak about peace, and to do so from lived experience. For decades, war and genocide traumatized our people and destroyed our country. Dialogue, and not war, between two true statesmen, our late King Father, His Majesty Samdech Preh Norodom Sihanouk, and our former Prime Minister, Samdech Techo Hun Sen, both blessed with wisdom, willpower, and genuine patriotism, had engendered the peace process and national reconciliation. It is now well known that peace was finally achieved through the win-win policy of Samdech Techo Hun Sen that ended 30 years of conflict without a single bullet being fired. We remain forever grateful to the many countries and to the UN peacekeeping operation that have extended support to Cambodia throughout the peace process. Across our towns and villages, the word "we thank peace" are not mere decoration. They are a daily affirmation that peace in our nation's is our nation's most precious treasure. This peace allows us to rebuild from complete ruin. Before the pandemic, our economy achieved an average annual growth of around 7%, positioning Cambodia to graduate from least developed country status by 2029. Through this development, millions have been lifted out of poverty in the past decades. We are grateful for our partners who are supporting Cambodia towards smooth graduation through, among others, open and inclusive trade. Guided by our pentagonal strategy, Cambodia aligns its development agenda with the Sustainable Development Goals. We officially launched last year the roadmap to achieve the universal health coverage in Cambodia by 2035, and expanding access to quality education, ensuring that our youth are equipped for a changing world. Our women now hold leadership positions in government and private enterprises at unprecedented level, strengthening the fabric of our society. We are firmly committed to protecting and expanding the civic space and strengthening democratic governance, knowing that development and human rights are inseparable pillars of lasting peace. On climate action, one of humanity's greatest collective tests, Cambodia has submitted its third nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC. Last June, we signed the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction and already deposited our ratification instrument earlier this month. These steps reflect our belief that environmental stewardship is a global duty and a moral imperative. With complete peace at home, Cambodia has been able to offer our humble contribution to peace building and peacekeeping around the world. From a country once hosting UN peacekeeping mission, Cambodia has become a steadfast contributor to global security. Since 2006, we have deployed over 10,000 peacekeepers, more than 800 of them women, to 10 UN missions across the globe. We have protected civilians, clear landmines, and support rebuilding war-torn communities. We are currently an active member of the UN Peace Building Commission, helping nations emerging from conflict to build institutions and foster reconciliation. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia's transformation embodies the UNGA 80 theme, namely, countries once in need can now become providers of peace and stability for others. It is therefore deeply painful to inform this august assembly that the hard-won peace that we so profoundly cherish and wholeheartedly share around the world is today threatened in our own home, not by internal division like in the past, but border conflict with a neighbor. We are grateful that a ceasefire brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump effectively halted armed clashes that has caused death, injury, and destruction, and the displacement of hundreds of thousands innocent civilians. Like Armenia and Azerbaijan, Cambodia has nominated President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize for his crucial role in this important step to peace. However, the ceasefire remains very fragile, despite expressed commitment from both countries on the sincerity to strictly comply with the ceasefire terms, to rebuild trust and restore normalcy, and the positive outcome of following meetings hosted and coordinated by Malaysia, the ASEAN chair. But sincerity is only credible, and trust can only flourish when respect with both the letter and the spirit of the agreement matches with real action on the ground. Sadly, continued unilateral move to impose territorial sovereignty from our neighbor, using forces instead of agreed mechanism, unilateral maps instead of internationally recognized ones that were produced in accordance with treaties that bind the two countries, and countless other actions undermine this trust-building and peace effort. Of great concern is the forced eviction of Cambodian civilians and threat to use national law against them, and to evict hundreds more from the lands they have lived in for decades. Such way of territorial control on the segment of the border yet to be demarcated demonstrate a clear disregard, not only for the terms of the ceasefire, but also the mutual agreements on the settlement of border issues. In the process, Cambodia's sovereignty and territorial integrity are violated, and the rights and dignity of many Cambodians infringed. Cambodia has consistently and strictly observed the ceasefire, demonstrating good faith and full transparency in the implementation of its term. We have exercised the utmost restraint, even in the face of repeated incident and provocation. As recently as this morning, there was an unprovoked attack near a sensitive site, following an allegation that our force has opened fire first. We firmly reject such accusation. Our troops have not fired first, nor have they returned fire in retaliation to the provocation, underscoring our commitment to peace. Guided by the same spirit that ended our internal conflict near 3 decades ago, Cambodia reaffirms its call for dialogue and the peaceful settlement of all outstanding issues. We urge strict and sincere adherence to the agreed terms of the ceasefire, full respect for bilateral agreements, and observance of international law, including the Charter of both the United Nations and ASEAN. We earnestly seek the continued support and good offices of the ASEAN Chair and Member States, the Secretary General of the United Nations and relevant UN bodies, as well as leaders around the world, to help de-escalate tension, encourage a peaceful resolution, and prevent any further tragedy. Cambodia is a small nation, focused on rebuilding our economy and improving the well-being of our people. We pose no threat to the sovereignty of any country. While we will always safeguard our independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, the use of force will only remain a last resort. Cambodia will continue every effort to restore trust and normalcy, to promote harmonious coexistence and good neighborly relations, and to transform border areas into zones of peace, friendship, cooperation, and shared prosperity. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to honor the Founders' vision and meet today's realities, the United Nations itself must adapt. Cambodia support pragmatic, incremental reform. We believe that key priorities include empowering preventive diplomacy and mediation, giving the UN more tools to diffuse crises before they erupt. Strengthening the General Assembly, which is the most representative body, by giving its resolution greater follow-up capacity and moral weight. Expanding non-permanent Security Council seat to better reflect today's multipolar world and enhance legitimacy of the Council. Enhancing peacekeeping and border monitoring missions, especially in dispute areas, so that small states have equal access to mediation and protection. Complementary measures such as funding, technology, and gradual legal adjustment can turn broad reform principles into concrete progress. For countries like Cambodia, the UN's greatest strength is not cohesive force, but its moral authority, legitimacy, and convening power, quality that can shield small nations and sustain peace. As we commemorate 80 years of the United Nations, let us honor the vision of its founders by choosing cooperation over confrontation, dialogue over division, and hope over despair. Cambodia stands ready to work to be better together with all member states, the UN system, and our partners worldwide to ensure that the decades ahead are defined by peace, sustainable development, and the unshakable dignity of every human being. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Госпожа председатель.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, the most terrible war in human history came to an end. More than 70 million people fell victim to the fighting, famine, and disease. In 1945, the course of world history changed forever. The triumph over German Nazism, under whose banner most of Europe had rallied, and Japanese militarism paved the way for peace, recovery, and prosperity. This year, Moscow and Beijing held celebrations devoted to the 9th of May and 3rd of September holidays to mark the victory in the Great Patriotic War and World War II. The world witnessed grand military parades commemorating the decisive contribution of the peoples of the Soviet Union to the defeat of Nazi Germany and the particular role of the people of China in defeating militaristic Japan. We sacredly honor the memory of our brotherhood in arms with all of our allies who stood on the side of truth in the fight against the forces of evil. One of the enduring outcomes of that war was the creation of the United Nations. The principles of its charter agreed upon by the founding fathers of our organization continue to serve as a shining beacon of international cooperation. They embody centuries of experience of the coexistence of states and remain fully relevant in the age of multipolarity. The only thing that remains is for all member states, without exception, to adhere to those principles in full, in their entirety, and as they are interconnected. In practice, however, things look different. Widespread, gross violations of the principle of the sovereign equality of states are undermining faith in justice itself and leading to crises and conflicts. The root of the problem lies in the incessant attempts to divide the world into us and them, into democracy and autocracy, into a blooming garden and a jungle, those who are at the table and those who are on the menu, into the chosen ones who are allowed everything and the rest who for some reason are obliged to serve the interests of the golden billion. We advocate for unquestioning adherence to the principle of equality. It is the guarantee that all countries will be able to take their rightful place in the world order, regardless of their military might, the size of their population, or the size of their territory and economy. The principle of the non-use of force and threat of force has also been repeatedly flouted by the West. The NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, the invasion of Iraq by the US-led coalition, and NATO's military operation for regime change in Libya all ended in tragedy. Today, Israel's illegal use of force against the Palestinians and aggressive actions against Iran, Qatar, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq threaten to blow up the entire Middle East. Russia firmly condemned the attack by Hamas militants on Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. However, there is no justification for the brutal killings of the civilian population of Palestine or for terrorist attacks. There is also no justification for the collective punishment of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, where Palestinian children are dying from bombing and starvation. Hospitals and schools are being destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people are being left without shelter. There is no justification for plans to annex the West Bank. We are essentially dealing with an attempt at a kind of coup d'etat aimed at burying UN decisions on the creation of a Palestinian state. Recently, a number of Western governments announced their recognition of the state of Palestine. Moreover, they announced their intention to do so several months ago. The question then arises, why did they wait so long? It seems that they had hoped that soon, by the time the General Assembly session was convened, there would be nothing and no one left to recognize. The situation requires urgent action to prevent such a scenario, which was strongly advocated by the participants at the high-level international conference on Palestine. The strikes on Iranian facilities under IAEA safeguards deserve condemnation, as do the strikes on the capital of Qatar at a time when negotiations with Hamas were being held there with the participation of American mediators, among others. Yesterday, in the Security Council, the West rejected a rational proposal by China and Russia to extend the 2015 agreement on Iran's nuclear program in order to allow time for diplomacy. This has finally exposed the West's policy of sabotaging the pursuit of constructive solutions in the UN Security Council and its desire to extract unilateral concessions from Tehran through blackmail and pressure. We consider such a policy to be unacceptable and consider all manipulations to restore anti-Iranian UN sanctions as well as the sanctions themselves to be illegal. The West is not accustomed to observing the principle of non-interference in internal affairs. The color revolutions have become a sad phenomenon of our time, and illegal unilateral sanctions have long since become the main tool of Western diplomacy. No matter what excuses are used to justify them, the essence of such sanctions is the same: to suppress and intimidate competitors in the global economy and politics. Russia, together with an absolute majority of UN members, calls for the immediate lifting without prior conditions of the trade blockade against Cuba, which has been in place for more than 60 years, and for it to be removed from the notorious list of state sponsors of terrorism. We express our solidarity with the people of Venezuela in the face of external sanctions pressure and threats. We advocate for Latin America and the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace and cooperation. A flagrant example of the undermining of sovereignty and gross interference in internal affairs is the actions of the West in the Balkans, where such a fundamental principle as the need for all UN members to comply with Security Council decisions is being violated. The unilateral recognition of Kosovo's independence, contrary to Resolution 1244, was essentially an attack on Serbia's state structure. Now the West has set a course for the collapse of the statehood of Bosnia and Herzegovina by sabotaging the Dayton peace agreement. In both Kosovo and Bosnia, an attack has been launched on the vital interests of the Serbian people, including the ancestral rights of Serbian Orthodoxy. Similarly, the Kiev regime, which seized power as a result of an anti-constitutional coup organized by the West in 2014, has set a course for the elimination of the canonical Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the legislative eradication of the Russian language in all spheres, in education, culture, and the media. Ukraine is the only country in the world that has legislatively banned the use of the native language of almost half of its population. Arabic is not banned in Israel, and Hebrew is not banned in Arab countries and Iran, but Russian is banned in Ukraine. Let me remind you that Article 1 of the UN Charter states the need for respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. Europe remains silent on this issue, obsessed as it is with the utopian goal of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia. To this end, the Ukrainian regime is permitted to do anything, including terrorist attacks against politicians and journalists, torture, extrajudicial executions, indiscriminate bombings of civilian targets, and reckless sabotage of nuclear power plants. As President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly emphasized, Russia has been and remains open to negotiations on eliminating the root causes of the conflict. Russia's security and its vital interests must be reliably guaranteed. The rights of Russians and Russian-speaking people in the territories that remain under the control of the Kiev regime must be restored in full. On this basis, we are ready to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. So far, neither Kiev nor its European sponsors seem to realize the gravity of the situation or to be willing to negotiate honestly. The North Atlantic Alliance continues to expand right up to our borders, contrary to assurances given to Soviet leaders to advance not a single inch to the east. Contrary to the commitments made by NATO members at the OSCE to respect the principles of the indivisibility of security and not to strengthen their own security at the expense of others and not to strive for dominance, we repeatedly proposed that NATO capitals respect their commitments and agree on legally binding security guarantees. Our proposals in 2008 and the subsequent ones, including in December 2021, have been ignored and continue to be ignored to this day. Moreover, threats of the use of force against Russia are increasingly being made. Russia is being accused of almost planning to attack the North Atlantic Alliance and the European Union countries. President Putin has repeatedly debunked these provocations. Russia has never had and does not have any such intentions. However, any aggression against my country will be met with a decisive response. There should be no doubt about this among those in NATO and the EU who not only are telling their voters that war with Russia is inevitable and are forcing them to tighten their belts, but are also openly talking about preparations for an attack on our Kaliningrad Oblast and other Russian territories. We have some hopes for the continuation of the Russian-American dialogue, especially after the summit in Alaska. In the approaches of the current U.S. administration, we see a desire not only to contribute to ways to realistically resolve the Ukrainian crisis, but also a desire to develop pragmatic cooperation without adopting an ideological stance. Russia and the U.S. bear a special responsibility for the state of affairs in the world and for avoiding risks that could plunge humanity into a new war. The maintenance of strategic stability is the aim of a new initiative by the Russian Federation that was put forward by President Putin on the 22nd of September. It concerns Russia's readiness to adhere to the central quantitative limits of the New START treaty for 1 year after its expiry on the 5th of February 2026. This is upon the condition that the United States acts similarly and does not take steps that would violate the existing balance of deterrence capabilities. We believe that the implementation of our proposal would create the conditions necessary for avoiding a strategic arms race to maintain an acceptable level of predictability in the nuclear missile sphere and to improve the overall atmosphere in Russian and American relations. Colleagues, in December this year, we will mark the 65th anniversary of the adoption by the General Assembly of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Peoples and Countries. The decolonization process, with a leading role played by the Soviet Union, was a direct consequence of the realization of the right of nations to self-determination. The peoples of Africa and Asia refused to live under the yoke of the colonizers, just as after the coup d'etat in 2014 in Ukraine, Crimea, Donbass, and Novorossiya refused to submit to the Kiev neo-Nazi regime that had illegally seized power. It not only does not represent the interests of the population, but has also unleashed a war against them. In both cases, the principle enshrined in the 1776 Declaration of Independence and subsequently reaffirmed by many American presidents was put into practice. The following principle: governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Neither the colonizers nor the Kiev regime had any consent from the peoples that they sought to rule. This principle was also unanimously reaffirmed in the UN 1970 Declaration, which states explicitly that all must respect the territorial integrity of those countries whose governments represent the entire population living on the territory concerned. Today, Africa and the entire Global South are experiencing a new awakening, striving for complete independence, and the UN must not be indifferent to that. Last December, the General Assembly resolution entitled Eradicating Colonialism in All Its Forms and Manifestations was adopted. We call for the next step to be a decision to declare the 14th of December the International Day for the Elimination of Colonialism. We welcome the role of the Group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter in consolidating efforts to counter neo-colonial and other discriminatory practices against the global majority, and we invite all independent states to join the membership of that initiative and that group. The current balance of power in the world is radically different from that established 80 years ago. The decolonization process and other major upheavals have changed the political map of the planet. The global majority is loudly asserting its rights. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS play a special role as mechanisms for coordinating the interests of the countries of the Global South and East. The influence of the African Union, CELAC, and other regional associations is growing. These new realities have not yet been adequately reflected in our organization's institutional framework. The issue of Security Council reform is particularly important. Russia calls for its democratization exclusively through the expansion of the representation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. We support the application of Brazil and India for permanent seats on the Council, while at the same time correcting the historical injustice towards Africa within the parameters that have been agreed by the countries of the continent themselves. Recently, Secretary General Antonio Guterres proposed a comprehensive reform of the UN. We are not opposed to an open discussion of this initiative. The guiding principle should be the UN's return to the fundamental principles enshrined in its charter, which the West for many years has been seeking to replace with its rules-based order. It's important that the work be carried out transparently, with the participation and consideration of the interests of all member states. We call on the Secretary General and all Secretariat staff to strictly adhere to the principles of impartiality and equidistance in accordance with Article 100 of the Charter. Attempts at a palace coup in the Secretariat, its privatization by a small group of countries, must not be allowed. The composition of the Secretariat should reflect the new realities and ensure the fair representation of the countries of the global majority. We look forward to a constructive discussion of the organization's development at a special meeting of the Security Council, which Russia, as president, plans to organize on United Nations Day on the 24th of October. UN reform is only a part of the complex task of transforming the entire system of global governance, including the genuine democratization of the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO, commensurate with the weight and role of the global South and East in the world economy, trade, and finance. Discussions of global reforms cannot ignore the fact that the international security situation today is deteriorating. I have already spoken about the reasons for this, and I'll repeat that the main one is the desire to maintain hegemony through military force. More and more countries and regions are becoming involved in confrontational schemes. NATO is finding itself cramped in Europe and is penetrating into the Pacific Ocean, the South China Sea, and the Taiwan Strait, undermining the universal mechanisms of ASEAN and creating threats not only for China and Russia, but also for other countries that are located in the region. This new stage of expansion is justified by NATO leadership with the slogan of the indivisibility of Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security, and they're trying to use this slogan to surround the whole of Eurasia with a military ring. Russia and its like-minded partners are offering a constructive alternative to this dangerous course, to build in Eurasia an architecture of equal and indivisible security, not just for NATO members and their allies, but for all countries and associations on the continent without exception, including the SCO, the CIS, ASEAN, the EAEU, CSTO, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and others. To this end, Belarus and Russia, as partners in the Union State, are proposing the development of a Eurasian Charter of Diversity and Multipolarity in the 21st century. A truly continent-wide process is unavoidable after the West's behavior has rendered the Euro-Atlantic security model based on NATO, the EU, and the OSCE meaningless. We see no prospects for restoring this model in Europe in its former form, as some European capitals have suddenly started to contemplate. When talking about the future, we must not forget the lessons of the past, especially in a situation where Nazism is rearing its head again in Europe and militarization is gaining momentum under the same anti-Russian slogans. This is all the more alarming given that a number of politicians in power in Brussels and in some capitals of EU and NATO countries are seriously beginning to talk about a third world war as a likely scenario. These figures are undermining any efforts to find a fair balance of interests among all of the members of the international community by trying to impose their unilateral approaches on everyone else in gross violation of the key charter requirement, which I have repeatedly mentioned already, that is the respect for the sovereign equality of states. It is this equality which is the foundation for the objectively emerging multipolarity. Russia is not agitating for revolution against anyone. Our country has suffered more than others from revolutions. We are simply calling on member states and the Secretariat's leadership to strictly adhere to all of the principles of the UN Charter without exception, without double standards. Only then will the legacy of the founding fathers of the UN not be squandered in vain. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Minister for Foreign of the Federation. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Barea, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, as we meet here, 2.2 million human beings in Gaza are condemned to hunger by the genocidal extermination and ethnic cleansing actions of the Zionist regime, which enjoys the military and financial supplies and the impunity guaranteed by the government of the United States. On behalf of the government and people of Cuba, I reiterate our firmest solidarity with the Palestinian people and with their just cause for freedom, independence, and an end to the Zionist occupation. If the Security Council proves itself impotent because of the veto that the United States wields or threatens to wield, and is incapable of adopting effective measures to halt the barbarity, then this General Assembly has the duty and the capacity to put forward concrete measures without delay. At the very least, it must unequivocally declare Palestine's right to be a UN member state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and with the right of refugees to return. 11 million people, 3 million of them children, die every year from hunger and associated diseases. The climate crisis is destroying nations and lives, devastating communities and economies. A handful of countries and individuals have amassed more wealth than the vast majority of all other countries combined. Colossal inequalities stifle and prevent sustainable development. There has been no effective global response to today's serious challenges. There could not be, because the current world order reflects a bygone era when most developing countries did not even exist as independent states. 80 years ago, the United Nations was founded with only 51 member states. Today, we are 193. The most urgent priority is to create a new international order that guarantees peace, the right to development, sovereign equality, participation and representation of developing countries in global policy decisions, that provides for the common good and prosperity in harmony with nature, and ensures the exercise of all human rights for all people. Let us aspire to a new civilized coexistence in which solidarity, international cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes prevail as alternatives to war, the use of force, aggression, and occupation, opposed to unipolar domination and hegemonism. An order without blockades or universal coercive measures, based on multilateralism and full respect for the United Nations Charter and international law. Even with its limitations, the United Nations continues to be the most representative body of the international community. We have the duty to protect and strengthen it in its intergovernmental essence, in its democratic foundations that cannot be diluted into generalized agendas subject to arbitrary priorities and rules imposed by the largest funders. What we must do is emphasize the central role of the General Assembly as its most democratic and representative organ. The UN80 initiative, launched by the Secretary-General, must have as its main objective the strengthening of the intergovernmental nature of the United Nations and its capacity to better confront the urgent challenges of the present. We must reject the threatening proposal of a new doctrine that they call peace through strength, which is equivalent to imposing the arbitrary will of US imperialism on everyone through threat, coercion, and aggression. This is a doctrine conceived to satisfy the ambitions of a unipolar power already in decline, which, by the way, serves the interests of big transnational corporations at the cost of sovereign nations and their peoples, and to the cost of the values upon which this organization was founded. In the Caribbean, today we're seeing the looming threat of war, with an extraordinary naval and air deployment of an offensive nature, utterly unjustified, involving missiles, landing and assault craft, and nuclear submarines. Test missiles with nuclear capacity are being launched. The United States brandishes the pretext of fighting crime and drug trafficking. This is a tale which no one in this chamber believes. The attack and destruction of unidentified boats, the assassination or extrajudicial execution of civilians, the interception of fishing vessels, and aggressive actions by the United States generate a dangerous situation that violates international law, threatens peace and regional security. We reaffirm our energetic rejection of threats of aggression against Venezuela and our full support for the Bolivarian and Chavista government of this sister Latin American and Caribbean nation, and for the People's Military Union led by the legitimate President Nicolas Maduro Moros. We repudiate the Monroe Doctrine and any attempt at militarization, intervention, or imperialist domination in Latin America and the Caribbean, proclaimed as a zone of peace in 2014 in Havana, with the signatures of the heads of state and government of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. The accelerated arms race leads to competition in the field of death and destruction, employing extraordinary financial and material resources that could instead be dedicated to poverty alleviation, development, and cooperation. Meanwhile, most of the meagre goals of the 2030 Agenda will not be met. Commitments of official development assistance are being ignored, and climate financing is decreasing. In 1960, before this very assembly, the historic leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, stated, and I quote, "Eliminate the philosophy of plunder and the philosophy of war will disappear." Madam President, climate change is advancing inexorably and quickly. The first 6 months of this year have been the hottest ever recorded. Last year was already the hottest. From this very podium, science and decades of collective work to protect the planet are now being questioned. If we don't change the unsustainable production and consumption patterns of capitalism and address their root causes, then by 2030 we will surpass the fateful threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The external debt of developing countries, already paid several times over, continues to grow, accumulating astronomical interest as a new form of colonization. What we need to do is implement the commitments undertaken at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, with additional resources and a specific multilateral mechanism for debt negotiation. We're suffering the consequences of powerful cultural domination in an era when digital technology increasingly impacts our lives across the board. A few transnationals, almost all of them from the US, impose their operating systems and control the content that is seen, read and heard, manipulating human behavior. We are suffering from the dictatorship of the algorithm. What we need to do is establish at the UN as soon as possible common norms in order to unlock the transformative potential of new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, for the benefit of all, whilst at the same time mitigating the risks. Beyond the challenges that Cuba faces as a small island developing state, our country suffers from the devastating and accumulated impact of the policy of hostility and economic suffocation that has been imposed by the United States for more than 6 decades. The blockade against Cuba persists and is being tightened to the extreme. It is really a comprehensive and prolonged economic war aimed at depriving Cubans of their livelihoods and sustainability of their existence as a supportive, educated and joyful people. Anyone who claims otherwise deliberately lies. The very promoters of this war boast of its destructive effect and its ability to strike anywhere in the world and affect the standard of living of an entire people. The aggression has escalated to unprecedented levels in the last 8 years, including increasingly acts of persecution and economic pressure on third parties, the countries that you represent, and that increasingly are elaborate, surgical and extraterritorial in nature. They affect productive capacity and have commercial and financial effects, affecting services and policies that guarantee social justice and life itself. Today, Cuba faces a grave scenario of prolonged and daily blackouts, difficulties in affording food, insufficient availability of medicines, reduced public transport, limited community services, and pronounced inflation, which is eroding real incomes. In 1960, the US Undersecretary of State Lester Mallory drafted the infamous Memorandum of Coercion and Blockade against Cuba, and it is this that has guided US policy ever since, and currently governs the policy of the US. He wrote, and I quote, "All possible means must be promptly used to weaken the economic life of Cuba, a line of action that achieves the greatest progress in depriving Cuba of money and supplies, to reduce its financial resources and real wages, provoke hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of the government." End of quote. The current Secretary of State of the United States is the reincarnation of that macabre figure. Madam President, Cuba is a country that is a victim of terrorism, and for decades we have been subject to state terrorism from the US. For years, and still today, terrorist acts against our country are organized and financed from US territory. And these people live here in total impunity, and they are recognized as perpetrators of horrendous acts of aggression against the Cuban people. causing thousands of deaths, mutilations, and significant material damage. In compliance with our counter-terrorism responsibilities and with UN efforts against this scourge, the Cuban government has officially shared with the US government in recent years the names and information relating to 62 individuals and 20 organizations based in this country who have been responsible for violent and terrorist acts and who continue from US territory participating in such acts against Cuba. No response has been received, nor is it known if the US authorities have taken any action against any of them. It is cynical that the US government, for purposes of political and economic coercion, labels Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, a slander not shared by this organization nor by any other of its member states. Many national institutions, both banking and financial as well as commercial, of nearly all the countries represented here, are intimidated by this false designation of the US government. And because of this, their banks very often avoid engaging with Cuban entities, offering us credit, supporting our commercial activity, or channeling our transfers. Added to this is intimidation against citizens of more than 40 countries, whom the US government threatens with reprisals if they decide by right to visit Cuba. The United States has unleashed a virulent campaign of discreditation and persecution against Cuban Medical Corporation and of harassment and coercion against the authorities of countries that receive it. This is a strategy directed by the State Department directly. It seeks to disparage this cooperation, which has saved millions of lives and, in many cases, has been the only option for access to healthcare for large population groups. This altruistic and supportive cooperation rests on entirely legitimate bilateral agreements and aligns fully with international standards of this organization in the field of cooperation, as it does with the standards of other organizations. I confirm once again that Cuba will maintain its commitments with all countries with which we have bilateral medical cooperation agreements and programs, and we will remain willing to expand them with all governments who are prepared to develop such cooperation, respecting international law, national legislation, and all of this for the well-being of their peoples. Since 1963, almost going back to that time of Mr. Mallory's declaration, 605,000 doctors from Cuba, doctors and specialists, have carried out in dozens of countries more than 17 million surgeries and brought more than 5 million children into the world. At this moment, over 24,000 health professionals provide services in 56 countries. The aggression against Cuba is reinforced by a powerful machinery of destabilization that, from US territory and with funding from that country's federal budget, mounts an offensive aimed at disturbing public order, promoting acts of violence, disorienting the population, and discrediting our country. It is a strategy of unconventional warfare that combines emotional manipulation with informational intoxication in order to impose an atmosphere of despair and political demobilization. Faced with such an asymmetric onslaught, our people's determination is strengthened. We are aware of the great challenges that we face and of the need to direct with creativity and with everyone's contribution economic recovery and the strengthening of social policies. Last July, President Miguel Díaz-Canel said, and I quote, "We are not an accident of history. We are the logical consequence of a history of resistance and rebellion against abuse and injustice." End of quotation. We will not desist in our effort to build our dreams of a socialist country, better and more prosperous for all, based on the constitutional order chosen freely by our people, guaranteeing sovereignty, national and cultural identity, and reflecting the dream of José Martí, summarized in his memorable aspirations, and I quote, "The worship by Cubans of man's full dignity and to conquer all justice." We have designed a realistic program of economic recovery which is adapted to the very particular and extraordinary conditions of our country, aware as we are that we must overcome the devastating impacts of the economic blockade, correct the deficiencies of the current economic structure, and, I quote, "change everything that must be changed." We don't have any illusions, but results are already beginning to be felt at the macroeconomic level, although they have not yet been reflected in daily life for families. Cuba is a nation of peace. Despite all of the harm that the United States has and continues to inflict upon us, we have always been willing to engage in dialogue without preconditions and to attempt to move toward a respectful and civilized relationship with that country without subordination or limits on our sovereign prerogatives. Both peoples would benefit from that opportunity. A considerable number of Cubans live here in the United States, many of whom today feel threatened. Having been vilely betrayed by politicians, especially in Miami, who have built careers and enriched themselves by supposedly representing them. With the constant sowing of hatred and political manipulation, these politicians are now opportunistically supporting xenophobic, racist and repressive measures of intimidation and reprisals unjustly applied against them. This is happening particularly in the State Department. We must not forget that the vast majority of Cubans came to this country over more than 60 years ago. They were driven by the conditions created by the blockade, and they were attracted by politically motivated laws and practices of stimulus, reception and protection, regardless of whether they immigrated regularly or not. Madam President, we reaffirm our commitment as a partner of country of BRICS. We reject the application of unilateral coercive measures which are intended to subjugate the sovereign will of peoples. We express our support for Belarus, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Iran, Russia, and other nations victimized by them. We reaffirm our solidarity with the Government of Reconciliation and National Unity of Nicaragua. We reiterate our support for the inalienable right of the people of Puerto Rico to self-determination and independence. The sister nations of the Caribbean deserve fair and differentiated treatment as well as reparations for the horrors of colonialism and slavery. The international community bears great responsibility toward the Haitian people. We maintain our modest cooperation in health with this brotherly country, and Cuba will join any international effort to support it, based on respect for its sovereignty without imposition or military intervention. We support Argentina's legitimate and sovereign right over the Malvinas Islands, South Sandwich Islands, South Georgia Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. Cuba remains committed to peace in Colombia, and we feel solidarity with President Gustavo Petro today. Africa, the cradle of humanity, will always be able to count on Cuba and the solidarity of Cubans. We support its just claim for reparations for the damage of colonization. We reaffirm our solidarity with the Sahrawi people and their right to self-determination. We reaffirm our support for the One China principle. We oppose NATO's aggressive military and nuclear doctrines. We firmly believe, without utopia, that a better world is possible. We believe it is our duty to struggle and work to achieve it. I reiterate the words of President Raúl Castro Ruz, spoken from this podium in September 2015, and I quote, "The international community will always be able to count on Cuba's sincere voice against injustice, inequality, underdevelopment, discrimination, and manipulation, and for the establishment of a more just and equitable international order centered truly on the human being, their dignity and well-being." Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dato Erwan Pehin Yusuf, Second Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. At the outset, I bring the warm greetings of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah, Muizzaddin wa Daulah, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, to this esteemed assembly. Allow me also to extend heartfelt congratulations to you, Excellency Annalena Baerbock, on assuming the presidency of this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. We wish you a successful tenure. I also express appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Yang for his leadership of the 79th session, and I commend Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless service in guiding our organization through turbulence and uncertainty. Madam President, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations is more than a commemoration. It is a solemn opportunity for reflection and renewal. Before 1945, our world was fractured by war and colonial rule. From that devastation, the UN was born. Its charter is not just a legal text, but a moral covenant, a collective vow to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to stand against dehumanization of people. For small states like Brunei Darussalam, which regained full independence in 1984, membership in the UN affirmed not only sovereignty, but dignity, equality, and belonging within the family of nations. This is why our commitment to this organization remains unwavering. It is the only forum where every nation, large or small, developed or developing, can stand and speak as equals. Over the course of 8 decades, the UN has delivered remarkable progress. It helped prevent the escalation of conflicts, supervised elections, and restored stability to many parts of the world. It has eradicated smallpox, contained Ebola outbreaks, and delivered hope during the COVID-19 pandemics. It feeds the hungry, educates the children, and protects cultural heritage. The UN has led global climate action, forged development first through the Millennium Development Goals and later the Sustainable Development Goals. It has also helped to shape international law, from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which remains to be the constitution of the oceans. These achievements have inspired Brunei's own journey. We remain committed to nurturing peace and harmony, advancing sustainable development, and pursuing environmental conservation and climate action. Regionally, we work through ASEAN to promote peace, prosperity, and integration. We also engage beyond the region through our participation, among others, in APEC, FIALAC, the Belt and Road Initiatives, and the CPTPP to strengthen cooperation and enhance our development. Hosting the ASEAN Center for Climate Change reflects our determination and commitment to turn our climate ambitions into actions. Guided by the principles of the United Nations, even a small country like Brunei Darussalam has found a place in the world, contributing to peace through humanitarian aid and peacekeeping. In the past, we supported relief and reconstruction efforts in Aceh following the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and participated in peace monitoring in Mindanao. Today, we continue this role through the observer teams led by Malaysia, which were deployed to monitor the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand. Additionally, we maintain our long-standing participation in the UN interim forces in Lebanon, where Bruneian women and men serve with dedication. Madam President, what the UN has achieved so far is not a minor feat. They are the very essence of our shared humanity. Yet, we would be dishonest to speak only of successes. The Security Council, the guardian of peace, has too often been paralyzed, restricted by veto, divided by interests, and mute in the face of grave injustice. Nowhere is this failure more glaring, more tragic than in Palestine. The inaction undermines not only the Council's credibility, but the very foundation of the United Nations. It reminds us why reform is not an option, but an urgent necessity. Brunei supports efforts to make the Security Council more representative, transparent, and accountable in its action, and to limit the use of veto towards its eventual elimination. Madam President, 80 years ago, after the horrors of the Second World War, humanity made a vow: never again. Never again to genocide. Never again to killing with impunity, never again to silence in the face of atrocity. Yet today, in Gaza, we see actions that betray that vow. Indiscriminate bombings, forced displacements, collective punishments, and weaponization of food and medicine. Entire neighborhoods in Gaza has been reduced to rubble under the guise of security. Children are born under blockade. Water is undrinkable. Electricity is a luxury. Freedom is a dream. We are told that this is about defense, but when bombs fall on schools, on hospitals, on houses of worships, when humanitarian aid workers, journalists, and medics are killed with impunity, what are they really defending? The suffering inflicted upon the Palestinian people best suffering is not neutrality, it's complicity. It is humanity abandoning its conscience. It is profoundly troubling that the very phrase, "never again," born from the ashes of the Holocaust, finds itself contradicted by the actions of the occupying regime. Its relentless pursuit of expansionism through annexation, illegal settlements, and the systematic erasure of Palestine echoes the ideologies of the past, such as the Greater Germanic Reich, which once sought domination at the expense of justice and humanity. Both of these ideologies contradict international law and the collective vow of never again. Never again does not belong to one people alone. It is a universal promise for all mankind, and we should stop breaking that promise. Recognizing the state of Palestine and supporting its full membership in the UN is not a reward. It is an inherent right of the Palestinian people. It is a matter of principle, justice, and humanity. Brunei stands in unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people, and in this regard, we fully support the New York Declaration endorsed at the high-level conference on the question of Palestine, which was co-chaired by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic. We believe it offers a path for a just and lasting peace. We say all this not out of hatred, but out of hope for a future where both Palestinians and Israelis live in peace, not with domination, but with dignity, not with revenge, but with reconciliation. Madam President, the theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together, is more than a slogan. It is a responsibility. It means renewing our faith in multilateralism. It means strengthening the United Nations' three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. And it means embracing inclusivity, transparency, and respect. For small states, multilateralism is not an option. It is our lifeline. As we confront climate change, pandemics, inequality, and conflict, no nation can stand alone. Only together can we secure a peaceful, just, and sustainable world for generations that are yet to come. The United Nations at 80 is not only about history, it is about a promise to be better together, a promise to ensure no voice is silenced and no nation, regardless of its size, is left behind. And so, I end the speech by quoting the words of His Majesty, the Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, spoken in this very hall last year during the Summit of the Future. I quote, "Let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the UN Charter and international law without prejudice or discrimination, to unite our nations strongly." End quote. So let us reaffirm multilateralism, because the world is watching us, because the future is listening, and because together, only together, we will endure and keep the promise of never again. Thank you very much.
I thank the Second Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Johann Wadefull, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Madam President, it's a pleasure to see you and a pleasure to see you in this role. Excellencies, on December 10th, 1932, a friend picked up Albert Einstein and his wife at their house near Berlin. Together they traveled to the German port city of Bremen. Albert and Elsa Einstein boarded a ship to North America. He planned to accept a 3-month position as visiting professor at the California Institute of Technology. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest physicists of all time, would never return to Germany. Only weeks later, the Nazi Party came to power. Excellencies, this year marks 80 years since the San Francisco Conference and the founding of the United Nations. The Holocaust and the World War, started by Germany, taught us that the denial of human dignity destroys lives, nations, cultures. The founders of the UN came together in the belief that the defense of freedom strengthens our shared humanity. It was a belief in a world order that gave my country the opportunity to be engaged for peace, prosperity and security and the family of nations, the United Nations. As Germans, we are deeply grateful for this opportunity, but it also means we feel particularly responsible for our United Nations. As Albert Einstein wrote in 1947, quote, "No international organization can be stronger than its component parts want it to be." In other words, it is up to us, the member states. We are the United Nations. We want these United Nations to be strong. Today, my country is running again for a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for 2027-28 term. We do so at a time of unprecedented instability and upheaval. In Sudan and neighboring countries, we are witnessing the worst humanitarian catastrophe of our time. Over 30 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. Over 12 million forced to flee their homes. We all need to do more to end this tragedy. The security of the entire region is on the line. The terrible war in Gaza is raging on. Hell on earth. A humanitarian nightmare as we speak. This war must end. The hostages must be released. The existence and the security of Israel will always be part of our raison d'etre. There must be a future in peace and in dignity for all in the Middle East. As we have reaffirmed in this hall this week, 2 states for 2 peoples, the only solution. I commend all those who continue to work tirelessly to find a path to peace, notably the United States of America. Excellencies, Iran has created and armed a network of malign proxy forces destabilizing the region. In addition, it has for many years been engaged in a nuclear program which goes far beyond any plausible civilian use. For us, it is imperative. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Since Iran clearly does not comply with its obligations under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action agreed to in 2015, we had no choice but to trigger the snapback of sanctions. Following a clear vote by the Security Council yesterday, sanctions will be effective later today. But let me emphasize, we remain open to negotiations on a new agreement. Diplomacy can and should continue. And on my own continent in Europe, Russia is waging a war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. A war that Ukraine did nothing to provoke. A war that demonstrates the disregard for the most fundamental of all rules of the UN Charter, that all member states shall refrain from use of force against territorial integrity of other states. A rule that permanent members of Security Council bear a particular responsibility to uphold. And while our minds are focused on current security and humanitarian crisis, we are aware that they are aggravated by the planetary crisis of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss, all of which threaten to bring more instability, more conflicts over resources, more lost lives and livelihoods. At 80 years, our cherished organization is challenged by a budgetary crisis, by a crisis of multilateralism, and by lack of respect for international law. At this time of crisis, we have set ourselves 3 key objectives. These have been at the heart of Germany's work at the United Nations for decades and summarize our Security Council bid today: justice, peace, respect. Since joining the United Nations, we have been adamant justice means development. Where hunger persists, there can be no lasting peace, German Chancellor Willy Brandt said in his first address to the United Nations in 1973. Justice requires that every human being has access to food, to clean water, to education, and to health care. Germany is the second largest contributor to the UN system. We are one of the largest donors of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We will continue to provide aid through well-established partners operating in line with humanitarian principles, including the UN. This aid must get through to the people who need it most. We repeat our urgent call on Israel to enable safe humanitarian access. We support UNHCR's work in refugee camps in Sudan and neighboring countries. Through UNHCR, we have supported countries in providing shelter, food and medical services for refugees. And we are investing in giving people a long-term perspective. I saw for myself how citizens from Mariupol have been able to find shelter in a hub created by the UNHCR in the city of Dipno, and how displaced people in Bekaa Valley in Lebanon were able to return to their restored communities through the support of UNHCR. The concept of justice also means combating climate change. I myself come from a coastal region in the north of Germany. I know firsthand the risks and the consequences of rising sea levels. And I can assure those whose safety and livelihoods are already endangered by climate change today, we are and we remain by your side. Climate justice means supporting those who are most affected, helping them adapt and address the losses they are already facing. It means significantly reducing emissions globally and keeping the 1.5-degree limit within reach. Germany will be a reliable partner in this. We stand by our target to be climate neutral by 2045. Excellencies, justice, peace, respect. 35 years ago, we made a promise that a reunited Germany would work towards peace and stability. Our contributions to peacekeeping and peace building are proof that we are keeping that promise. German troops, police officers and personnel have served in 14 peacekeeping missions over the last 3.5 decades. As we speak, the German military is contributing the maritime component of UNIFIL off the shores of Lebanon. German military personnel supports UNMISS and MINURSO. And we are contributing financially to the security of Haiti, where gangs are terrorizing the civilian population, a situation where the UN has an essential role to play for peace and security. We are proud that highly qualified German nationals are making the UN system work and involve in important positions. Germany will continue to provide skilled personnel to the UN system, working for peace, development and human rights at all levels. We are the largest donor for UN peacebuilding. Germany is chairing the Peacebuilding Commission until January of next year. This is in line with our long-standing commitment to support national peacebuilding and conflict prevention efforts, because we are convinced that resilient civil societies and strong institutions are essential for addressing the root causes of conflict and for building peace in the long run. The Women's Security and Peace Agenda provides an essential contribution in that regard. Justice, peace, respect. Respect for the Charter of the United Nations, its fundamental goals and principles that we have all pledged to uphold. It is here in New York, in the halls of the United Nations, that all these nations come together to discuss peaceful solutions to conflicts around the world. This is where we unite. This is us. There is no other place like the United Nations. Excellencies, it is out of respect for international law and human rights that Germany works towards the establishment of a special tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. That's why we support and defend international courts. That's why we work to protect human rights defenders where they are at risk. We stand by international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, respect also means reform. After 80 years, we must make sure that our institutions represent the world as it is today. The Security Council needs additional seats, permanent and non-permanent, in order to reflect the world's actual realities. Germany is convinced that additional permanent seats must go to regions underrepresented today, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Now more than ever, we need our United Nations to be fit for purpose. Therefore, the UNAT process must succeed. Today, the United Nations needs our support. Excellencies, we all would only stand to lose in a world where might makes right, where international rules are obsolete, in a world where treaties are only binding for the weak, and where war is the continuation of diplomacy by other means. Such a world would ultimately be governed by force. Justice, peace, respect, that is Germany's offer to each and every nation represented here in this great hall. It is an offer to listen, to cooperate, to find solutions. It is an offer rooted in our willingness to listen carefully to your concerns. And it is an offer which we are ready to back up. It is an offer you can always count on, now and in the future. Thank you.
I thank the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Torgedur Katrin Gunnarsdottir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Madam President, Excellencies, at the heart of the UN Charter lies a simple but powerful principle: the dignity and worth of the human person. It is a reminder that the international cooperation is not about institutions for their own sake, but about people, ordinary people whose lives are freer, safer, and more prosperous when nations choose cooperation over confrontation, dignity over domination, rules over force. This vision, born in San Francisco 80 years ago, must remain our compass. Without it, our world would be less free, less just, and far less secure. For Iceland, a small state whose independence and prosperity depend on respect for international law, the rules-based order has been nothing short of essential. And sadly, these very foundations are under siege. Fundamental principles of self-determination and equal rights for all nations are increasingly being undermined and even deliberately abandoned. We see paralysis in the Security Councils, contempt for international law, and a disturbing rise in isolationism and big power politics. This, in turn, contributes to a decline in the public's trust in a system that has brought us so much in the past 80 years. This erosion of the rules-based international order is deeply, deeply dangerous. A world not governed by rules will be a world where the strong impose their will and the weaker, they will pay the price. This may appeal to those who possess such power. There are clear indications that it does. But that is a world we cannot and should not accept. Madam President, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is not only a blatant violation of the UN Charter, it is a direct assault on this organization itself. And the fact that the aggressor sits on the Security Council entrusted with upholding peace is nothing short of obscene. Ukraine is not only bravely fighting for its independence and survival, but also defending the very, very values that the United Nations were founded upon: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the right of all nations to live in peace and to live in freedom. Unfortunately, despite Ukraine's clear willingness and committed efforts by the United States and Europe, the path to peace has not advanced. As the past few weeks have shown, Russia does not want peace, Instead, the Kremlin accelerates brutal attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure in Ukraine. And meanwhile, Russia's provocations over Estonia, Poland, and Romania should be of concern to all nations. And let us be clear, Russia has no intention of ending this war. It escalates, it terrorizes, it tears children from their homes. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been abducted, a heinous crime, an attack on Ukraine's very, very future. If the dignity and worth of the human person mean anything, it is that these children are returned immediately. To the people of Ukraine, I say, Iceland stands with you, not only out of solidarity, but also because you are on the front lines, defending a rules-based order where law prevails over brute force. You must, dear friends, have a just and lasting peace. Dear colleagues, we must speak with equal clarity about Gaza. We are witnessing now crimes against humanity and war crimes in broad daylight. What appears before us is systematic ethnic cleansing. This needs to end. We need an immediate ceasefire, full humanitarian access, and the unconditional release of all hostages. We need peace for all the innocent people. Iceland unequivocally condemned Hamas's gruesome terrorist attack on Israel October 7th. There is no justification for such brutality, nor the taking of hostages. But nothing, and I mean nothing, can justify the collective punishment of millions of Palestinians. Starvation, bombardment, forced displacement. These acts are cruel, they are inhumane, and they are illegal. There are children dying every day in Palestine. For the past 2 years, at least one child has been killed every hour in Gaza. Every single hour. Iceland recognized Israel in 1948 and Palestine in 2011. Our position remains clear. Both peoples have equal rights to self-determination. Lasting peace depends on it. A two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and mutual recognition remains the only viable path to peace, even if many doubts its feasibility today. If we abandon it, we abandon hope itself. Extremists and spoilers on both sides have long stood in the way of peace. Hamas has no place in the future of Palestine. And when Israeli officials call for annexation or the expulsion of Palestinians, they are not defending Israel's security. They are not defending Israel's security. They are calling for violations of international law. And we call it what it is: hateful, illegal, and a direct obstacle to peace. Russia's aggression in Ukraine, Israel's military operations in Gaza, as well as the horrific war in Sudan, are the starkest demonstrations of deeply troubling global trend. Growing disregard for international law and multilateral commitments. We are seeing this when it comes to international courts. The opinions of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, and the International Criminal Court has been defied and targeted with punitive measures. At a time when more accountability is most needed, the very institutions that were set up to exert that accountability, they are now being actively eroded. And it pains me to see friends partake in this. This is especially alarming for small states like my own, whose very existence depends on functioning system of international law and commitments. When the powerful abandon the rules, all nations are at risk. The same applies to arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation, with troubling erosion of long-standing commitments and the weaponization of emerging disruptive technologies. We must also recognize new challenges, global corporations that transcend borders, shaping economies, technology, and also daily life without sufficient accountability. This is a reality without precedent, and one that demands also international responses. I implore all of you, not least those representing major powers, to think about this, to ponder what kind of world we actually want to live in. I, for one, know my mind in this respect. Madam President, human rights are not optional. They are not optional. They are universal, indivisible, and fundamental to peace and prosperity. It is a matter of pride for us that Iceland is seen as a global trailblazer in terms of gender equality. 50 years ago, next month, the women of Iceland set out to strike against the systematic inequality in the so-called women's strike. This set us on a path. But no country is perfect, however, and none has achieved full equality. My government, which is led by 3 women for the first time, is committed to pushing this progress further. And on that topic, Iceland expects nothing less than to see the United Nations finally led by a woman when the next Secretary General takes office. Dear colleagues, I must speak plainly. Those who rely on democracy, human rights and free trade, we are under pressure. Populist movements are gaining ground, and we see how disinformation and conspiracy theories spread online, corroding trust in facts, in institutions, in one another. The result is predictable: rising intolerance, especially towards marginalized groups, women, LGBTQI+ groups and persons, minorities, people whose only crime is being who they are. And let us be clear, women are not the problem. LGBTQI+ people are not the problem. Minorities are not the problem. The problem lies with those who spread fear and division. This trend is deeply dangerous for democracy, and it is why Iceland, as a member of the Human Rights Council, will continue to speak loudly and very clearly. Equality is not negotiable. Human dignity cannot be bartered away. Freedom of expression is the cornerstone of democracy. It is also the foundation of innovation, of culture, of progress. But freedom comes with responsibility. To distort free speech into the mass production of lies, propaganda, or AI-driven disinformation is not the exercise of freedom. It's betrayal. Twisting facts into fake news, science into lies, and upending reality is an attack on truth itself. Iceland will continue to defend freedom of expression, but also to insist that it be used responsibly, not as a weapon to harm or to divide. President, as global needs are at an all-time high, we are seeing large-scale reductions in development budgets by several major donors with profound consequences for the poorest countries and the most vulnerable. Iceland, we will not follow that path. Ultimately, development cooperation is an investment in our common rights and freedom, bringing us towards a more stable, just, and a peaceful world. The climate crisis that we are certainly facing knows no borders. In the high north, where Iceland lies, temperatures are rising more than twice the global average. Glaciers retreat, permafrost thaws, oceans warm. And it is the poorest, those least responsible, who suffer then the most. For us Icelanders, renewable energy is the backbone of our security and also of our independence. And the ocean is our lifeblood, our history, our livelihood, our identity. Its health is inseparable from the fight against climate change and from the protection of biodiversity. The ocean gives, but it also takes. That shared understanding deepens our solidarity with small island states and others who are now on the front lines of sea level rise. Their reality must be faced by the entire UN membership together as a global family. Colleagues, the United Nations is not only about states and structures, it is about people, the people who work tirelessly for these organizations, often under immense pressure and even risking their own lives to uphold its ideals. To them, Iceland extends its deepest gratitude. Your dedication reminds us that the United Nations, imperfect as it is, we know that, still has a beating heart. But it is also about us here, the leaders gathered here. These are serious times that demand serious leaders as well. We cannot afford cynicism, short-termism, or the comfort of slogans. We must act with love for our people, with respect for our neighbors, and with wisdom for future generations. This is not naive. This is not naive. It is the essence of responsible leadership, and it is what the world needs from us. President, the undermining the very institutions that have advanced peace, prosperity, and human rights over the past 80 years will only deepen the challenges we face. At this critical moment, it is crucial we reverse course so that we can pass on to the future generations that we may have at times taken for granted. The world needs the United Nations, and we have to be strong as we can be. And yes, we face daunting challenges, but our story as a global community is not only of crisis, not at all. It is also one of progress. Apartheid was abolished. Extreme poverty was cut in half. Treaties were created to protect our skies and to protect our seas. These achievements remind us of what is possible when we act together. For Iceland, the choice is very clear. We will always stand for equality, for respect for international law, and for peace, even when the tide turns against us, even when others wish these values silenced. We will not be silenced. We will keep these values alive, because they are the essence of the United Nations, and they are grounded in the dignity and worth of human person. And let us revive the ideals that inspired the founders in San Francisco 80 years ago, and draw on that same spirit today, not for their sake, but for our children's sake. They deserve a world where peace, where justice, dignity, and freedom are not just words on paper, but lived realities. And that is the legacy we must leave them. Thank you so much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar from the people of Bharat. We are gathered here 8 decades since the founding of this unique body. The UN Charter calls on us not just to prevent war, but to build peace. Not just to defend rights, but to uphold the dignity of every human being. It challenges us to stand as good neighbors, uniting our strength
so that generations to come inherit a world of justice, of progress, and of lasting freedom. Madam President, forces unleashed by history since the founding of the UN propelled this body forward. As decolonization advanced, the world began to return to its natural diversity. The membership of the United Nations quadrupled, and the organization's role and remit grew significantly. In the era of globalization, its agenda evolved even further. Development goals took center stage, even as climate change emerged as a shared priority. Trade acquired greater prominence, while food and health access were recognized as essential to global well-being. Where security was concerned, the UN undertook peacekeeping operations and promoted disarmament discussions. As a result, the UN became a natural platform to debate key global issues. Madam President, we must ask ourselves today, how has the UN lived up to expectations? And just look at the state of the world. There are two significant conflicts underway, one in Ukraine and the other in the Middle East, West Asia. Innumerable other hotspots don't even make the news. The slow progress of the SDG Agenda 2030 presents a sorry picture. On climate change, the reality is of recirculated commitments and creative accounting. If climate action itself is questioned, what hope is there for climate justice? When a once-in-a-century pandemic hits us, we saw open discrimination in access to vaccines and to travel. Energy and food security have been the first casualties of conflict and disruption, especially since 2022. Better off societies insulated themselves by having the first call. The resource-stressed ones scrambled to survive, only to hear sanctimonious lectures thereafter. When it came to trade, non-market practices gained rules and regimes. The resulting concentration exposed the world to leveraging. On top of that, we now see tariff volatility and uncertain market access. As a result, de-risking is a growing compulsion, whether from limited sources of supply or over-dependence on a particular market. Economic concerns have other dimensions as well. Heightened technology control is one. The grip on supply chains and critical minerals is another. The shaping of connectivity is no less sensitive. Protection of key sea lanes has become a challenge. Restricting the evolution of a global workplace is an issue. Each makes a compelling case for more international cooperation, not less. But are we really headed in that direction? And where has the UN actually made a difference? Madam President, as members of the UN, we meet here as sovereign equals. That is not a formalism, but a recognition of the inherent diversity of our world. Understandably, we have different history, traditions, heritage, and culture. For them to coexist, for them to enrich each other, it is imperative that we foster understanding and respect. This will only happen when we resist political interference and economic pressures, when narratives are free of prejudice, when double standards are abjured, and when pluralism is truly appreciated. Madam President, Excellencies, while asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them. Madam President, an objective report card will show that the UN is in a state of crisis. When peace is under threat from conflicts, when development is derailed by lack of resources, when human rights are violated by terrorism, the UN remains gridlocked. As its ability to forge common ground diminishes, belief in multilateralism also recedes. Central to the erosion of the UN's credibility has been resistance to reform. Most members strongly desire change, but the process is being made an obstacle to the outcome. It is imperative that we see through this cynicism and purposefully address the reform agenda. The historical injustice done to Africa should be redressed. Both permanent and non-permanent membership of the Council must be expanded. A reformed Council must be truly representative, and India stands ready to assume greater responsibilities. Madam President, today the predicament of the Global South is especially acute. Bharat, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, believes that it has both a duty to contribute and an obligation to motivate. That is why we have undertaken more than 600 major development projects in 78 countries, as well as innumerable community-based initiatives. They range from large infrastructure to small livelihoods, from capacity building to people's welfare, from concrete assets to education and training. Turbulent times require that we step forward during moments of crisis. India has been forthcoming in that regard, especially in its immediate vicinity. Whether it is finance, food, fertilizer, or fuel, we have responded to the urgent requirements of our neighbors. Madam President, climate events and conflicts have created a demand for HADR assistance. Reflecting our growing capabilities, Bharat has endeavored to be a first responder. Be it essential medicines or relief supplies, the operations of a field hospital or limb fitment camps, these efforts covered 19 nations last year. The people of Afghanistan and those of Myanmar saw India extend its hand during recent earthquakes. Our efforts at ensuring safe commerce, combating piracy, and preventing attacks on shipping in the Northern Arabian Sea also bear mention. And the Indian tradition of UN peacekeeping operations continues in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Western Sahara, Central African Republic, Golan Heights, Cyprus, Lebanon, Abyei, South Sudan, and Somalia. To put it clearly, our soldiers ensure peacekeeping, our sailors protect maritime shipping, our security counters terrorism, our doctors and teachers facilitate human development the world over, our industry produces affordable products, our techies promote digitization, and our training facilities are open to the world. These remain the core of our foreign policy. Madam President, each one of us has the opportunity of contributing to peace and prosperity. In the case of conflicts, especially Ukraine and Gaza, even those not directly involved have felt its impact. Nations who can engage all sides must step up in the search for solutions. India calls for an end to hostilities and will support any initiative that will help restore peace. The last decade in Bharat has also seen transformative changes due to the vision of Prime Minister Modi. Our digital public infrastructure has redefined governance and enabled delivery of public services on an unprecedented scale. Our startup ecosystem, innovation culture, and microfinance are changing the face of society. Our rapidly growing infrastructure facilitates both ease of doing business and ease of living for citizens. India remains committed to sharing its experiences and tools with others on their journey of development. Artificial intelligence as a horizontal and cross-cutting technology has a particular promise for development. India's approach is to harness it responsibly for human welfare. Inclusion and impact will be the watchwords for the summit that India will host in 2026. Madam President, Bharat approaches the contemporary world guided by three key concepts. One, Atmanirbharta, or self-reliance. That means developing our own capabilities, building our own strengths, and nurturing our own talent. We see its results already, be it in manufacturing, in space programs, in pharma production, or in digital applications. Make, innovate, and design in India also benefit the world. Two, Atma Raksha, or securing oneself. We remain determined to protect our people and secure their interests at home and abroad. That means zero tolerance for terrorism, robust defense of our borders, forging partnerships beyond, and assisting our community abroad. And three, Atma Vishwas, or self-confidence. As the most populous nation, as a civilizational state, as a rapidly growing major economy, we are confident about who we are and what we will be. Bharat will always maintain its freedom of choice and will always be a voice of the Global South. Madam President, these are certainly challenging times for the international community. Many of our assumptions and expectations no longer hold. In such circumstances, it is imperative to stay strong, to hold firm, and to deepen friendships. International cooperation must prevail because islands of prosperity cannot flourish in an ocean of turbulence. A world order requires common purpose, as it does empathy for others. That is where we look to the United Nations. Madam President, every member who can make this world a better place must have the opportunity to do their utmost. And for that to happen, reformed multilateralism is the obvious way. The 9th decade of the UN must be one of leadership and hope. Bharat will do its fair share and more. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India. والآن أعطي الكلمة.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Badr Ahmad Mohammed Abdul Ati, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration and Egyptian Expatriates of Egypt. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Our celebration today of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations was supposed to be an occasion, an opportunity to reflect on the journey of this organization, an opportunity to think of the achievements of the organization in maintaining international peace and security and ensuring prosperity and development for all, and establishing an international order based on international law that are applied by all, that apply to all, to preserve the dignity and rights of all. However, the reality of this international organizations today, 80 years after its establishment, has nothing to do with these noble goals. The multilateral international system is facing challenges. Its pillars are being eroded. It's fluid as a result of crimes being committed in full view of the international community. The international community is standing idly by, is a spectator before the systemic violations of international law that undermined the international system. We're seeing double standards across the board, but especially in the Middle East. The Middle East is at a point of implosion. The bases of stability, peace and security are absent. There is no noteworthy respect of international legitimacy. Our Palestinian brethren is falling victim to the most heinous Israeli actions. It's a war, a wanton, unjust war waged against defenseless civilians for a sin they did not commit, driven by an extremist ideology that only sees destruction, killing, and systematic starvation, a toxic narrative, an incitement to hatred and violence. The aggression is transpiring without accountability, and it has affected one country of the region after the other. The most latest, what we've seen, is the wanton aggression against brotherly Qatar. Egypt is one of the first to anchor the pillar of peace in the region when President Sadat visited Jerusalem in a historic visit in 1979. Egypt feels concerned and feels responsible at the same time. 2 years following this wanton aggression against Gaza, following the daily violations in the West Bank, the foundations of peace that we have been laying for 75 years are now being threatened. In light of these difficult circumstances, Egypt presents its vision to deal with the situation in the Middle East and the international system as follows. First, we express our appreciation and gratitude to President Donald Trump, which announced his full commitment and his willingness to work with the leaders of the region to end this unjust war against Gaza, according to an integrated, comprehensive vision that stops the bloodshed, that ensures security for all, that restores the foundation to bring back lost trust. Egypt is fully willing and is fully committed to building on the vision by President Trump to restore stability, to end the war, to open a political horizon that paves the way towards the establishment of the Palestinian state, to also release hostages and detainees, and to heal all wounds, the wounds of the orphans, the wounds of the injured, the wounds of the hungry in the Gaza Strip, and put an end to the arrogance of might and to put it aside and to restore hope for tomorrow. Egypt, since the outbreak of this crisis, have done its utmost to reach a ceasefire that is sustainable in Gaza, in partnership with brotherly Qatar and the United States of America. We worked on resuming the entry of humanitarian aid without obstacles to address the starvation that is made by Israel, created by Israel. We must restore the basic necessities of life. The entry of humanitarian aid must be a priority for the international community. Together, we all must ensure the provision of humanitarian aid as soon as possible and at scale. And we also must work together to protect civilians. We reiterate that we categorically reject any scenarios to forcibly displace the Palestinian people. This would be a crime of ethnic cleansing. We say this very clearly. Egypt is not and will not be a gate to liquidate the Palestinian cause. We will continue to support the resilience of the defined Palestinian people that is holding on to its national territories. We will never, never be a partner in a new Nakba. Bringing humanitarian tragedies, even more humanitarian tragedies. Egypt also presented a plan for reconstruction and recovery that was accepted at the Arab, Islamic and international level. We commend the invaluable role of UNRWA, the indispensable role of UNRWA. It is providing valuable support to millions of Palestinian refugees. We also commend the role of the United Nations and its specialized agency. We call upon the countries of the world to provide the necessary and sustainable support to UNRWA. The continued of Israeli occupation, the genocide transpiring today in the Gaza Strip, depriving the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, most notably the right to establish its independent state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. This hollows out any narrative of peace and security in the region. In this regard, we express our full support to the conference on the two-state solution led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. We commend the courageous decisions by states that have recently announced that they do recognize the independent free state of Palestine. Israel cannot be secure when others are not secure. The region cannot see stability without an independent state of Palestine. International resolutions contain the parameters necessary to settle the conflicts of the region. What we need is insight, wisdom, political will, and understanding the lessons of the past. We need foresight. In this context, we warn of the continuation of oppressive policies and irresponsible Israeli practices to close the door on peaceful coexistence and regional cooperation. In light of these challenges, Egypt and Saudi Arabia presented a joint vision for security and cooperation in the region adopted by the League of Arab States. This would be the foundation for a new vision of a region where all countries enjoy balanced security, comprehensive security. We extend the hand of peace. Don't fail children that look to a bright future, young people that wish to build and restore. Don't fail the elderly that want to live in dignity and peace. I quote President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Peace is Egypt's strategic choice to ensure a secure and stable future for the peoples of the region. End of quote. Second, Egypt looks at the conflicts in the region from a perspective of international law, from a perspective that gives precedence to the sovereignty of states and settling disputes by peaceful means and maintaining national states and national institutions. Also, counter-terrorism. These are all bases for stability. In this context, Egypt stresses the importance of supporting brotherly Sudan, that is going through a delicate juncture in its history. All efforts must be made. We strongly support maintaining and preserving the institutions of the Sudanese state, including the Sudanese National Army. We're working in cooperation with the Sovereignty Council and international partners as part of the International Quartet to restore stability, peace and security in the Sudan, based on national Sudanese ownership to fulfill the aspirations of the brotherly Sudanese people. We also firmly support brotherly Libya and its national institutions. Presidential elections, parliamentary elections must be held simultaneously as soon as possible. It is important for all foreign forces and mercenaries and foreign fighters to leave Libya. If we are serious about peace and security in Libya, this would consolidate stability and security and would unite Libyan institutions and allow it to extend its authority over all Libyan territory. The Yemeni crisis must be settled based on international parameters. We must maintain the security of navigation routes along the Red Sea. It is the lifeline of international trade. Egypt is one of the most affected parties from this escalation. We lost more than $9 billion revenues of the Suez Canal as a result of disruptions in international trade going through the Red Sea. The stability, security and territorial integrity of Somalia is part and parcel of the security of the region. We call for making concerted efforts and mobilizing the necessary funding in order to activate the AU mission in Somal, OSOM. in Somalia. Egypt intends to contribute to this force with a military and police component. I also must strongly condemn repeated Israeli violations of the sovereignty of Lebanon and Syria. We condemn continued violations of Lebanese and Syrian territories. It is of utmost importance to respect the territorial integrity of Syria and Lebanon. Against this background, in light of these complex regional challenges, Egypt is playing a prominent humanitarian role. We are hosting more than 10 million refugees and displaced persons on our territory. We are providing an environment that respects their dignity, that respects their rights, and that ensures that they receive basic services without discrimination. Despite increasing burdens that go beyond our capacity, and I don't think that there is any other country in the world that is hosting such a number of refugees, providing this kind of services and treating them as Egyptians. As I said, these burdens go beyond our capacity, especially in light of regional and international economic crises. Nevertheless, Egypt continues to fulfill its moral and humanitarian responsibility. We believe it is important to share responsibility. The principle of shared responsibilities is contained in the International Convention on Refugees. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is leading the way to settle disputes. Our region has seen targeting nuclear facilities that are subject to the AIEA safeguard agreement, which is inconsistent with international law. Fourth, we believe that cooperation according to international law is the pillar of mutual respect and the only way to ensure joint benefits. Experience has shown that unilateral measures deepen crises and increase gaps. Ethiopia saw that imposing a fait accompli and violating international law as part of its destabilizing policy in the Horn of Africa and the Eastern Nile Basin declared that the dam has been completed and what's happened just has happened. It is delusional, as it believes that Egypt will forget its rights when it comes to the Nile. There's those who pay lip service to international law, but we are ready to resort to justice, to resort to international arbitration. If intentions to actually abide by these mechanisms turn out to be true, if they turn to stalling, if they turn to threatening the fate of people in downstream countries, we will get back our rights and we will not be lax in that journey. International law allows us to protect our existential interests in the Nile Basin. Fifth, we believe that restoring the United Nations and international financial institution is no longer a matter of choice. It's a necessity to ensure a balanced representation in the decision-making bodies at international level. Egypt is committed to the Zelwini consensus and the CERT declaration to lift the historic injustice that has inflicted the African continent. We also believe it's important to provide concessional financing and address the debt crisis. In conclusion, once again, I stress that we look forward to building upon the outcomes of the 4 Financing for Development conference hosted by Spain in July to take effective steps to finance development. We also look forward to enhancing efforts for developing countries to have access to AI and digital technologies. At the COP conference hosted by Egypt, we made efforts to ensure we have a loss and damage fund, especially in light of crisis in climate financing. It's important to provide financing to developing countries without increasing the debt burdens on these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the international landscape is critical and precarious at the moment. In light of our role, regionally, internationally, and in light of our historic role, we had to warn of the upcoming danger and present a roadmap to address this critical phase. We are at a critical juncture. Either the Middle East would go back to reason, to go back to international law, or we rush towards a state of chaos that some might think would be able to control by force, by the arrogance of force. However, experience and history has shown that using force would inevitably lead to a disaster, and the first to be affected by that are those who have used force. I stress that Egypt, as a founding member of the United Nations, remains, after 80 years of the existence of this United Nations, we remain committed to international law. We remain committed to enhancing multilateral action, as we recognize that absence of international governance will affect us all. We have a negative impact on us all. There is no alternative to committing to international law and to enhance the implementation of international law. There is no alternative to holding violators of international law accountable. There is no country above the law. There is no country, whatever it is, that cannot be held to account. All this to maintain international peace and security, to achieve sustainable development, and to promote human rights. In conclusion, I quote President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi: "Peace is not born out of force and bombardment. It's not born out of normalization that peoples reject. Peace is only built on understanding, equity, and justice." I thank you very much. I thank His Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration and Egyptian Expatriates of Egypt.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Maxim Rezhnikov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's general debate is Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights. An excellent theme. The key word here is together. So together, let's remember everything and reflect. And I'm confident that we will find the true root causes of the challenges and threats facing the planet today. First, the 80th anniversary of the great victory in the Second World War. 8 decades ago, a bloody and merciless war ended, which was a great tragedy for all of humanity. And only at the cost of millions of lost and broken lives did we overcome this challenge. The contribution of the United States and Great Britain to great victory is obvious, as is that of the Chinese people who threw off the yoke of Japanese militarism. However, the decisive factor was the feat of the Soviet people, a multinational people who fought down to the last drop of blood for their freedom and the freedom of oppressed peoples. Note that they did not hand over the keys to their cities to the conquerors, they did not hide behind pro-Nazi collaborationist regimes, they did not supply the Nazi regime with equipment and soldiers. Back then, 80 years ago, this was obvious. The liberators were greeted with flowers and rejoicing in the capitals of Europe, monuments and memorials were erected in their honor, and streets and cities were named after them. Only 80 years of life have gone by since then, a life of prosperity and peace in Europe, and how everything has changed. The West has developed its own version of the truth about the events of those years. Memories are being erased, monuments demolished, history textbooks rewritten. Once again we hear Nazi slogans and chants in city streets. This is how the 21st century generation is being raised, a generation that did not see the horrors of that war. They did not even hear about it from their parents. And so they are fueled by the false heroism of their ancestors who in the past had joined Hitler's coalition of nations, dreaming of world domination. If history is being rewritten, then its conclusions are also being rewritten. This calls into question the legitimacy of the post-war world order based on the universal principles of the United Nations. That seems clear. And it seems that they were forced into doing so. The West was forced into doing so for a certain period of time. The collective West was at that time forced to share the burden of responsibility for the fate of the planet with the so-called Soviet bloc, to set aside their thoughts of world domination for a while and to wait, of course, to wait for events to come to pass that would allow everything to be turned on its head. From this rostrum, in the past few days, we have already heard people say that the Holocaust is our shared shame. Why is it our shared shame? Everyone is answerable themselves before history. We, Belarusians, for example, fought Nazism down to the last drop of blood and laid down our lives to do so. We saved Jews at the cost of our own lives. We cannot remain silent about this today. We remember the hundreds of villages burned by the Nazis together with their inhabitants, the millions of Belarusians torn apart and mutilated, and the hundreds of thousands of children and women taken into European slavery. And therefore we understand that preserving memory is important so that history does not repeat itself, so that there are no more national ideologies of racial superiority, where there is no place for entire peoples, so that there are no concentration camps, that terrible invention of the West, and also to make sure that there is no genocide against any people. The Belarusian people have been living in peace now for 80 years, and if you look at our history, that is an incredibly long time to live in peace. Never have Belarusians lived so well, with such dignity and under such peaceful skies as in the last 30 years, when, under the leadership of our president, we have been successfully building a socially oriented state in the interests of ordinary people. At the same time, we sacredly preserve the memory of the terrible tragedy of the Second World War, and we pass this memory on to younger generations. Why don't many others around us, especially to the west of our border, want to live like this? Well, the answer is simple. The politicians there are blinded by their personal ambitions. They cannot see ordinary people behind those ambitions, even in their own countries. And so it is no surprise that they treat human life with such contempt, as well as that of other peoples, for example, calling on Ukraine to fight down to the last Ukrainian. This year is also significant for the UN, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary. The organization was created by the victors of that bloody war. We remember that Belarus was among the first founders as well. Belarus, a country where 1 in 3 people were killed, tortured or burned. And throughout all these years, the Belarusian delegation has been one of the most reliable supporters of strengthening the foundations of the UN, initiating the most bold, peace-loving and historically hard-won initiatives. Therefore, we have the right to speak directly today about what our organization has achieved by the time of its anniversary. And I would like to talk about 3 key elements. First, it is indisputable that the UN remains a central element of international life. This has been made possible by its undisputable legitimacy, its universal membership, and its comprehensive agenda. However, we can see that the principle of universality has been seriously undermined, especially in the last decade. And that has been done by those that are constantly trying to turn the UN into a tool for advancing their own interests, in addition to doing so contrary to the aspirations of humanity. Secondly, the UN is indeed preserving the planet from another world war. Its key mechanism, the Security Council, allows the great powers to discuss matters of war and peace at the table rather than on the battlefield. However, unfortunately, this body is being used less and less. Its influence on world affairs is no longer what it used to be, and let's be honest, the UN has proved incapable of preventing many of the bloody regional conflicts of our time, and the further thing goes on, the more this is true. Thirdly, a huge network of international structures has been created under the UN, and a multitude of legal documents have been developed. This infrastructure provides an opportunity for effective interaction across the entire spectrum of human activity. But if you look closely, only some of the UN structures remain truly effective and are actually fulfilling their functions. Why is this happening? Well, it's obvious. The organization has to keep up with the times. That requires reform. which our Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been talking about, and first and foremost, that of the UN Security Council. And here I'm talking inter alia about expanding the category of permanent members to include developing countries from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Over the past 8 decades, the membership of the organization has grown exponentially, and many states that were not even on the world map when the UN was founded want their opinions and voices to be heard, and they have a right to do so, as now they are important political and economic actors. They rightly expect the UN will work in the interests of all of its members and to strengthen cooperation between them, rather than being a tool for manipulation by individual countries. And this includes settling scores with other states. Fourth, we also see a problem in the fact that the UN is being used for certain purposes. The actions of the United States of America to reduce its support to the UN, which has already caused plans to cut staff in our organization, are a very unpleasant wake-up call. But you'll have to agree that if the UN is able to be an impartial forum and move with the times, it will be in demand by everyone, the weak and the strong, the developed and the developing. Otherwise, it will suffer the same fate as the League of Nations. And Belarus does not want that to happen because, for the time being, we do not see any alternative to the UN. And that is why talking about these institutional problems sincerely today is important to understand their nature and to correct them. The 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act is being marked this year as well. This document, initiated incidentally by the leadership of the Soviet Union, consolidated the realities that had developed in Europe after the Second World War. The act also predetermined the stable nature of relations between the Soviet Union and the United States, which was reflected in all regions of the world, and helped to make the Cold War slightly more manageable. It also introduced the principle of indivisible security, adherence to which prevented the Cold War from escalating into a hot one. The Helsinki Agreements provided an opportunity to build a united, indivisible and prosperous Europe during and after the Cold War. However, history took a different path. Today, the so-called victors of the Cold War have completely forgotten this principle and adopted a logic of superiority and confrontation. Incidentally, it was precisely this logic that was behind NATO's eastward expansion. As a result, the balance of power in Europe was undermined, and security threats arose for many states. The Yugoslav crisis, the bloodshed in a number of post-Soviet republics, and the conflict in Ukraine are the most striking examples of such consequences. Today it is clear that the way to end the bloodshed in Ukraine lies in all parties in Europe returning to an understanding of the importance of respecting the principle of indivisible security. And it's important that one of the main global centers of power, the United States, has finally started to understand the importance of this. Unfortunately, the EU countries aren't doing the same thing. They continue to stoke regional conflict with the firewood of Ukraine. Joint efforts are particularly needed to increase the level of trust between countries, although there are no ready-made solutions at present. But action must be taken, and we, in Belarus, which is at the heart of Europe, understand this perhaps better than anyone else. After all, it was through us that the most tragic wars of modern times have swept through our country every 50 years or so, leaving nothing but memories in their wake, and that is why we cannot delay. Just look at what our European neighbours are doing on the EU's border with Belarus and Russia. They are laying mines, building walls, moats and trenches, defensive lines and barbed wire. They are trying to create a sense among their population of an impending threat from the barbarians to the east, and there have actually already been victims, albeit among NATO countries who are either drowning in bogs or being blown up by their own mines. Incidentally, I saw here on the North Lawn near the UN building a piece of the Berlin Wall has been set up as a monument to human rights, and the inscription says 155 kilometers and 200 victims during its existence, or something to that effect. Today, a much larger wall, thousands of kilometers long, is being erected on the border between the EU and Russia and Belarus, from Finland down to Poland. And there have already been hundreds of victims along this wall since its construction began. Today, hundreds of innocent migrants from countries of the south who, in search of a better life, are striving to reach the EU, which has destroyed the normal way of life in their countries, are dying. So if we are not able to prevent the construction of this wall together, then let us at least reserve a place on the North Lawn where we can put up a piece of that wall when the countries in question come to their senses and decide that such a wall is no longer necessary. We could say how long it was and how many people died as a result. And we can say that this is a monument to the right of freedom of movement. Belarus is speaking out and proposing concrete solutions. In particular, the President of the Republic of Belarus has put forward an initiative to develop a Eurasian Charter of Multipolarity and Diversity in the 21st century, to launch a new paradigm for a Eurasian architecture of equal and indivisible security. I won't talk about this in detail. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation already spoke about this very well. We then call upon all Eurasian states to join in this process and to show the same responsibility that our predecessors demonstrated half a century ago. There is no alternative to this dialogue. We need to rid ourselves of prejudices and sit down at the negotiating table. Our appeal, of course, also is addressed to the countries of the European Union, which have traditionally been sceptical of any initiatives coming from the East. But I would like to remind them that this East is far from what it was even a decade ago. It is, in essence, the global South, or even the global majority, you could call it, and that is what must be reckoned with. It's time to finally understand that the days of the dictates of the collective West are a thing of the past. And therefore, I would like to advise European countries to reflect on their place in the world in light of the transformations that are underway, which, as we can all see, are not clearly in their favour. The decline in economic competitiveness is undermining the traditional European model of the welfare state, leading also to a fall in living standards and rising inequality, as we can see. The crazed militarization of the region is driving Europe, especially the new EU and NATO member states, into a deep financial abyss. The foundations of European society are being rapidly destroyed as a result of the virtually uncontrolled mass migration that's taking place and the failed policy of false multiculturalism as a response to this challenge. And all of this is happening against the backdrop of ever more fences that are being hastily erected in the East. These are not just concrete fences, but political, ideological, interpersonal ones, and in essence, civilizational fences. What then do they think lies beyond these fences in the East? It's not just Belarus and Russia anymore. There's also the Indian Ocean, and as our Chinese friends say, a community of shared destiny and shared responsibility for the future of humanity that is stretching all the way to the Pacific horizon that exists there, with the weakening of customs and physical borders, the strengthening of cooperation across the entire spectrum of pressing issues, the development of interpersonal contacts and multifaceted interaction. This is a community where, despite numerous cultural and national differences, people respect each other at the very least and do not impose ideological dogmas and rules of behavior on one another. Billions of people, millions of kilometers of territory, a powerful, rapidly growing economy, and the most advanced technologies, ones that are now our own. We have everything, and our own modern mechanisms for cooperation as well. The BRICS, the SCO, ASEAN, the African Union, the League of Arab States. Therefore, in essence, all of these political and militaristic shenanigans by the EU on its eastern border and economic sanctions against us, these are all measures of harsh self-isolation that are driving EU countries even deeper into domestic economic and political crisis. And allow me to say again, this is self-isolation. If European elites intend to continue in the same vein, it will become even worse for the peoples of Europe. However, all of these problems can be solved if, instead of self-isolation, Europe accepts the concept of Eurasian cooperation and security on our vast continent. And another thing, this year we are marking the quarter century that has passed since, from the rostrum of the General Assembly, one of the greatest hopes and promises in the history of the United Nations were voiced. A full 25 years now separate us from the Millennium Summit, at which the Millennium Development Goals were adopted. At that time, it seemed that with the dawn of a new millennium, we were also entering a new era, one of beneficial globalization and universal prosperity. Where do we find ourselves a quarter of a century later? On the one hand, we have become even more interconnected and interdependent, and this is thanks to technological development which is constantly changing the concepts of time and space. But on the other hand, multiple fault lines have emerged that completely negate all of the positives. Consider the following figures. In 2000, there were around 50 million displaced persons in the world. Today, there are more than 120 million. More than 1 billion people on the planet still live in multidimensional poverty. Conflicts in Ukraine, Palestine, Syria, post-war syndrome in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and a number of other countries that is preventing the peoples of those countries embarking on the path of recovery. Large-scale military action against sovereign countries outside of any legal framework, trillions of dollars spent on mindless militarization. This is where we've ended up 25 years on instead of those hopes. Just consider the 6.5 decades of the economic blockade of Cuba, which has also been completely unjustifiably declared a sponsor of terrorism. And in the same vein is the story about some kind of drug threat from Venezuela, which is completely unfounded and unacceptable. Is this really the result that the UN system was striving for 25 years ago? So why did the expectations and hopes of the beginning of the millennium not come true? In this regard, the words of the president of Belarus spoken at that Millennium Summit proved prophetic. For many centuries, a small group of states has determined the fate of the world, viewing other nations as peoples as a disenfranchised mass. The past quarter century has shown that many in the West have been unable to abandon their centuries-old mentality. As a result, the West has not become a leader in the process of change, but rather a source of threats and losses. Certain Western elites that are accustomed to living for centuries at the expense of others continue to exhibit a colonial mindset, albeit a modernized one. It's no surprise that even today they continue to display arrogance and power that they exert over developing countries, which was characteristic of colonial times. Our African friends can speak very eloquently about colonial times, and incidentally they are calling for reparations as well for the harm caused by the West. Over the past quarter of a century, then, we have seen the West not working together to solve development problems, but rather imposing democracy and the weaponization of the economy. This policy has spawned many wars, chaos, millions of refugees, created barriers to international trade, undermined global food security, entrenched poverty, hunger, and inequality, and the international organizations, chief among them the UN and the WTO, have been sidelined. That is why, in response to these negative trends, the idea of regionalization is becoming popular, and cooperation mechanisms that aren't linked to Western countries, such as, well, as I already mentioned, the BRICS, SCO, ASEAN, CIS, the League of Arab States, and the African Union, they're growing and strengthening. They reflect the interests of the global majority countries. They work on the basis of mutual respect, equality, and consensus, rather than domination and plunder. They essentially are forming a fair multipolar economic architecture for development. And it's only natural then that the Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward a very timely initiative on global governance, which Belarus fully supports. Mr. President, the words of the great Italian thinker of the past century, Antonio Gramsci, who wrote "From a fascist prison," are more relevant today than ever. The old world is dying, and the new world is struggling to be born. It is indeed paradoxical that even today the new world is being born in agony, because the old world does not want to quietly leave the stage. We're not the ones destroying the old world. The West itself is doing a perfectly fine job of that, but we, the global majority, are trying to build a new one, and I would like to underscore that particularly. It's together. It is the key word from the theme of this General Assembly. We're doing this together with our like-minded partners. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
I give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Salim Wild Marzouk, Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad of Mauritania. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Majesties, Excellencies and Highnesses, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may God, peace, mercy and blessings be upon you. I would like at the outset to extend my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her assumption of the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. I am confident that her rich experience and her high competence will contribute to her successful leadership of this session. I would like to also extend my sincere thanks to His Excellency Philemon Young for the highly competent leadership of the 79th session. I also extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, for his tireless efforts to develop and enhance the role of the UN. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to convey to you the greetings of His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and his wishes for the success of the 80th session of the GA. His Excellency honored me by allowing me to deliver on his behalf the address of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. This session, of course and naturally, represents an opportunity to celebrate 80 years of achievements by our organization in the service of humanity as a whole and in various fields. But it is also an opportunity to objectively diagnose the major shortcomings and deficiencies that have characterize this or that aspect of the UN's journey over the past 8 decades. In this context, it is clear that our world today consists of two contrasting realms, two contrasting worlds. One is rapidly advancing toward the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence, while the other remains hostage to poverty and marginalization. This gap, this ever-widening gap, particularly in view of the current context of growing conflicts and wars, this gap presents a difficult test to humanity. It requires us to unite our efforts to devise solutions that are capable of narrowing this gap by achieving just and comprehensive human-centered development and the right of every human to a dignified life. The theme of our session today reflects and accurately captures this noble goal. Better together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the session is convened amidst a global context that is extremely complex and challenging. We see tensions, wars, conflicts that are escalating in various regions. We see also the exacerbating effects of terrorist threats and natural disasters resulting from climate change. Human suffering is increasing, and the humanitarian burdens on entire populations are multiplying. This exposes international peace and stability to increasing risks and reinforces the need for a more effective role of the UN. Amidst all of this, The genocidal war being waged against our people in Gaza is a true litmus test to the human conscience and the credibility of the international system. We in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania condemn this aggression and this genocidal war and reiterate our support for the Palestinian people. And we stress that violence cannot bring lasting peace and security, and that stability in the Middle East as a whole depends inevitably on enabling the brotherly Palestinian people to realize their right to establish an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, in line with relevant international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. In this context, we are pleased to have seen the momentum in the efforts to recognize the State of Palestine. That was powerfully demonstrated by the overwhelming vote in the UN General Assembly in favor of the New York Declaration on the implementation of the two-state solution, which was the outcome of the high-level international conference that was held in July 2025 at the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France. I have here to thank, on behalf of my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for organizing the aforementioned conference despite all the challenges and the obstacles. I commend the positions of those countries that have recognized the State of Palestine, and I hope that other countries will follow suit in upholding the principles of truth and justice until Palestine becomes a full member of the United Nations. In the same vein, my country reiterates its strong condemnation of the recent Israeli aggression against the brotherly state of Qatar, which constitutes a flagrant violation of this country's sovereignty and of all international norms and conventions. We also affirm our support for peaceful solutions in Libya, Sudan, Yemen, and Syria. We support all international efforts regarding Western Sahara, and we call for a negotiated end to the Russia-Ukraine war to spare the world further tragedies. At the same time, we commend the peace agreements between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo on the one hand, and between Pakistan and India on the other. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in a world where conflicts, poverty, disease, climate change are burdening humanity, the need is more urgent for more just and effective international and global political, economic, and health governance that places and prioritizes human life and dignity. This can only be achieved through a balanced reform that restores confidence in the United Nations and renders the organization more capable of fulfilling its noble purposes and goals of safeguarding peace and security and building a more equitable world. Accordingly, my country renews its commitment to the legitimate demands of our African continent as set out in the Eswatini Consensus for equitable representation in global governance structures. We call the international community to support developing countries in addressing challenges of food security, climate change, the problem of debt, and to support their efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania places a high priority on the strengthening of the rule of law and good governance, the consolidation of values of justice and equality as its top priority. Therefore, we have implemented a range of strategies and reforms aiming at promoting transparency in the management of public affairs, reforming and enhancing the independence of judiciary, supporting the role of the Parliament in oversight and accountability. This will ensure fighting against corruption and the protection of rights and freedoms, as well as strengthening the trust among the different national components. In the same context, and in an attempt to reinforce our status and image as a land of stability and consensus and the state of law, His Excellency President Mohammed Al-Ghazwani has chosen to make dialogue a constant approach in managing all public affairs, making sure to engage all Mauritanians and consolidate good governance. In terms of social cohesion, protection of social cohesion, that is, my country is placing development at the service of citizens everywhere through structured programs that embody spatial justice. It is building dams, constructing schools, establishing health centers, providing the foundations for a decent life for thousands of families in villages, in cities and rural areas, strengthening national solidarity in full harmony with the process and in parallel with the process of consolidating the rule of law and the foundations of good governance. We have a comprehensive health coverage program that has provided insurance for vulnerable families. The number of beneficiaries increased by 147% between 2019 and 2024, with universal health coverage reaching approximately 21% of the total population. As for human rights, my country has strengthened its human rights frameworks and systems by combating the effects of slavery in all its forms and confronting human trafficking through well-established legal and institutional mechanisms. Mauritania hosts approximately 250,000 refugees from Mali, and we have completed the conciliation of the legal status of more than 150,000 migrants in conditions that fully respect their rights and preserve their dignity. As part of its priority to human development, our country has launched a comprehensive educational reform process with the participation of educational stakeholders. The process aims at developing educational programs, teaching methods, promoting the values of citizenship, in addition to developing vocational training programs to better equip young people for the labor market. Women's role in the public and political life has also been strengthened, improving their access to health services. In the field of combating terrorism and extremism, my country adopts an integrated strategy that combines security measures on the one hand, intellectual and educational approaches on the other, and promotes the values of justice nationally and also in the framework of regional and international cooperation. On the economic front, the country continues to diversify its economy to enhance the ability to create job opportunities and confront crises. We recorded a growth rate of 5% in 2024, while inflation rates are expected to not exceed 2.5%. In terms of energy transition and sustainable development, the country has witnessed the launch of major projects, including a 300 million hybrid renewable energy plant, and the adoption of a green hydrogen law and the signing of major international agreements, in addition to the launch of the World Bank-supported DREAM project. Our efforts continue also to combat desertification and preserve biodiversity, and we look forward to actively participate in the COP30 Climate Summit in Brazil and to advance the fulfillment of international commitments to reduce emissions and finance climate change adaptation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania is committed to work on strengthening multilateral cooperation and reform the international political and financial governance system in a manner that strengthens our collective ability to achieve sustainable development. Mauritania will remain faithful to its approach to contribute to the promotion of regional and international peace and security, to diversify and consolidate its partnerships, to address the various challenges facing our country, our continent, and the world as a whole, on a path to achieving a safe and dignified life for all. Thank you for your attention. May peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. I thank His Excellency Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad of Mauritania.
I now give the floor to Her Excellency Auna Silvia Tusoyo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Excellencies, our very presence here today, representing our countries together in the same room, part of the same conversation, is in itself a deep expression of our commitment to multilateralism. What is also now important is that this is a place for our hopes and our trust in the framework provided by the United Nations. Romania stands firmly by the United Nations as we mark 80 years since its creation and 70 years since we joined. And yes, we do celebrate, and we are proud of both our membership and the history, the mission, and the work of this organization. But we also have a duty to see what works, to see also what does not work, and to act accordingly. We are living in troubled times, without precedent in history. People say that we want to prevent war, but war is very near to us. People say that we want to live under the reign of international law, but the world assists impassively to its repeated violation. I have heard similar statements many times in the interventions here of world leaders in the United Nations plenary, that we live and we face unprecedented times. However, the phrase that I just mentioned does not belong to me, and it is not about 2025. It was said by another Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs, almost a century ago, by the Romanian diplomat Nicolae Titulescu, twice President of the General Assembly of the League of Nations. He was himself an advocate of collective security, speaking to the world in an attempt to prevent the escalation towards war, in an attempt to ensure that multilateralism has the power to fulfill a vision for peace. We all know here what is the history of the League of Nations, but we also know here that we must not repeat it. The United Nations must not share the same fate. Today, the world does not assist impassively. The world is here, present, involved, committed to peace efforts. We are here to ensure that aggressors can no longer replace the rule of law with the rule of the mighty. Romania remains a staunch supporter of international law. We lead in promoting the universal jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. This is particularly so after the International Court of Justice rendered its advisory opinion on the obligation of states in respect of climate change this July. We call on the states here today to join the declaration of promoting the universal jurisdiction of the ICJ launched by Romania. Looking at the international peace and security, our aspirations remain the same as those of Titulescu, remain the same as those that were 80 years ago, 70 years ago. For almost 4 years, we have been witnessing a fully fledged war of aggression against Ukraine, started by Russia, uninvited and unprovoked. A war that has unleashed the greatest security crisis in Europe in recent history and challenged the rule-based international order. We must respond to that challenge. The latest violations of the sovereign airspace of Poland, Estonia, Denmark, and of my country, Romania, by reckless actions aimed to provoke, were condemned by many other countries here in New York at the UN Security Council, and we are grateful for that. We once again proved together that provocations meant to destabilize our alliances and to put pressure on our unity have achieved the exact opposite. Any common challenge unites us more. We know and reaffirm that we are stronger together, that the prosperity of any of us is based on the security of all of us. The war in Ukraine, which is carried out both conventionally and hybrid by Russia and its allies, potentially might affect the maritime security in the Black Sea area, and it challenges already the resilience of the neighboring states. We, the United Nations, must act with the conviction that a just and lasting peace in Ukraine is in everybody's interest. We welcome the ongoing US and European leaders' efforts in that respect, and we urge for an immediate, complete and unconditional ceasefire. We also consider that the recent statements of President Donald Trump and that of European leaders are also an acceleration needed towards peace. In the meantime, Ukraine continues to need our support and our solidarity. In full accordance with the UN Charter, Ukraine has the right to protect its sovereignty, its independence and territorial integrity, and has the support of its people to do so. Romania's support has been substantial and multifaceted, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it is needed, because their security, peace there, is also connected directly to our own security and prosperity. The government of Romania supports the pursuit of justice and accountability on the brutal war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Looking at the global map, we are also concerned about the escalation of tensions and conflicts in the Middle East. An immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of all hostages, as well as adequate humanitarian assistance, are merely the first steps towards a permanent end to hostilities. We fully support mediation efforts towards these goals. We also need to maintain a political horizon for the implementation of the two-state solution. Romania supports this approach for over 3 decades as the only viable basis towards a just, comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East. We also remain concerned about developments on the African continent, and we do reiterate our commitment to the stability of the region. A continent with such a large young population needs to give them the right to hope, to plan and build their future in peace. But there is a decrease of the UN peace and security footprint around the world in the exact time while conflicts sometimes have no end in sight. This is not only because of the expected effects of the reform triggered by the UN80 initiative. The reviewing process of the UN peace operations must respond better to current realities. Adaptability, local ownership, partnerships, including with regional organizations, are key attributes for such success. At the same time, conflict prevention and mediation should always come first, while the separation between the special political mission and peacekeeping operations should be eliminated to fully exploit synergies and capabilities. We need to rebuild trust in the mandates of the UN peacekeeping and UN political special missions. And that means action. From our perspective, there are already various instruments within the established UN framework to help maintain and restore the international peace and security, as it is our common mission. For example, the global nuclear non-proliferation regime is one such key instrument, and the constructive cooperation of the member states with the International Atomic Energy Agency is essential. That is why Romania has also resumed our role in its leadership. The Security Council reform should make further progress in terms of transparency, working methods, and representativity, in order to become more effective and consolidate its credibility beyond our small diplomatic circle. Successful steps have already been taken, such as the veto initiative, but more needs to be done. And let me be clear here, what am I referring to when I say more needs to be done? We need to act together and make sure that the aggressor doesn't have the power to veto anymore on the wars that it has started unprovoked and uninvited. The General Assembly has its own role in the area of peace and security, according to the UN Charter. Its complementarity, its synergy with the Security Council must be put to good use. We welcome the recent consensus on the revitalization process, including with regard to the Secretary General's selection and appointment, one that we proudly co-facilitated. Closely linked is also the peace and security for ensuring international humanitarian response to emergencies. Romania supports the central coordinating role of the UN and the more consistent humanitarian diplomacy. We must ensure a fully effective, non-discriminatory, and unhindered response to the needs of those affected, to the needs of those that are vulnerable now. At the same time, an integrated approach to humanitarian development and peace actions is key to leverage investments on the long run. Distinguished audience, we now come to another fundamental pillar of the UN, to fulfill a legitimate aspiration towards prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive societies. We have shown political will, but will is not enough. Our actions do not suffice. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace and security, protection of human rights, as enshrined in all 17 SDGs, and adequate capacities and financial resources. Romania supports the effective official development assistance, as it is reflected in alignment to best standards in the field of OECD recommendations, as we also plan to join OECD next year. As we approach COP30, we must urgently address environmental degradation, including pollution and biodiversity loss. We are also committed to achieve climate neutrality by mid-century, and we join efforts to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target alive. Some consider this effort to be expensive, but it is way more expensive not to do it. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emission reduction while ensuring energy security. Romania already does so. And since climate change is a threat multiplier, Romania supports an integrated approach to the climate and security nexus within the UN system. We remain firmly committed to support sustainable development globally. We believe that investing in human capital, advancing green and digital transitions, and reinforcing institutional resilience are key pillars for long-term prosperity. We live in a digital age. Human rights must be upheld also online, especially because that is where we currently have the attention of most of the young people living in our countries and globally. The implementation of Global Digital Compact should ensure a human-centric, human rights-based approach to the digital future. We cannot leave it with no rules. Moreover, it should harness the achievements of the SDGs. Thirdly, let us look at the human rights pillar, starting with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, also a spectacular example of women leadership in the United Nations. We have progressively built a complex system to ensure that the fundamental rights and freedoms are protected, respected, and fulfilled. Our shared values and goals are still not met, but we have the necessary means at our disposals. Romania believes we can succeed if we continue to uphold the universality, indivisibility, and interdependence of all human rights. We cannot dilute existing commitments. We cannot afford to accept pushbacks. We must ensure adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding for human rights. That is the only way. Each of us has the ability, but also the responsibility to act, since human rights, democracy, and the rule of law come hand in hand. Furthermore, the civic space is a vital component of resilient and democratic societies. We have witnessed this firsthand in Romania as well. It is essential that we rely on civil society. Romania advocates for the meaningful participation of civil society actors and human rights defenders in all UN human rights processes. The voices of youth must be heard. Gender equality in law, but also in practice, must remain a priority and is a priority for my country. We are imperfect in following that priority, but we are doing our best. We celebrate now 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and its platform for action, and we must show real progress in terms of gender parity, combating discrimination and harmful stereotypes, eliminating pay gaps, as well as violence and abuse. We look forward for the upcoming session of the Commission of the Status of Women to deliver results on the implementation of the Beijing Agenda further. Romania welcomes the adoption of UN Convention Against Cybercrime, which will contribute to preventing and combating the misuse of technology, besides safeguarding fundamental rights and freedoms. We have actively contributed to its negotiation, and we believe that many international and regional instruments should be used in its implementation. For example, Cybercrime Program Office of the Council of Europe from Bucharest has achieved major impact worldwide. It has benefited more than 140 countries since its creation a decade ago. The Southeast European Law Enforcement Center, also hosted by my country, has brought an important contribution in the fight against transnational crime in all its forms, in the region and beyond. We should also bear in mind that disinformation with malign intent has dire consequences for democracies. They have tried to influence our democracy at home in Romania, and they have failed. They will try again, and we must ensure they will fail again. In neighboring Republic of Moldova, in about 12 hours from now, the polls open. It is perhaps the most consequential legislative election since the country's independence. In the run-up to these elections, we have seen reports from Moldova that witness malign foreign interference and disinformation on an unprecedented scale, directed by Russia through proxies inside and outside Moldova. The intent, as we see it, is clear: to deny the Moldovan voters the legitimate right to freely decide the future of their own country. Our neighbors are a young and vibrant democracy. They have proved courage, resilience, and vision. But now they are challenged with the powerful tools of an authoritarian state. Ladies and gentlemen, we must ensure a swift implementation of the Pact for the Future, our building block for action on the whole range of UN activities. And we must be responsible and ambitious with the UN reform process, particularly with regards to the UN 80 initiative. Romania supports efforts towards more efficiency and effectiveness in mandate delivery, as well as a system-wide approach to harness synergies and eliminate duplications. We simply cannot afford not to do so. At the same time, the UN can function properly only if it is adequately funded. In conclusion, I would like to renew our support to the UN system for a better world and a prosperous future. You can count on Romania, and Romania counts on the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Zehasak Wangiki Tikyu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, Madam President, on your assumption to the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Though I assumed office only a few days ago, my government made it a priority for me to be here today because we believe this moment matters. This 80th anniversary of the United Nations comes at a time when the UN is at a crossroad, facing critical challenges. Let me begin by reaffirming Thailand's steadfast commitment to multilateralism. There is no doubt that the world still needs the UN, and the UN needs all of us. For the UN to fulfill its purpose, it must evolve with the changing times. Thailand, too, stands at an important crossroads, facing pressing challenges at home with no time to lose. Our vision reaches beyond our borders to the world at large, for we, like all nations, aspire for a peaceful, just, and inclusive world. It is in this spirit that Thailand stands ready to play a constructive role in shaping a United Nations that is truly fit for purpose, delivering peace, development, and human rights for all. Madam President, this year's general debate theme, Better Together, reminds us that the United Nations is strongest when we act together as one. First, we must unite as one community. 80 years ago, our community of nations adopted the UN Charter with hope for peace. Yet today, we face a world increasingly divided by protectionism, fragmentation, conflicts, and climate change that spares no nation. The war in Ukraine, now in its third year, continues to bring immense suffering and destruction. Likewise, the horrendous suffering in Gaza, where innocent civilians, especially children, are paying the heaviest price, weighs heavily on our collective conscience. It is a stark reminder that when peace is broken, the human cost is borne not only by nations, but by ordinary people whose lives are torn apart. As one community, every nation shares the responsibility to promote global peace and security. And this responsibility must be inclusive. Multilateralism is more effective when women participate fully, whether in peacekeeping, conflict prevention, or humanitarian response. Their voices, leadership, strengthen our community and make peace more durable. I am confident that Madam President's election to lead this assembly will inspire us all to advance UN's Women Agenda with greater resolve. Thailand intends to do our part. Our peacekeepers continue to serve around the world, helping to rebuild lives torn apart by conflicts. At home, we have cleared over 99% of mine-contaminated areas under the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. This is not just about treaty obligations. It is about giving communities back safe land they can live and grow on. It is about fulfilling our duty to our people. Protecting people at home is only part of the task. We must also respond to transnational challenges like migration, driven by conflict and disasters. A shared test no nation can solve alone. This is a real task for Thailand. For over decades, we have hosted displaced persons from Myanmar. Today, we are giving them greater opportunity to work outside of their temporary shelters so they can live with dignity and contribute to society, to mark our commitment to humanitarian assistance and practical solutions. In the same spirit, Thailand is stepping up our efforts to combat transnational crime, including online scams, as their impacts ripple far and wide. Crimes without border demands cooperation without borders. The vision of one community must begin close to home. Regions are the building blocks of the global community. In our region, peace and stability also lies at the heart of ASEAN's community building efforts. Yet, challenges exist even in our own neighborhood. The situation in Myanmar remains a grave concern. Thailand has provided humanitarian aid along our borders, and we continue to urge all parties towards dialogue and a viable peace process. This is the foundation for lasting peace in Myanmar. And even among closest neighbors, disputes can arise. Admittedly, the current situation with Cambodia is neither desirable or in the interest of either side. Our peace, stability, prosperity are closely intertwined. We cannot move away from one another. We are part of the same ASEAN family. This morning, I intended to say something different and positive, reflecting hope for the future. But I had to rewrite the speech because of the most regrettable remarks by my Cambodian colleague. To my dismay, Cambodia continues to present itself as the victim. Time and time again, it has portrayed its own versions of the facts, which does not hold up to scrutiny because it is simply a distortion of the truth. We know that who are the real victims. They are Thai soldiers who have lost their legs from landmines, children whose schools were shelled, and innocent civilians who were shopping that day at the grocery store that came under attack from Cambodian rocket fire. Yesterday, I met my Cambodian colleague in the very hall of the United Nations. We talked about peace, dialogue, mutual trust, and confidence. This was emphasized later at the informal four-party consultations organized by the United States. We appreciate President Trump's dedication to peace. But unfortunately, what was said today by the Cambodian side was completely opposite to what was said yesterday at the meeting. It reveals the true intention of Cambodia. These allegations were so far-fetched that they make a mockery of the truth. From the beginning, Cambodia initiated the conflict with the intention to expand a border dispute into a national conflict and to further internationalize it, as was the case again this morning. The villages referred to by my Cambodian colleague earlier are in Thai terror, full stop. In fact, they exist because Thailand made the humanitarian decision to open up our borders in the late 1970s for hundreds of thousands of Cambodians fleeing the civil war in their country to seek shelter in Thailand. We made this decision out of compassion and humanitarian principle. And as a young diplomat, I witnessed the scene myself. Although the civil war has ended and the shelters were closed, the Cambodian villages have expanded over the decades. And despite Thailand's repeated protests, Cambodia has ignored those requests to address this encroachment. And when peace returned to Cambodia after the 1991 Paris Peace Agreement, we were there to rebuild and to rehabilitate the Cambodian nation to sustain peace. We built homes, roads, hospitals, because peace in Cambodia is in Thailand's interest. This is what neighbors should do for one another. Mr. President, the ceasefire is still fragile. We must make it work. This demands commitment and sincere actions from both sides. Regrettably, Cambodia's continued provocation, including mobilization of civilians into Thai territory and recent firings toward our side, undermine peace and stability along the border. I am referring to a series of incidents since 23rd of September of Cambodia's troop firing at Thai troops stationed along the border. The most recent incident happened just today. Thai troops have also continued to detect surveillance drones intruding into Thai territory on a daily basis across the border areas. These actions constitute a violation of Thai sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the ceasefire agreement reached at the special meeting in Putrajaya, Malaysia, and reaffirmed at the bilateral border committee meeting. Now, let there be no doubt that Thailand has always and will always stand for peace, and we will do everything we can to find a peaceful solution to the current problem with Cambodia. At the same time, Thailand will always stand firm and resolute in the defense of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. We urge Cambodia to work with us in resolving the differences through peaceful dialogue and existing mechanisms. Today, our two countries face a defining choice. As a close neighbor and as a friend, we must ask Cambodia which path they wish to take, the path of continued confrontation or the path of peace and cooperation. Thailand chooses the path of peace because we believe that the people of both countries deserve no less. But we really question whether it is the intention of Cambodia to join us in this pursuit for peace. For Thailand, dialogue, trust, and good faith are not just words, they are the way forward. We will continue to uphold these principles in our engagement with partners in ASEAN and beyond, including major powers, in pursuit of sustainable peace and shared prosperity. To speak of one community, Mr. President, is to reaffirm that we are bound by shared principles that everyone is born free and equal in dignity and rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council for 2025-2027 and chair of the Third Committee of the General Assembly, Thailand is committed to promote and protect human rights for all. For us, it is not just about holding a seat at the table. It is about making a real difference in people's lives, the lives of those caught in conflict, those living with disabilities, and those who are often left behind. Advancing the rights of women and girls is also central to this effort. Equal participation and freedom from violence and discrimination are not just human rights, they are the foundation of just and resilient societies. Health is another fundamental right that cannot be overstated. Ensuring access to care is not only about saving lives, it is about giving every person the chance to live with dignity and security. This is why Thailand champions the right to health at home and globally. Our universal health coverage and village health volunteers put people first so that no one is left behind and every community is given the tools to thrive. Thailand is also contributing to global efforts on non-communicable diseases and pandemic preparedness, including through the WHO pandemic agreement. We do not know when the next pandemic will strike, and only by working together can we be prepared and ready. Mr. President, peace and human rights cannot stand without sustainable development. Yet today, development is under threat from rising protectionism. Tariffs and trade barriers may serve short-term interests, but they hurt us all in the long run and divide us when we need the most solidarity. Thailand believes that true prosperity is built not on walls of tariff, but on bridges of trust. Our path forward is open and fair trade, rooted in people-centered and inclusive development. But sustainable development is not just growth. It is about values and balance between progress and preservation. That's why Thailand's sufficiency economy philosophy, built on balance, resilience, moderation, has guided our development journey. It reminds us that true progress must empower people while protecting the planet. With only 5 years left to achieve the SDGs, we must strengthen partnership at all levels and confront the inequalities and financing gap that still hold back our common future. At the same time, we must never forget that the planet lies at the core of sustainable development. Climate change, the overarching threat of our time, is widening the gap between the haves and have-nots. Without stronger support for those most affected, we will fail both our people and our planet. As the UN turns 80, our task is simple but profound: to come together under one dedication. We are all bound by ideals, norms, and principles of the UN Charter. But the world has changed dramatically. Renewing our dedication to multilateralism is no longer optional. But the truth is, the history of the UN is filled with promises made but not kept. Each unfulfilled pledge erodes the credibility and weakens global trust. If the UN is to remain at the heart of multilateralism, we cannot afford to repeat this cycle. That is why the Pact for the Future adopted last year must become a blueprint for action. To deliver meaningful progress, our national actions must match our collective pledges. But for the UN to effectively deliver on its task, it must be equipped with the resources it needs. We must ensure that the UN has the means to achieve the ends it has been mandated to undertake, so that the UN can remain a driving force for peace and development. Mr. President, as we seek to rebuild, reinvigorate, and reform the UN, we must be guided by the vision of one future. For the UN to guide us into the future, comprehensive reform, including the Security Council, are imperative. The UN must be more representative, transparent, accountable, and also fit for the future, coherent in action, relatable to people, and adaptive to change. That is why Thailand strongly supports the UN 80 initiative. It is not just about closing financial gaps, but a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make the UN reconnect with the people it serves. But as we strengthen the UN, we must recognize its limit. The UN cannot do everything, and multilateralism is bigger than the UN alone. It thrives when rooted in strong regionalism. Regional institutions are the first responder to crisis, builders of trust among neighbors, and the bridge between global commitments and local realities. For Thailand, ASEAN is our home and our center. The upcoming 15th ASEAN UN Summit will show how shared principles become practical cooperation. Thailand is fully committed to advancing this partnership so that regional voices are fully heard in shaping global solutions. Building a strong global community goes beyond our generation. That is why we must embrace the power of youth. Marking the 30th anniversary of the World Programme for Action for Youth, Thailand reaffirms its commitment to invest and empower young people and give them real opportunities to drive change. With this in mind, Thailand is proud to have youth delegates joining our national delegation to the UNGA so they can actively participate in shaping the future they envision. For in the end, the future belongs to them. It should therefore be built by them. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, in its 80th year, the United Nations must live up to its very name, nations that stand united. We gather here not only in celebration of what has been achieved, but to look ahead to what more we can accomplish together. The lessons of 80 years is clear. We are strongest when we stand as one community, bound by one dedication, and united in shaping one future for all. This is the true meaning of better together as one. Thailand pledges to do our part, and more than that, we challenge ourselves and all our friends here today to turn words into deed. That is how we will make the next 80 years better than the last. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Foreign Minister of Thailand. We have thus heard the last speaker during the general debate in this session. The following session will be resumed after adjourning this session. Session adjourned. I call to order the 13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Political Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Digital Transition of San Marino.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate Excellencies Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th section of the United General Assembly and to wish her a fruitful work. The Republic of San Marino supports the priority of your program and ensure you, Madam President, full cooperation in all works of the General Assembly. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. Madam President, we are meeting at a moment of profound global transformation. The global order is undergoing fundamental shift, impacting trade, technology, and international cooperation. In such time, the enduring value of a rule-based multilateral system becomes even more critical. The 80th anniversary of our organization provides an opportunity for the United Nations membership to reflect on the enduring significance and relevance of the Charter of the United Nations. As geopolitical dynamics change and new global challenges emerge, this year's general debate must train our collective reaffirmation of the spirit of San Francisco and the founding principle of the United Nations enshrined in the Charter. Our meeting in the General Assembly not only honors the legacy of the United Nations, but also regenerate the continued cooperation in the pursuit of a more peaceful, just, and sustainable world. Madam President, unfortunately, the search of a peace remains as urgent today as it was in 1945, emphasizing the need for renewed commitment, collective action, and stronger multilateral effort. Conflict continues to rise in different parts of the world, inflicting immense human suffering and devastation. If we want that the United Nations remain a light of hope for those who are experiencing the despair of the war, we must advance our strategy for prevention, mediation, and resolution conflict. We acknowledge the essential role of the UN in delivering life-saving assistance and protection to millions of people in countries and areas that are enduring conflict, such as the Horn of Africa, the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, the Sudan, Ukraine, Yemen, and beyond. But it is not enough. We, Member States, must do more in advancing international peace and security, guided by the Charter and the mandate of the General Assembly and the Security Council. The war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for the civilian population, including civilian death, destruction of vital infrastructure, and massive displacement. San Marino condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine and support Ukraine's independence, sovereign and territorial integrity within its international recognized border. We remain committed to ensure that Russia is held fully accountable for its war of aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, San Marino welcomes all international efforts for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter, the resolution of the General Assembly, and international law. Madam President, the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza and the West Bank is unbelievable and remains one of the most painful and long-standing tragedies of our time. San Marino condemned unequivocally the horrific terror attack perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October and call once again for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. At the same time, we reiterate our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and for full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to the affected civilian population. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people through indiscriminate bombing, starvation and displacement. The continued expansion of settlement, including highly sensitive projects such as E1, together with the devastation in Gaza, threaten the erase of a concrete possibility of peace. Unless we act with unity and determination, the vision of two people living side by side in dignity and security will be lost. It is in this dark hour that responsibility becomes urgent. On 15 May, our Parliament, with unanimity, mandated government to recognize the state of Palestine within this year. Today, before this Assembly, we announce the fulfillment of that mandate. San Marino officially recognized the state of Palestine as a sovereign and independent state within secure international recognized border in line with the resolution of the United Nations. Having a state is the right of the Palestinian people. It is not and can never be a reward for Hamas. This decision is consistent with the message delivered last July at the high-level conference co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, and with the New York Declaration, which call on states to take concrete and reversible steps. By joining today the group of countries that move from word to action, San Marino intends to send a strong political and diplomatic signal. Recognition of Palestine is essential to reaffirm that peace must be built on justice and equality. San Marino will also continue to support Palestine's admission as a full member of the United Nations. Madam President, civilians continue to bear the brunt of armed conflict worldwide. The death toll of civilians, including children and women trapped in conflict, has reached a shocking number. We cannot remain silent in front of such tragedy. They have been targeted, killed, injured, kidnapped and tortured. The number of civilians that have been displaced has reached new records. Civilians have been deprived of water, food and humanitarian assistance. Houses, critical infrastructure, schools and hospitals have been targeted and destroyed or damaged, leaving civilians in despair, leaving children without education, patients without health care. Extensive use of explosive weapons in populated areas have caused the majority of civilian casualties in different conflicts. San Marino condemns such attacks and calls on all states to support and implement the political declaration on explosive weapons in populated areas. San Marino is deeply concerned about violence against children, particularly children in situations of conflict. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1612, San Marino renews its commitment to the CAAC agenda and support the role of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict. We are particularly worried about the high number of grave violations against children that have been reported, the denial of humanitarian access, killing and maiming of children, and the recruitment and use of children, abduction, rape and other forms of sexual violence. San Marino calls on all armed forces and armed groups to constructively engage with the United Nations for reaching and implementing action plans to end and prevent grave violations against children in accordance with their obligation under the international law. San Marino also firmly condemns attacks on schools and hospitals, as well as their use for military purposes. We reiterate our support for the Safe School Declaration. Educational facilities should be a safe place for all children, students and teachers. We call on all Member States to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Right of the Child on the Involvement of Children in Armed Conflict. We also encourage all parties to support other important tools, such as the Paris Principle and Commitment and the Vancouver Principle. San Marino reiterates the importance of accountability for all violation against children. Impunity for the perpetrator of grave violation is not acceptable. The international community has the duty not only to stop and prevent this violation, but also to assist child victims and to work for their reintegration. Regrettably, violence has increased also against humanitarian actors and journalists. Humanitarian personnel and aid workers are being killed in unprecedented numbers. Attacks against humanitarian personnel, aid workers and journalists must end, and they are illegal and unacceptable. San Marino firmly condemns such attacks and cannot remain silent against the fact that impunity is becoming the new normal. Attack on humanitarian personnel cannot be tolerated. San Marino has recently endorsed the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, developed by Australia with a group of countries. This declaration demonstrates a strong political will to protect humanitarian personnel and to uphold compliance with international law. The urgency and uncertainty underpinning the current international context are jeopardizing progress towards sustainable development. San Marino is concerned about the crises that are precluding progress on the SDG, particularly where terrorism, regional conflict, acts of aggression are unraveling a year of achievement. Sustainable development must remain high on our agenda. The Pact for the Future, adopted last year, is a crucial opportunity to reinvigorate multilateralism and turbocharge the SDG and the 2030 Agenda. We believe that monitoring and evaluating the Pact is a decisive part of the implementation, as it not only enables to access progress, identify gaps and make the necessary adjustment, but also help ensure that our collective commitment lead to tangible results. With the 2030 Agenda as our collective roadmap, we must act to reverse the current backsliding in the implementation of the SDG. These include enhanced mobilization of financial resources from all sources in order to contribute to eradication of poverty, social inclusion, stronger partnership, and a collective commitment to leave no one behind. Financing for sustainable development remains an essential priority. San Marino welcomed the Seville commitment adopted at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, concluded in Spain, which promote investment in sustainable development, address the debt crisis afflicting many of the world's poorest countries, and give developing countries a stronger voice in the international financing architecture. We need to strengthen a rule-based and equitable financial system that ensure a more effective and inclusive global economic governance. We are concerned by the multiple interlinked crises that are punishing our world over the brink, especially developing countries. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution must remain at the center of the UN agenda. Climate change and environmental degradation lead to increased instability and conflict, as well as to human suffering, lack of sufficient accessible fresh water, food insecurity, internal displacement, and forced migration. An urgent collective action is required to fully implement the Paris Agreement and keep the 1.5 degree temperature goal within reach. We must accelerate the transition away from fossil fuel and ensure a global, just, and inclusive green energy transition. Halting and reversing biodiversity loss and reducing pollution must remain solid priority of the UN, as healthy ecosystems are vital for achieving the SDG. Malnutrition, unhealthy diets, unsustainable agriculture, and most alarming, the threat of famine caused primarily by ongoing conflict and negative consequences of climate change take a terrible toll on human suffering. Addressing food security must also be at the core of the work of the UN. In this context, San Marino firmly believes that the fight against food loss and waste will contribute to promote food security and welcome all the initiatives aiming at developing awareness in such responsible behaviors. Madam President, since the foundation of the UN, significant progress has been made in advancing the promotion and protection of human rights, but inequality and backsliding persist. The world continues to witness persistent violation of human rights. In 2025, 30 years after the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, gender equality remains one of the world's greatest challenges and most transformative opportunities. It is extremely important to address the root of gender inequality alongside the effort to combat gender-based violence in all its forms. San Marino supports women, youth, and vulnerable groups' equal, full, effective, and meaningful participation in all spheres of public and political life. We support the Declaration of Future Generation adopted last year at the Summit of the Future, which aims to unleashing future generation full potential through all and inclusive and equal access to quality education. San Marino believes it is essential to safeguard the human rights and digital age. In this respect, the Global Digital Compact is an important tool that underscores our collective commitment to bridging the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion, creating a more equitable and sustainable future, and finally ensuring that digital technology are used for the benefit of all humanity. Moreover, the establishment of an independent international science panel on AI and on the global dialogue on artificial intelligence governance are fundamental to promote scientific understanding of AI and to ensure inclusive multi-stakeholder discussion on this matter, that it will contribute to building the UN membership capacity by fostering shared knowledge, common understanding, and pooled experience, equally benefiting the stakeholders, particularly from developing countries. We are worried about the risk related to new technology in the military domain. the rapid advance in artificial intelligence have led to concerning level of autonomy in conflict. Artificial intelligence has been used in conflict to select target and make decisions over life or death. San Marino believes that meaningful human control must be retained over such decisions guided by international law and ethical principles. San Marino is also worried about the enlargement and upgrading of nuclear arsenal, aimed at escalating global tension. The threat of nuclear weapon use continues to pose an existential risk to humanity. Furthermore, we are witnessing an unprecedented rise in global military expenditure. We are walking on a dangerous and unpredictable path. We need to redirect our effort on multilateral system, renewing our commitment to peace through diplomacy. Madam President, multilateralism and our international order stand on the principle of justice and international law. However, in this recent year, we have witnessed a progressive erosion of international law and the rule of law. San Marino believes in the principle that the true rightness is based on fairness and ethics, not on brute force. The rule of law exists for this reason, to ensure that all states, regardless of their power, are held accountable, that a rule-based international order with the Charter at its center is our best guarantee against chaos and war. Thanks to its unique role at the center for setting goals, the United Nations serve the collective interest of all nations and people, transcending any individual state. San Marino reaffirmed its commitment to multilateralism, with the United Nations at its center, and in particular in the framework of the General Assembly, as the most representative body of the United Nations on account of its deeply democratic nature, universal participation, and undisputed legitimacy. Accountability is an integral and essential part of the multilateral system. It plays an important role in addressing global challenges, fostering trust and legitimacy in international institutions. We are deeply worried about the disregard and violation of international law. The Republic of San Marino reaffirmed its full commitment to the obligation under the human and humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the Rome Statute, and the Geneva Convention. Madam President, we need to revitalize the United Nations by reinvigorating the multilateralism if we want to pursue credible solutions to the global challenges. The SDG, the 2030 Agenda, the Pact for the Future, and the Seville Commitment are recent testimonial to our joint commitment and to what multilateralism can deliver. But it's not enough. It is essential to rebuild trust in the potential of the organization, in its leadership, and most of all, trust between its members and all the stakeholders. Reform must remain the center of our action because they are crucial to future world stability and maintenance of international peace and security. The UN 80 initiative, launched last March by Secretary General, must be an inclusive reform process capable to deliver innovative solutions. Its purpose is to make the UN more efficient, integrated, effective, and tackling complex global challenges and adjusted to the financial reality. We believe this reform effort should preserve the integrity and balance of the three UN pillars on an equal basis and continue to primarily support those most in need as well as those affected by crisis, disaster, and armed conflict. In conclusion, Member States must assume their responsibility, including that of making our organization able to fulfill its mandate, which is to protect the citizens of the world. It is essential to find new ways of working together and to ensure that multilateral institutions will be able to address the rapid change taking place. I would like to reiterate the strong support of the Republic of San Marino to all initiatives aimed at implementing the principle enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Political Affairs, International and Economic Cooperation in San Marino. I now give the floor to His Highness, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Your Excellency, the President of the United Nations General Assembly, and Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, honored attendees, peace and God's blessings be upon you. We begin by congratulating Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We thank His Excellency Philemon Yang for the work that he did during his presidency of the previous session. We also express our deep appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We thank him for his tireless efforts in upholding the principles and goals of the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is proud to be a founding member of this organization. It strives to translate the principles of the Charter into a tangible reality by promoting respect for international law, enhancing international peace and security, and supporting multilateral cooperation. This position stems from our deep belief in the importance of the United Nations' role in today's world. Saudi Arabia is committed to the purposes of the United Nations Charter and has responded to humanitarian calls. In doing so, the Kingdom has spared no effort in extending aid and doing so generously. Our country has provided over $141 billion in aid and assistance, benefiting 174 countries. Mr. President, as the organization marks its 80th year, we emphasize the urgent need for it to become more capable and more efficient in keeping pace with developments and finding the necessary approaches to resolve crises and put an end to conflicts, without deviating from its founding objectives, especially in the maintenance of international peace and security, without double standards or selectivity. The suffering of the Palestinian people and the unprecedented humanitarian crisis in Gaza that has officially been classified as a famine by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Report, IPC. This runs counter to the principles of the Charter and international law and international humanitarian law, in light of the brutal and unchecked practices of the occupying forces, including starvation, forced displacement, and systematic killing. This is done in complete disregard of the historic and legal rights of the Palestinian people, with an aim to erase their legitimate rights. This crisis makes it imperative upon us all to take serious action and put an end to the aggression and ensure sustainable humanitarian access. Mr. President, it is time to find a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian issue. Military escalation will not achieve peace or security. The continued handling of the question of Palestine outside the frameworks of law and international legitimacy is what prolonged the violence and deepened the suffering. Here, Saudi Arabia stresses the need for the international community to shoulder its responsibilities to put an end to this tragedy and achieve sustainable peace through the two-state solution as the only path that would guarantee the security of all countries in the region. The failure of the international community to take firm action to end the Israeli aggression and violation will only cause further instability and insecurity regionally and globally. Such an action will leave grave consequences and will escalate war crimes and acts of genocide. Saudi Arabia, in cooperation with the Kingdom of Norway and the European Union, launched the International Coalition to Implement the Two-State Solution and co-chaired, along with France, a high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. This conference aims to provide a clear practical path towards the implementation of the two-state solution and an end to occupation and conflict. The Kingdom will continue to exert intensive efforts to establish an independent Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with international resolutions, the Arab Peace Initiative, and the two-state solution here. The Kingdom commends the international support given to the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. We welcome the United Nations General Assembly's adoption by an overwhelming majority of the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, the two-state solution, and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. We welcome the growing number of countries recognizing the state of Palestine, including France, the UK, Canada, Australia, Portugal, Malta, Belgium, Luxembourg, Monaco, Andorra, and San Marino. Such recognition is an important step towards achieving the two-state solution and bolstering the path towards a just and lasting peace. We call on all states to recognize the state of Palestine and to support the implementation of the two-state solution. This would be in line with international law and will entrench peace and security in the region and the world. Saudi Arabia appreciates the Palestinian Authority's efforts to conduct important reforms. Such efforts require more support from the international community. Mr. President, we affirm our commitment to joint action based on mutual respect and the principles of international law, which boosts mutual confidence and lays the foundations for security, stability, and sustainable development. The Kingdom continues to strengthen ties of good neighborliness, respect for the sovereignty of states, and de-escalation, and contributes to achieving calm as a means to bolster security and stability in the region and the world. In this context, Saudi Arabia strongly condemns the Iranian attack on sisterly Qatar, which runs counter to our work to build ties of good neighborliness. Saudi Arabia condemns in the strongest of terms the continued Israeli aggressions in the region, including the recent blatant attack on sisterly Qatar. We call for international action to stop these violations. We call for international measures to put a stop to Israel's actions and to deter it from such criminal behavior that threatens the region's security and stability. Based on our firm conviction of the importance of regional security and stability and preventing a nuclear arms race in our region, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stresses the need to adhere to the non-proliferation regime to achieve a zone free of weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East. With respect to the right of states to the peaceful use of nuclear energies in accordance with international regulations, the Kingdom affirms that the diplomatic track is the way to address the issue of Iran's nuclear program and calls for positive engagement in negotiations and cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The Kingdom stresses the importance of protecting the security and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Strait, as they represent great importance to the global economy and regional international security. The Kingdom calls for strengthening international cooperation to combat terrorism by exchanging information, drying up its sources of financing, and limiting its propaganda campaigns that threaten the security and stability of societies. The Kingdom also warns of the dangers of the military uses of artificial intelligence applications and autonomous weapons, and the need to enact international laws regulating them. The Kingdom commends the positive steps taken by the Syrian Arab Republic to consolidate security and stability, and we welcome the lifting of sanctions off of Syria, which contributes to supporting its government to reconstruct and to promote steps of recovery and integration regionally and internationally. This would also open new horizons for economic cooperation between Syria and the world. This would reflect positively on achieving stability, prosperity, and development for the brotherly Syrian people. The Kingdom stresses the need to stop the repeated Israeli aggressions on Syrian territory, and we support to everything that would contribute to the consolidation of Syria's security and stability, respecting its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and non-interfering in its internal affairs. The Kingdom reiterates its keenness to restore the security and stability of the Republic of Yemen, stresses the importance of reaching a comprehensive political solution, and its support for the United Nations efforts and relevant international resolutions. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia continued its efforts to support the Yemeni economy and alleviate the human suffering there. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the largest donors to the Republic of Yemen. The volume of Saudi relief and development aid to Yemen exceeds $27 million. The Kingdom recently provided economic support to the Central Bank of Yemen in the amount of $500 million to address the budget deficit. Moreover, on the 20th of the current month, the Kingdom provided new economic development aid to the Republic of Yemen valued at $368 million. The Kingdom affirms the importance of Sudan's stability and territorial integrity, as well as the safety of its national institutions. We call for intensifying efforts to alleviate humanitarian suffering and end the war, as well as put an end to foreign interference that only feeds and prolongs the conflict. The Kingdom stresses the importance of continuing dialogue through the Jeddah platform leading to a ceasefire and facilitating access of humanitarian aid. We reject any steps outside the framework of state institutions that may harm the unity of Sudan and do not reflect the will of its brotherly people. The Kingdom Kingdom stands by Lebanon, supports everything that enhances its security and stability, and appreciates the effort of the Lebanese state to implement the Ta'if Agreement and extend the sovereignty of the state and limit weapons to the Lebanese state and its legitimate institutions, with the need for the withdrawal of the Israeli occupation from all Lebanese territories in implementation of relevant international resolutions. The Kingdom also supports a Libyan solution. We call for a commitment to the implementation of the ceasefire, which would consolidate Libya's unity and its national institutions and would support its counter-terrorism efforts. As for the Russia-Ukraine crisis, we call for the peaceful settlement through dialogue in the interest of all parties. We affirm our readiness to continue our mediation efforts based on our balanced position and reliable relations with the various parties to the crisis. In this context, the Kingdom hosted Russian, Ukrainian, American peace talks as part of our efforts to reach a political solution to this crisis. And in a manner that would enhance international peace and security, the Kingdom commends the response of Pakistan and India to diplomatic efforts and the wisdom of reaching an agreement that ends the tension between the two countries. We affirm our support to resolving differences through dialogue and peaceful means, based on the principles of good neighborliness and in a manner that would achieve peace and prosperity for the two countries and their peoples. Mr. President, a decade has since passed since the launch of the Kingdom's Vision 2030, which charted a long-term development path for the Kingdom, during which it established broad structural transformations at the level of the economy, society, and the government, through which we worked to empower youth and women, promote the values of tolerance, embrace innovation, and expand the horizons of international communication and cooperation. By the end of the year 2024, this plan has achieved 93% of its performance indicators in terms of programs, strategies, and interim targets, and has even exceeded them. The rate of unemployment among Saudis has decreased to 6.3% today compared to 12% in 2016. The participation of women in the labor market increased to over 36%, and the value of the public investment fund's assets has reached $913 billion by the end of 2024, while the contribution of non-oil activities to the real GDP reached 56%. Within the framework of its Vision 2030, the Kingdom continues to complete the march of progress to develop its human capabilities and strengthen its international partnerships to represent a leading development model in national transformation and to build a more prosperous and inclusive future. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia stresses the importance of strengthening international cooperation to reduce the effects of climate change within the framework of relevant international agreements by adopting a balanced and comprehensive approach to energy transition paths. This takes into account the three main pillars required to achieve sustainable development, namely maintaining energy security, providing it at an affordable cost, and maintaining environmental sustainability. In this context, the Kingdom has launched a number of pioneering initiatives based on the circular and balanced carbon economy approach, most notably the Saudi Green Initiative at the national level and the Middle East Green Initiative at the regional and international levels. This reflects the Kingdom's commitment to climate action from a comprehensive perspective that takes into account development and the environment. The Kingdom also emphasizes the importance of not excluding any energy sources and calls for realistic and comprehensive transition paths. In addition to having advanced technologies that have enabled it to be one of the countries with the lowest carbon and methane emissions in oil and gas production, the Kingdom is playing a leading role in investing in hydrocarbon emissions management technologies, especially technologies for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS, which allows for the efficient use of resources while reducing the environmental impact, thus contributing to the protection of the global climate system. In the same context, the Kingdom is investing in all innovative technologies that contribute to reducing and addressing greenhouse gas emissions, including the expansion of renewable energy projects, increasing energy efficiency, and the production of clean hydrogen, including green hydrogen, along with nature-based solutions such as large-scale afforestation and the protection of terrestrial and marine ecosystems, confirming the Kingdom's commitment to sustainable development and achieving a balance between development and the climate. Mr. President, As part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's commitment to ensuring the sustainability of water resources and making them available to all, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, announced the establishment of the Global Water Organization based in Riyadh with the aim of developing international cooperation to address water challenges in an integrated manner through the exchange of experiences and the promotion of empowerment, innovation, and research and development. This would contribute to putting water issues at the top of the international agenda. The Kingdom has provided more than $6 billion of funding to countries on 4 continents to support their water projects. The Kingdom looks forward to contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals aimed at ensuring water availability and achieving a comprehensive impact that paves the way for a safe and sustainable water future for all. Mr. President, within the framework of environmental protection and combating desertification and drought, the Kingdom has more than quadrupled the area of protected areas so that it currently exceeds 80% of the Kingdom's area, and we aim to reach the 30% mark by 2030. The Kingdom has also adopted a new waste management system to exclude 90% of the waste through recycling and the utilization of waste, which would contribute to the protection of terrestrial and marine environments and the reduction of plastic pollution. The Kingdom has also launched a Saudi Green Initiative to rehabilitate 40 million hectares of degraded land, and the Middle East Green Initiative, which was joined by 30 Arab, Asian, and African countries to strengthen joint efforts to rehabilitate 200 million hectares of degraded lands. The Kingdom hosted the 16th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, COP16, with the participation of more than 170 countries and about 90,000 participants from representatives of international organizations, scientific institutions, civil society associations, and the private sector. The conference witnessed the launch of dozens of initiatives, the most important of which are the Early Warning of Dust Storms Initiative and the Business Sector for Earth Initiative to enhance the role of the private sector in land conservation, and the Riyadh Global Partnership Initiative to enhance drought preparedness in 74 countries around the world, which is the first global initiative of its kind concerned with proactive preparedness for drought before it occurs. During the conference, regional financial institutions announced an allocation of $12.5 billion to reduce land degradation and the effects of drought. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Kingdom believes that we have no choice but to work hard and responsibly with our partners in the international community to consolidate the principles of mutual respect and strengthen the rules of international law in a way that contributes to building trust between countries and would avoid the scourge of conflict for future generations. We believe that the path to a more stable and prosperous world passes through sincere cooperation and constructive dialogue and joint action for the security and sustainable peace for all. May God, peace and blessings be upon you. I thank His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the 80 years since the end of the Second World War has in fact been a unique period in history. The first half of the 20th century was amongst the bloodiest periods known to mankind. However, the victors of World War II were most unusual. Instead of collecting the spoils and imposing their wills on the vanquished, they decided that it was in their own enlightened self-interest to build and underwrite a system where sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence of each nation, big or small, would be protected, where the interactions of states in security, trade, development were founded on a set of commonly agreed rules, international law, and trust. The ultimate goals were peace and prosperity and progress for all. And the centerpiece of this was the United Nations and the UN Charter. the UN Charter that provided the framework to govern interactions between sovereign states. The International Court of Justice stood as the principal judicial organ of the UN, offering states a forum to settle disputes under the rule of law peacefully. For small states, it was a world that operated on principles and international law, where might did not make right. The stability and predictability offered by this system allowed all countries to develop their economies, to leverage on one another's strengths, and to accelerate development. There was unparalleled dissemination of technology, of ideas, and intellectual property. Trade grew significantly, and companies built global supply chains based on the principle of comparative advantage and efficiency. And Singapore is a tiny city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia, a small and open economy. We rode on these megatrends. And that's why in 60 years, a hardworking and disciplined people have built our per capita GDP from $500 in 1965 to around $85,000 today. This multilateral system, founded on international law, also helped us to manage the global commons. For instance, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. It grants freedom of navigation and overflight as a universal right, crucial for an island city-state like Singapore, which depends on trade. It also provides the foundation for coordinating global efforts on sea level rise, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity. Meanwhile, specialized UN agencies such as the International Civil Aviation Organization, the International Maritime Organization, set common rules and standards to enhance safety and efficiency of all these essential arteries. Of course, the system was not perfect. The rules were not always applied equally, and international law was not always respected. But nevertheless, there was a clear framework, and people and states knew what was right and what was wrong. The first few decades after 1945 were marked by decolonization and the expansion of the membership of the UN. The Cold War spawned several proxy wars around the world, including some in our region. But thankfully, as a world, we avoided another world war between superpowers, and mutually assured destruction deterred the use of nuclear weapons, although we all know there were a few close shaves. For small, newly independent states, and especially for those of us who are able to achieve national cohesion and effective governance, in fact, the last 80 years, on the whole, was a favorable period of peace, prosperity, and progress. Madam President, Excellencies, however, the post-World War order that I've just described has come to an end. The current distribution of economic weight, of technological sophistication and military strength today is very different from the world of 1945. And it is obvious that the UN and the other international organizations have not evolved to keep up with the times. Add another factor. The primary underwriters of the old world order have now decided to take a more transactional, a narrower view of their national interests, and are less willing to provide public goods. And the sharper strategic contest between superpowers has also made them less able to cooperate, less able to underwrite, less able to manage the global commons. Consequently, today the world has become more turbulent, more uncertain, and in some places more violent. The erosion of respect for the principles of the UN Charter, the egregious violations of international law and of international humanitarian law have unfortunately become more common, as have violations of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The current wars which we all witness in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and parts of Africa reflect this tragedy. In all conflict zones, too many innocent lives are lost, preventable famines occur, and impunity abounds. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire and shocking. Singapore hopes there will be an immediate ceasefire, an immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and for immediate access to humanitarian aid, food, and medical care for the civilians in Gaza. Singapore will recognize the state of Palestine when it has an effective government that accepts Israel's right to exist and categorically renounces terrorism. Singapore cannot recognize any unilateral annexation of occupied territory because this would be a flagrant breach of international law. And if the situation continues to deteriorate, or if Israel takes further steps to extinguish a two-state solution, we will then have to reconsider our position on when to recognize a Palestinian state. In the Ukraine, a permanent member of the Security Council has to comply with the UN Charter. And we must not forget the victims in Sudan and other conflict zones throughout the world. Madam President, Excellencies, these geopolitical shifts have also disrupted the multilateral trading and economic system. Decades of progressive trade liberalization and investments expanded opportunities and prosperity all over the globe. But today those are at risk. The tariffs, the export controls are being used as levers to secure unilateral advantage, including sometimes to address non-trade related issues. The repudiation of the principle of most favored nation. This is a principle which is a cornerstone of the WTO and GATT systems, erodes a transparent, rules-based multilateral system and giving way to a system where trade agreements approximate bilateral arm wrestling matches. And it's obvious that this will be to the detriment of small and trade-dependent states everywhere. In such a fragmented world, we risk compounding the tragedy of the commons because collective action for long-term good becomes even more elusive. And climate change and pandemics are existential problems that no single country can resolve on its own. And if I may add, all of us need to base our decisions on scientific evidence and a commitment to fairness, both to current and future generations. Notwithstanding this prevailing pessimism, Singapore believes that the multilateral system and international law, underpinned by the UN, still remains the best way to uphold global peace and prosperity in a fair and inclusive way. As a small state, we cannot afford to be passive or fatalistic and pessimistic. In fact, we're here to call on all of us to double down on multilateralism founded on international law. Even small states and middle powers have agency, and we have strategic autonomy to collectively protect our long-term national interests and the global commons. And Singapore will support the UNAT process to strengthen this institution and the multilateral system. The good news is that actually the multilateral system still works. And let me cite a few success stories. The BBNJ treaty agreement will enter into force on the 17th of January 2026. Earlier this week, we exceeded the 60 ratifications necessary to bring it into force. It is a legally binding treaty to conserve and to sustainably use marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And we congratulate Ambassador for International Law Rina Lee from Singapore, who presided over these very difficult negotiations that led ultimately to a consensus, and I emphasize the word consensus adoption of the historic BBNJ agreement in June 2023. In July, to cite another example, we achieved consensus on the final report of the open-ended working group on cybersecurity, which strengthened the normative framework for responsible state behavior in cybersecurity. We also agreed to establish the global mechanism on cybersecurity as a permanent home for this work at the UN. Mr. Berhan Ghafor, our PR of Singapore to the UN, had the honor and the burden of chairing this open-ended working group over the past 5 years. To give you a third example, in 2024, 2 World Intellectual Property Organization treaties on IP and the genetic resources and the associated traditional knowledge and the Riyadh Design Law Treaty were concluded under the leadership of Mr. Darren Tang. These 3 examples demonstrate that even in these fractious times, it is possible to come together to manage our global commons and to achieve agreement and consensus. Now, this does not mean that we will always reach agreement on every issue, but it is vital that the UN remains an arena for continued dialogue and discussions so that compromises can be reached, solutions can be found for even the most hotly contested issues. The key to the multilateral system for small states is international law. And on this note, I'm proud to share that Singapore will nominate Ambassador Rina Lee as a candidate for the International Court of Justice, which is the principal judicial organ of the UN. Our nomination underscores Singapore's deep commitment to upholding international law and support for the ICJ. If elected, Ambassador Lee will be only the second person, and in fact the first woman from Southeast Asia to serve on this court. Madam President, Excellencies, just as the world has changed dramatically in the last 80 years, it is also clear that the UN needs to reform to be fit for purpose for the next stretch. We need a more representative and a more inclusive UN that reflects current realities. The UN Charter confers on the UN Security Council the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. It clearly needs reform to better fulfill this mandate. The increasing, and if I may add, cynical use of vetoes by the P5 must be constrained, and the wider UN membership must reach agreement on how this veto is to be exercised in the future. We commend the role played by the elected members of the Council, which gives the wider membership of the UN greater agency in addressing the pressing issues of the day. We also believe it is important to strengthen the relationship between the Security Council and the General Assembly. We need a UN that delivers for real people on the ground. Clean water, education, pandemic preparedness, social mobility, jobs, education, and an international financial architecture that delivers stability and prospects of progress for all. These are the building blocks for sustainable development and human dignity. The commitments made at the Summit of the Future last year signal our collective resolve to implement the SDGs. The UN needs to be future-ready and to harness the potential of emerging technologies like AI as a force for good for all. Early and constructive and inclusive multilateral engagement is essential, and AI's transformative force can aid conflict prevention, peacekeeping, and humanitarian options, but you all know there are also downsides and dangers, and it requires guardrails so that it can be harnessed responsibly. Madam President, Excellencies, the first Foreign Minister of Singapore said it best 60 years ago in 1965. Quote, "Despite cynics who focus attention on its many shortcomings, Singapore has faith in the future of the United Nations simply because without it, there is no worthwhile future for humanity," unquote. These words still ring true today. So together, let's ensure that this institution continues to serve as humanity's best hope for peace and prosperity for all of us. Thank you, Excellencies.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Syed Badr bin Hamad bin Hamoud Al Abdul Saidi, Foreign Minister of Oman. Your Excellency, President of the 80th session of the General Assembly, distinguished heads and members of delegations, esteemed participants. The international community is today confronted with a broad spectrum of critical issues that weigh heavily on the human conscience. They require genuine cooperation and collective responsibility to be addressed effectively. The Sultanate of Oman has repeatedly expressed its vision and clear positions on these matters. Foremost among them, the climate crisis and the imperative of transitioning to clean energy sources, in addition to the call for seizing emerging opportunities in trade and sustainable development. However, there remains another human and political issue, deeply painful and enduring, that must take precedence in our deliberations and decisions. And that is the Palestinian question. For too long, this conflict has persisted, the suffering has grown unbearable, and the time has come to end the occupation, to undo the injustice, and to restore the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people through the implementation of the two-state solution, which is the only just and viable path toward a lasting and comprehensive peace that ends decades of conflict and deprivation. The Sultanate of Oman is convinced that just peace is a fundamental pillar for sustainable security, stability, and development. From this perspective, the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital must be at the forefront of strategic priorities to bring about a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. Therefore, the recognition of the State of Palestine is the most crucial step in this critical phase of the history of the Palestinian cause. The Sultanate of Oman expresses its deep appreciation to the governments that have taken this step, a step that reinforces respect for international law and aligns with the Charter of the United Nations and Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Recognizing Palestine also reflects the international community's commitment to this two-state solution as outlined in UN resolutions and the outcomes of the two-state solution conference and the New York Declaration under the auspices of the United Nations. distinguished heads and members of delegations, esteemed delegates, the Sultanate of Oman remains firmly committed to its consistent policy of working toward peace and security in the region. It has a record of notable initiatives and achievements in this regard. It continues to engage constructively with all parties and partners in pursuit of this noble goal for the benefit of all. Today, we celebrate 80 years since the establishment of the United Nations, this global institution that embodies our collective commitment to working together for peace and to settle conflicts through dialogue and peaceful and legal means. Yet, Israel continues to disregard international appeals, refusing to engage in a serious dialogue that would lead to a just and comprehensive solution. Its continued use of force and disregard for reason threaten the credibility of the international system. Therefore, it is our shared responsibility to intensify our efforts and to apply effective pressure to bring Israel to the negotiating table, and to make it clear that the path to peace cannot be forged through dictation or the imposition of a fait accompli, but rather through mutual understanding and respect for international law and the rights of peoples. My country, the Sultanate of Oman, calls upon the international community to adopt measures that limit the Israeli government's ability to continue its policies of genocide, destruction, and illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories, and its ongoing policies of starvation and blockade against the Palestinian people and the obstruction of humanitarian assistance. From this very podium, we call for a global peaceful campaign to lift the blockade and undo the injustice imposed on the Palestinian people and to secure their freedom through the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state. Esteemed delegates, drawing on its principled stances and principles of supporting peace and regional stability, and on its categorical rejection of any violation of state sovereignty, the Sultanate of Oman reaffirms its solidarity with the sisterly state of Qatar, supporting its right to take the dissuasive measures to protect its security and full sovereignty over all its territories. We renew our condemnation of the Israeli aggression against Qatar on the 9th of September of this year. We also renew our condemnation of Israeli aggressions against Iran, Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon. We call for imposing sanctions on Israel in response to its blatant violations of international law and its unlawful encroachments on the sovereignty of states. Distinguished delegates, the international community, particularly the permanent members of the Security Council, must empower the Secretary General to fulfill his mandate in line with the purposes of the UN Charter, particularly in the areas of international peace and security. We must also cooperate with him to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those related to inclusive economic growth, job creation, encouraging innovation, and reinvigorating global partnerships for development, as well as the eradication of poverty and disease, and ensuring food, health, and energy security. The Sultanate of Oman attaches the highest priority to education and health. We recognize them as fundamental rights for all and key pillars of development. We also place high importance on digital transformation, artificial intelligence applications, innovation, industrial development, and strengthening social protection, justice, and job security. Moreover, Oman remains steadfast in its commitment to youth empowerment through education and knowledge. We acknowledge youth as the driving force behind development and innovation and the knowledge-based economy. We continue to work on creating and diversifying opportunities to allow youth to harness their skills and actively contribute to building the future. Esteemed participants, the world today is undergoing one of the most complex and difficult periods in modern history, marked by unprecedented convergence of global political, economic, and humanitarian crises. Amidst these critical circumstances, the international community is clearly unable to make decisive and effective decisions that could help de-escalate conflicts, alleviate human suffering, or address crises from a just and comprehensive perspective. However, and despite these challenges, we believe that the current moment represents a real opportunity to correct course and to renew the foundations of collective international action toward the future of justice and fairness. Let us, in this General Assembly, reaffirm our collective and genuine commitment to international law, international humanitarian law, and the enduring principles of the United Nations Charter. Let us strengthen the role of this international organization and all its subsidiary organs, so it may play a more robust role in maintaining international peace and security, in promoting sustainable development, and fostering a culture of justice, tolerance, and mutual respect. This is the path toward realizing the aspirations of peoples for freedom, prosperity, and a just, stable, and prosperous future. Thank you for your attention. Peace, mercy, and God's blessings be upon you.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Oman. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, Your Excellencies, may I begin by congratulating President Annalena Baerbock on being elected as the President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. I also wish to thank His Excellency Philemon Yang for his leadership
throughout the 79th session of the General Assembly. Madam President, it is now the 80th session of the General Assembly. Yes, 80 years since our dreams of bright future gave birth to the United Nations. Humanity has imagined the future in many ways. Among other things, we imagined that in some of its darkest version, information overload would numb critical thought while apathy take over. I fear that this has come to pass. 80 years after the end of the Second World War, we are watching in high definition as genocide unfolds around the world. 80 years, after all, after the fall of the empires, colonialism is still alive, armed, funded, and justified by some of the supposedly most liberal powers in the world. They have defended and supported the only party who has any real power in a conflict as it makes a fuss out of international law. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Madam President, I suppose I should say, congratulations. But today, that word rings hollow. Should we congratulate ourselves on our inability to bring an end to the occupation of Palestine? Or should we congratulate ourselves for allowing a rogue state to undermine our charter and our efforts? In Gaza, the clock is ticking, the bombs are falling, and the light is fading. We have failed at least 70,000 people. Israel can no longer hide behind its pretense of victimhood. From London to Dhaka, from Paris to Sydney, from Montreal to Kuala Lumpur, populations have spoken out in grief and outrage. More and more people are standing up for the truth that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Remember, the eyes of the world are upon us. We must take action now, Madam President, now. Sanction Israel. The metastasis of Israel's brutality in the Middle East cannot go on. Their latest assault on Doha was not merely an attack on a few representatives of Hamas. It was an attack conducted on another state's soil and an insult to the efforts of all who have attempted to mediate. And it is a signal that Israel's violence will continue to destabilize the region. The effect of this will spill over to the rest of the world. The atrocities may have begun with Palestine, but they certainly will not end with Palestine. As the Middle East grows ever more dangerous for its residents, we will feel the reverberations all over the world. And this is why simply advocating for a two-state solution is not enough, Madam President. Malaysia will agree to any measures of the support for the Palestinian people, including the New York Declaration. But let us be clear. Let us be clear, there are only three real answers to this conflict. Number one, to take concrete action against the occupying force. Two, to lend our long-term support to the development of a self-governing Palestinian state. And number three, to reform the United Nations and ensure that such a travesty of justice never happen again. Madam President, repeated failures of the Security Council to fulfill the will of General Assembly must be met with strong resistance. We must continue to demand accountability from the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council through Resolution 76/272, or popularly known as the Veto Initiative. And we must pursue results through Resolution 377A, that is Uniting for Peace. No more shall we quietly accept the dismissal of our collective voice. We must question and challenge the veto. We must free the Security Council from this humiliating paralysis. And we must keep the United Nations a relevant and effective international organization and global guardian of peace. Madam President, over the course of our chairmanship of ASEAN this year, Malaysia too has learned of the colossal efforts that peace requires. As a unique example of an inclusive form of multilateralism, ASEAN has embraced change, expanded our membership and engaged with the world over the past 58 years. And this is why it has been Malaysia's honor and our greatest task yet to take on such a serious challenge this year. When conflict threatened to spiral between our neighbors, ASEAN did not stand idle. We stepped in, convened both sides in Malaysia, and implemented a ceasefire, one that ASEAN is now ensuring takes root through active monitoring on the ground. Yes, challenges remain, but our message is clear. ASEAN will stay at the table, urging both states to honor their commitments, for there is no conflict, whether interstate or intrastate, that is worth risking the stability of our home. This is why our efforts to cultivate security and stability in Myanmar and to restore credibility to five-point consensus must continue. ASEAN is deeply disappointed that the agreed-upon ceasefires in Myanmar have been broken in some areas and that violence continues to endanger civilians. Those in power have a responsibility to remember that Myanmar is a part of a region, not an isolated country. There is a bright and safe future for all of our peoples if we work together in good faith towards a Myanmar-owned, Myanmar-led resolution to the crisis in the country. Madam President, as ASEAN's focus deepens on bolstering security, strengthening economic resilience, and advancing sustainability goals across the region, we will address not only our internal crisis, but also from beyond. The South China Sea must not be used as leverage in strategic competition. Southeast Asia and its waters become a theater for rivalry between superpowers. We therefore urge all parties to fully comply with UNCLOS and to avoid actions that could provoke miscalculation or conflict in the waters we share. We will also continue to champion the rights and the needs of the global South at large. Madam President, for far too long, the global South has borne the brunt of unequal economic policies that marginalize and prevent developing nations from participating fairly in the global economy. And today, the global South faces a staggering financing gap for sustainable development, despite being home to the world's most vulnerable populations. The irony is painful, Madam President. We constitute the world's majority, yet remain unrepresented in decision-making, underserved in development financing, and sidelined in global governance. These imbalances must be corrected. The voices, needs, and aspirations of the global South are not secondary. Remember this: we cannot build a fairer international order without the global South at its center. Malaysia will continue to advocate for dignity, equity, and opportunity for all developing nations. Madam President, Excellencies, the UN has served the world for 80 years, but the world we live is in shifting beyond any recognition from what it was back then. The test that we now face is an existential one, for the question of Palestinians has haunted the UN for nearly its entire life. 80 years of the United Nations and 77 years of the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. I cannot emphasize this enough, Madam President. If we cannot resolve this, the citizens of the world will lose faith in us and the international order. Because there is no longer any way to deny that this is modern-day colonization. Only the formerly colonized have been able to see it for what it is since the start. It is a genocide, and it is a genocide dressed in the cape of Western tolerance. For us to remain relevant, we cannot move forward on the habits of the past. We must summon the same courage that built this organization from the ruins of war. To conclude, Madam President, Malaysia believes that 3 urgent reforms are key to our survival. First, we must limit, if not abolish, the veto. We must challenge it each and every time that is wielded, particularly in cases of crimes against humanity. Second, authority must flow back to the General Assembly, and the most inclusive body, as the most inclusive body of this House, it should be allowed to serve as the conscience and voice of the world unimpeded. And third, we must redesign global financing mechanisms to ensure transparency and fairness for the Global South. Reform is no longer a choice, it is our imperative. Madam President, to be better together, we must change together. Billions of lives depend on whether we succeed. Madam President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Muhammad Ali Nafti, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to convey to you the greetings of the President of the Republic of Tunisia, Mr. Kais Saied. He expresses his deep appreciation to Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless efforts for rights, justice, and rebuilding trust in multilateral work. We reaffirm our support to his initiative, UN80, to reform and develop the work of the organization at this critical time for our world, a time of instability and unprecedented frequency of violations of the rules of international law and the principles of the Charter. I would also like to deeply congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the General Assembly during its 80th session. We wish her luck in managing its work. We would also like to express our thanks and appreciation to Mr. Philemon Young for successfully presiding over the 79th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, during this session, we are proud to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. On this occasion, we recall the number of principles and noble purposes for which it was established, notably human solidarity and the unity of our destiny, which inspired those who came before us in their diplomatic steadfastness and struggle. Our United Nations was established following the most brutal and vicious of wars in our history, so that it is the voice of collective conscience for our people, so that it is the bulwark that protects humanity from the scourges of conflicts and wars. Today, we truly need to strengthen this common home so that it can be the light that guides us towards security, peace, and human dignity, so that it remains a home for international legitimacy and a platform for dialogue, negotiations, and reconciliation, so that we can build a more secure, just, and stable and peaceful world. A world that is committed to our global values. Let us learn from the lessons of the past. We must learn from the wars and conflicts that caused humanitarian suffering and grave violations. We must learn that the logic of might, no matter its justifications, cannot break the will of people and their belief in their right to self-determination. Today, we stand on the steps of a new era that requires us to be determined and to work tirelessly to renew our trust in multilateral work and the ability of the United Nations to achieve the global goals for which it was established, to continue the path of reform and to adopt a comprehensive roadmap that is well defined in order to implement the UN 80 initiative to restore international legitimacy and to strengthen the theme of our former session, to leave no one behind. We renew our commitment to multilateral work and our common responsibility to confront the accelerating changes and the economic, social, security, environmental, and climate challenges confronting our world today. We trust the vital role of the United Nations to find suitable solutions for these challenges. The President of the Republic of Tunisia, on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, decided to consider 2025 as the year to strengthen multilateral work and enhance cooperation with the United Nations. This is the theme that is guiding Tunisian diplomacy. We have organized a number of events at the International Diplomatic Academy in Tunis in coordination with specialized UN agencies on a number of topics in line with the outcomes of the Summit for the Future for 2024, and these topics include security, development, science, technology, and culture. Mr. President, we believe in the ability of our organization and its agencies to remain steadfast before the deep changes confronting our world. We believe that it can give hope and optimism for future generations, for a better future. However, we feel disappointed today as the Security Council is still unable to put an end to the terrible humanitarian tragedy and the genocidal war and starvation against the steadfast Palestinian people, as the brutal occupying entity continues to worsen the suffering of the Palestinian people before the entire world, without accountability and with full impunity. It is evident today that the crimes of the occupation aims to liquidate the Palestinian question and prevent the Palestinian people from enjoying their right to resistance and maintaining their entire territory. Tunisia deplores from this rostrum the announcement of the occupying entity that it intends to reoccupy the Gaza Strip fully and to force the Palestinian people to abandon their land. How can we strengthen the rule of law and give precedence to the UN Charter and its principles at a time when the State of Palestine still has not acquired full membership, although UN resolutions have ratified decades ago Palestine's right to independence and full sovereignty and self-determination without any foreign interference? At a time when the occupying entity maintains its membership at the United Nations, despite its systemic, continuous and uninterrupted violations of the rules of international law, and despite its attacks against the work of the United Nations and its specialized agencies and immunities in the occupied Palestinian territory. We value the wave of international recognition of the State of Palestine, with 150 states recognizing the State of Palestine. We do hope that this will support its full membership at the United Nations without delay or hesitation. We recall that the State of Palestine is a state pursuant to international law. When states recognize the State of Palestine, this does not create this right. It only supports and highlights this right. The truth is clear as day, and what is right is evident. This right was reaffirmed by the ICJ in its advisory opinion on the 19th of July 2024, when it ratified that the occupying power is obligated to end its illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as soon as possible, and all member states at the United Nations are obligated to not recognize the legitimacy of this situation resulting from this illegal presence, and not to provide any aid or assistance to maintain this situation. The United Nations and its main bodies must look at ways and procedures to guarantee that. From this rostrum, we call on the international community to shoulder its responsibility immediately to lift the blockade on Gaza Strip and all the Palestinian territory, and to put an end to the starvation, and to guarantee an effective delivery of assistance, and to secure those requiring assistance. We also call on the Security Council to immediately interfere to put an end to the repeated violations against a number of countries in the region: Syria, Lebanon, Iran, and lately Qatar. My country has called for that recently during the Emergency Islamic Arab Summit in Doha, because we believe that the Islamic Arab security is indivisible. In this regard, we reaffirm that the process of reforming the United Nations and paving the way for a new phase for multilateral work and international relations, this cannot be achieved and this cannot be tangible for all countries unless we strengthen the value of equality among people, away from discrimination, selectivity, and double standards. Tunisia will remain committed with an unshakable will to support the Palestinian people in their struggle to reclaim their legitimate, inalienable, and imprescriptible rights, notably their right to self-determination and to establish an independent state, a sovereign state, all over Palestine territory, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Mr. President, achieving the objectives of the Summit for the Future continues to guide our approach. However, these objectives continue to be difficult unless the international community truly wishes to make a change and reach a consensus on diagnosing the deep-rooted issues that led to the failure of the current international system. We cannot confront the current and emerging global challenges if we do not rebuild international relations based on solidarity, constructive cooperation, justice, mutual respect, and the non-interference in the affairs of others, and respect for national sovereignty. This is the difficult formula that the Secretary General mentioned in his opening statement. Therefore, Tunisia renews its call for a comprehensive and deep reform of the international financing system and its institutions to guarantee justice in access to financial resources, to strengthen its effectiveness to serve comprehensive development by putting in place innovative mechanisms to finance development, similar to the ESCWA initiative, to swap debts for climate action, which we have joined, which aims to transforming obligations of external debt service to investment in climate work and the SDGs. Tunisia reaffirms the importance of making every possible effort to recover stolen and smuggled funds and assets, to strengthen international justice and guarantee people's right to development and good governance. My country believes that this is a sovereign, imprescriptible right. Mr. President, we believe that there are close links between development and peace. Therefore, my country reaffirms that investing in people, especially when it comes to education, health, infrastructure, environment, this is the main guarantee to prevent conflicts and to address the causes of irregular migration. Our approach when it comes to dealing with the flows of irregular migration is based on respecting human rights and rejecting all forms of racial discrimination and hate speech. Tunisian authorities continue to make every possible effort to save the lives of irregular migrants on land and at sea, to provide them with care and enable them to voluntarily return to their countries of origin in cooperation with the IOM. We renew our call to adopt a comprehensive approach to migration that takes into account the human and historic dimensions and not just the narrow security dimension. And we should not place on countries of the South a burden that exceeds their capacity. We need to support efforts of development in countries of origin and strengthen the integration of young people at the economic and social level and facilitate regular movement. We refuse to be a country of transit for irregular migrants that are victims of networks of human smuggling and human trafficking. Migration must be a choice and not a necessity. If it's regular, it allows us to create wealth and new job opportunities and maintaining human dignity. It is a lever for development and cultural rapprochement between countries. In this regard, we recall the International Conference on Migration that was held in Rome in 2023. We recall the initiative of the President of the Republic of Tunisia of reaching comprehensive and permanent development solutions and to mobilize financial resources to implement them. Tunisia reaffirms the need to separate between financing climate and financing development. We consider that climate financing is a historic responsibility and a right in terms of reparation. Despite the limited contribution of a number of developing countries to global emissions, however, they are the ones facing worsening climate challenges: water scarcity, agricultural land degradation, rising sea levels, and other extreme weather phenomena. Therefore, Tunisia calls on meeting the international pledge to mobilize $300 billion annually and to allocate a percentage of this amount to programs of adaptation, while providing mechanisms to access these resources by facilitating technical and financial conditions, and to activate the Loss and Damage Fund as an effective and fair compensation mechanism. My country reaffirms that the right to development is an indivisible, essential right based on the principles of justice, equality, and social and international solidarity. We reaffirm that achieving this right requires an international environment that allows the transfer of technology and facilitates access to concessionary financing and strengthening partnerships between the North and the South. Tunisia is on the path of reform. This was launched in 2021 to strengthen a genuine democracy that guarantees rights and freedoms for all our citizens and meets the aspirations of the Tunisian people to address economic and social challenges. We are relying first on our own ability and our human capital by diversifying partnerships on the basis of mutual benefits in order to serve the interest of the Tunisian people and maintain the independence of the Tunisian decision. We reaffirm our commitment to the values of human rights and public and individual freedoms pursuant to the Constitution of July 25, 2022, and based on our international obligations and the respect of our national sovereignty and independence of our decision and the choices of our people. We reaffirm the importance of strengthening the comprehensive nature of human rights, including economic, climate, social, science, and cultural rights, notably the natural right to development. We also believe that the social dimension is important in order to achieve development, to build a coherent and cohesive society. We support the participation of young people in our policies and in solutions, because we believe that we must listen to young people. We must take full advantage of their capacity, for they are able to change our reality towards the better. Tunisia will also continue to support the legislative and strategic frameworks for an economic integration of women, to make sure that women participate in the public sphere and guarantee that they have access to equal opportunities. And we are combating all forms of violence and discrimination against women. Tunisia reaffirms its commitment to the agenda of women, peace and security, and the agenda of young people, peace and security, because we believe that the participation of women and young people in conflict prevention, in addressing crises and building peace is a necessary condition to achieve a just and permanent peace and a comprehensive development. Mr. President, we also believe that there are close ties between the Tunisian and Libyan peoples. We reaffirm our firm and principled position that supports the free choices of the Libyan people. We believe that the situation within Libya is a purely internal affair and not an international affair. The solution can only be Libyan-led without any interference. The Libyan people is a sovereign people and is the only one entitled to put in place solutions with the support of the United Nations. In this regard, we also call for maintaining the sovereignty, independence, and unity of Syria. We reject any violations to its territorial integrity. Furthermore, we believe that we need concerted UN and international efforts to find a political settlement for the situation in Yemen, to end the suffering of the Yemeni people and achieve peace and security in Yemen. We also call on Sudanese parties to choose dialogue and a peaceful resolution of this crisis to restore security and stability and put an end to the suffering of the Sudanese people from the scourges of war and division. When it comes to the situation on the African continent, we are proud that we are a part of the African continent. Tunisia reaffirms the need to address the vulnerabilities confronting a number of countries in the continent. We call for more concerted UN and international efforts to assist Africa to confront the different challenges and to get rid of crises and advance the efforts to achieve stability, security, peace and development. We also support the partnership between the United Nations and the African Union, especially by supporting financial resources to prevent conflicts, to address conflicts, and to guarantee the sustainability of peace and security and development all over the African continent. My country believes that we need African solutions for African problems. This should be our approach to achieve our goal of silencing the guns by 2030. We also renew our call for financial and logistic support from the United Nations to peacekeeping operations, and we also need continued cooperation and coordination between UN and regional entities within a participatory approach that prioritizes the security and stability of Africa, the Africa we want. Mr. President, Tunisia renews its commitment to the culture of peace as a strategic choice and a firm principle in our foreign policy. We also reaffirm the need to intensify international efforts to combat hate speech and incitement of violence. We need to support the role of the United Nations in terms of conflict prevention and conflict resolution through peaceful means. Without selectivity, we also need to strengthen dialogue between civilizations and cultures as a cornerstone for peaceful coexistence between nations. Tunisia participates in peacekeeping functions based on our diplomatic and security doctrine that places people at the heart of our concerns. We believe that protecting civilians is a moral obligation and not just an international obligation. Since the first years of our independence, and although our national army was newly formed, Tunisia was one of the first countries that contributed to peacekeeping operations. Today, it is participating in 4 peacekeeping operations. This reflects the trust of the international community in the qualifications and discipline of Tunisian troops and their commitment to the principles of the United Nations. Based on our historic experience and our early engagement in these humanitarian operations, we believe that protecting civilians is not just a temporary response. It is a continuous action based on prevention and anticipation. Based on our experience, we have organized the International Conference on the Role of Armed Forces in Protecting Civilians in Peacekeeping Operations on the 10th and 11th of July 2025 in cooperation with the UN Peacekeeping Operations Department, which resulted in a number of initiatives and proposals to strengthen the protection of civilians and to achieve the desired outcomes from peacekeeping operations and to renew the trust of countries and peoples in these operations. In conclusion, I reaffirm, Mr. President, Excellencies, that Tunisia, which engaged in the work of the United Nations even before our independence and following our liberation to complete the components of our sovereignty. We are proud of what we have achieved since we have joined the UN on November 12, 1956, in order to defend the UN Charter and reinforce the principles of international peace and security in words and in deeds, and our contribution in the efforts of peacekeeping. With the same determination, Tunisia will continue to actively engage in all genuine initiatives to achieve security and stability for all people of the region and the world. We remain hopeful that we will be able to build together a future that carries opportunities that meet the aspirations and the hopes of our people and future generations. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Abdullah Khalil, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On the 21st of this month, we mark the 60th anniversary of the Maldives joining the United Nations. Over the last 60 years, we have placed our confidence in this institution and in the multilateral system it represents. A promise that sovereignty matters, borders are respected, and every country, small or large, has an equal voice in shaping our shared future. That confidence was never naive. It rested on the conviction that laws restrain might and rules hold firm against coercion. But assurances endure only when the rules-based order is upheld. When it is breached without accountability, we lose more than order. We lose faith in the system itself. And when faith collapses, it is not peace that fills the void. It is unrestrained might, power that redraws boundaries, silences voices, and tramples norms. This is the erosion we confront. 3 fault lines in the global order. First, the taboo against conquest. For many decades, the rule that borders cannot be changed by force underwrote peace. That foundation is cracking. Every breach, once allowed, becomes precedent. And precedent invites repetition. Second, sovereignty, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. These are not slogans, but the ground rules for peace, development, and dignity. But today, powerful aggressors treat them as optional. Third, multilateralism. The doctrine that shared challenges require shared solutions. That doctrine is under siege. When institutions are bypassed, when vetoes paralyze, when laws are applied selectively, confidence unravels, and with it, the system itself. We see erosion everywhere. In Palestine, especially Gaza, Israel's ongoing genocide has killed more than 66,000 civilians, more than half of them women and children. In the West Bank, settler violence intensifies, trying to force more Palestinians out and annex more land. Israel has willfully, shamelessly, and repeatedly violated international law. It has defied hundreds of resolutions of the Security Council and this very assembly. It has rejected the decisions of the International Court of Justice and sanctioned the International Criminal Court. People killed while begging for food. Mothers holding lifeless babies. Children staring blankly at the ruins of their homes and their future. These are the images that you simply cannot forget and move past. And the sheer hypocrisy is, this genocide is sustained by weapons and money from the very countries that claim to defend human rights. The same countries that helped define the very norms and laws being broken. By their actions, they refuse to see Palestinians as equal human beings, deserving of life, dignity, and freedom. This complicity is the shame of this century. Once again, this complicity is the shame of this century. Let me be clear. Famine can never be a weapon of war. Innocents must not be mercilessly maimed, arbitrarily jailed, and ruthlessly killed. The assault on sovereignty is equally clear in Israel's illegal attacks against Qatar, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Tunisia, and Iran. Each strike is a reminder that borders are trampled when power speaks louder than law. In each case, where laws and norms give way to leverage, where responsibility gives way to convenience, the pattern is the same. If this erosion continues, the question will no longer be whether it will happen again, but who will be the next victim. UN80 must be the repair moment, the turning point. Reform is no longer optional. It is the only pathway forward. Any serious reform must tackle the Security Council, the Council's paralysis. We need an expanded and more representative council. A rotating seat for SIDS is where we must start. We need a council that is transparent in its deliberations and accountable in its decisions to the membership and to itself. We need a council that does not hide under the threat of veto. The Secretary General's three-track reform should be member state-led, member state-driven, and implementation-focused. It should enhance the UN's presence, especially in SIDS. It should align mandates and secure predictable development finance. It should ensure sufficient program delivery staff. Realign must not mean less, but better service and better support. We must also confront another imbalance. The United Nations should exemplify equally. But the shameful reality is that it has never had a female Secretary General until today. The time has come to correct that. Reform is not only about structures, it is about credibility. And credibility lives or dies with trust in multilateralism. That trust is eroding, and unless we act, the institutions built to uphold our systems will weaken further. If the UN cannot act to prevent, to protect, and to provide, trust in multilateralism will continue to erode. UN80 must repair the guardrail before they fail beyond repair. Repair also begins with the global commons, the ultimate test of whether law and multilateralism still matter. A decade ago, this assembly adopted 3 foundational documents. But today, the 2030 agenda is off track. The promise of Paris is broken, and the Addis Ababa action agenda lies unfulfilled. The climate emergency deepens as major emitters evade their responsibility to cut emissions and to pay for loss and damage inflicted on countries like mine, the Maldives. Similarly, under the crushing weight of external debt, creditors and institutions tighten the vice, stripping developing economies of the fiscal space needed for resilience, health, and education. There are promises worth keeping. The BBNJ agreement entering into force next January must be universally ratified and fully implemented, with benefit sharing, technology transfer, and capacity building that are real, predictable, and accessible to SIDS. Comments from the UN Ocean Conference, commitments from the UN Ocean Conference, and the Financing for Development Conference must translate into tangible gains for our islands, and above all, deliver debt relief. The global financial architecture must deliver deeper, faster, fairer structuring, scaling up concessional financing for SIDS, and ensure that climate finance is additional, predictable, and aligned with adaptation needs. We do not need to look far for solutions. The Antigua and Barbuda agenda provides the roadmap for SIDS to achieve resilient prosperity. But it requires building economic resilience, scaling up climate action and support, accelerating biodiversity protection, conserving and sustainably using the ocean, and mainstreaming disaster risk reduction. The upcoming World Social Summit in Doha must renew the social contract. A clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, decent work, universal social protection, and inclusion are not privileges, they are rights. Human rights must never be wielded as tools for political or diplomatic leverage. They must be a means to relieve suffering and support communities. The Maldives will continue to champion core human rights values, including climate justice, gender equality, and the voice of youth. We will continue to be a voice for small island developing states, too often excluded, unheard, and ignored. We advocate for reform abroad by taking responsibility at home. Maldives 2.0 is our blueprint for change. It is reshaping governance, digitalizing services, and building an inclusive, future-ready economy, so every child on every island has the same chance to thrive. Health is central. We have banned vaping devices, e-cigarettes, and tobacco for the next generation. We are bringing NCD treatment into communities, expanding mental health care, and preparing for the realities of an aging population. Young people are at the heart of our choices. We are broadening access to skills and vocational training, opening new pathways to work, and creating space for them to build the future they imagine. Sustainability anchors our development. Ocean accounts now guide how we protect biodiversity, while our third NDC commits us to generating 1/3 of our electricity from renewable sources. Innovation drives resilience. President Dr. Moise has positioned the Maldives as a hub for investment and ideas. The Maldives International Financial Center will be the cornerstone, supported by competitive tax and regulatory incentives under our special economic zone framework. Geography is an asset we are determined to use. By investing in maritime logistics and trade gateways, we are placing the Maldives at the crossroad of global exchange. And inclusion remains our promise. Content creators, entrepreneurs, and MSMEs, especially those led by women and persons with disabilities, will have the support they need to succeed. In doing so, we are not only building resilience at home, but also contributing to a fairer and stronger global community. The choice before us is stark. Either we rebuild the foundations of law and norms, or reconcile ourselves to a world where might makes right. Small states will be the first casualty of a lawless world. But we will not be the only ones who will suffer. No state, small or large, will be safe. In such a world, borders become bargaining chips. Human rights become selective, and the global commons become a free for all. We refuse to accept that fate. At UN 80, let us restore the taboo against conquest. Let us renew respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Let us revitalize multilateralism, not as a talk shop, but as a system that acts with courage, clarity, and conviction. If the rules stand, the small can stand. And if the small can stand, all of us will stand taller. I thank you all.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Maldives. Now I give the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of State and Secretary General of Presidency of Guinea, His Excellency Amara Kamara.
Bonsoir à tous.
Good evening to all. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, it is an honor and a privilege for me to speak at this universal platform and to do so on behalf of His Excellency President Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the Republic of Guinea and Head of State. On this solemn occasion, he has entrusted me with conveying his warm congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock. Congratulations on her brilliant election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and to assure her of the Republic of Guinea's full support during her mandate. We also salute the ongoing efforts of Mr. Antonio Guterres for global peace, and we pay tribute to Mr. Philemon Young. We thank him for his remarkable work accomplished during the 79th session. Guinea, whose voice it is an honor for us to express here, fully identifies with the theme of this 80th session, which is Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. In our national context, this theme resonates particularly deeply. Better together through refounding. After more than 66 years of independence, peace, coexistence, development, and human rights are becoming a reality in Guinea. And I am asking you, ladies and gentlemen, to receive the congratulations and greeting of the people, the President, and the government of Guinea. 2 years ago, President Doumbouya stated, "My country continues to place hope in the United Nations to find appropriate solutions to the challenges facing our world. But the founding principles of our organization must adapt to the profound changes in our society." This hope, unfortunately, is increasingly giving way to concern. It is becoming increasingly clear that the world is in turmoil and no continent is spared. Spared the following: the fact that peace is becoming a luxury, that wars and conflicts are becoming normalized, international and regional organizations are weakening, and alliances depend far too often on the will of current leaders. At this pace, we must have the courage to acknowledge that the best years of our shared organization may be behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an inseparable link between peace, development, and human rights. And we pay tribute to the men and women who fight for peace worldwide. But we must acknowledge that a mere denunciation of atrocities is far too often the ultimate level of international action. Furthermore, nature, which was once assaulted by human beings, now inflicts dramatic consequences in the form of the scarcity of arable lands, worsening droughts, increasing floods, and increasingly unbearable heat. These realities must prompt deep reflection on our part. Ladies and gentlemen, the well-being of the people and people peacefully living together are true synonyms of peace. President Doumbouya made this a guiding principle of his leadership. And it is through his rigor and consistency here Guinea has been able to reconcile with itself and is now boldly advancing towards development. In acknowledging the end to an imbalance and unjust era where Africa had no voice, President Doumbouya chose to fully embrace our national sovereignty. First, our mining sovereignty. And this was done by revoking several permits which were not in compliance with our laws, in particular with Guinea's mining code. And then our intellectual property. And this was done by transforming the education system we have and by promoting excellence. This led to the creation of Simandou Academy, which offers top-performing students of the country a chance to study in the world's best schools under the best conditions, thus providing our country with the human capital we need for development. Ladies and gentlemen, we know better than anyone the price of peace and the cost of underdevelopment. This justified the recent intervention of our defense and security forces to prevent a national collapse in the country. And now, with a methodical approach, which is a forward-looking one, President Doumbouya has launched Simandou 2040 program, which is built on the basis of 5 strategic pillars. The first one is agriculture, food industry and trade, which is the engine of our growth. The second one is education and culture, and it is the foundation of our future. The third pillar, infrastructure, transport and new technologies to better connect our country. The fourth one is economy, finance and insurance to ensure our financial sovereignty. And finally, the health and well-being pillar, which is a national priority. The Simandou project, which is home to the world's largest iron deposit, will significantly contribute to global decarbonization due to its exceptionally high ore quality, about 65%. And to ensure the sustainability of the program, a sovereign fund will be established, financed essentially by Simandou revenues as well as other conventional mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, let me recall yet once again the words of a great African leader who spoke from this very podium and said, I quote, very clearly, without being hypocritical or pretending otherwise, looking at each other face to face, we all recognize that the democratic model imposed on us after the La Baule summit in France, almost religiously, this model does not work. Various economic and social indicators show it clearly. And this is not a value judgment on democracy itself. It's a statement of fact, a conclusion from decades of chaotic experiment of this model in our environment. A time which was focused only on political jousting at the expense of the essential, which is the economy. I quoted the President Doumbouya. And in this regard, I am pleased to announce that the Republic of Guinea has achieved a historic milestone. It's achieved its first sovereign credit rating, which was classified as B+ with stable outlook by Standard & Poor. Thanks to the vision and leadership of the President of the Republic, General Doumbouya, Guinea has reached today a major milestone with this international recognition. This rating now places the Republic of Guinea as the second largest economy in French-speaking West Africa and opening access to more favorable and competitive international capital markets. For Guinea, respect for human rights means recognizing the inherent dignity of every person and applying the principles and standards that protect these rights as defined by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unfortunately, its application throughout the world remains inconsistent according to regions, actors, contexts, and interests. Ladies and gentlemen, President Doumbouya has asked us to reaffirm here his sincere commitment to the theme of this session. He places the highest importance to peace, development, and human rights. Madam President, we wanted to provide our country with a constitution that reflects and unites us, and we thus initiated a process of consultation and inclusivity. It took a long time, but it was necessary given our history, and we are proud to announce from this podium that the constitutional draft submitted to the people of Guinea by referendum has been adopted by a large majority. This is an opportunity for me to, on behalf of the head of state, to applaud the maturity of the people of Guinea and also applaud our commitment to the future of our country. As of yesterday, 26 September 2025, following its promulgation by the head of state, Guinea now has a constitution marking its long-awaited return to the constitutional order, much awaited by our people and the international community. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank Minister of State and Secretary General of the Presidency of Guinea. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Teresa Lazaro, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the closing of the San Francisco Conference in 1945, Filipino General Carlos P. Romulo declared the UN Charter as an achievement for all humanity. It is an accomplishment, he said, that will embrace and protect us at the same time that it liberates the human spirit. Our faith in the United Nations Charter endures as the international community celebrates the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. United in purpose, we, the 193 member states of the United Nations, are stewards of this office, of this edifice. It counts on our courage to be equal to the task it bestows on us. The United Nations was born in the rubble of war. We embark on a peace that works not only for the powers of that day, but also for all of humanity, for all time. We forge through the Charter a covenant of just and equitable peace. Yet today, we ponder on the triumphs of this shared journey amidst the jolting clamor for peace and humanity under the very circumstances for which the United Nations was conceived. We must end the suffering of millions who live in starvation and fear in Gaza. Ceasefires must hold. Humanitarian access must be restored without restrictions. Children, women, and innocent civilians must be saved from further violence. Healing must begin. The two-state solution is the only viable diplomatic solution for sustainable peace. We must end the conflict in Ukraine. A just peace is only possible with respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity. We must double down to address humanitarian crises around the world, looking at their roots and investing in durable solutions. We must protect and assist displaced populations in Sudan, Syria, Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Sahel region, of the Rohingyas, and in many other parts of the world. This June, the Secretary General reported that over 40,000 cases of violations against children in armed conflict, the highest recorded in 30 years. This is unconscionable. We owe our children peace. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as UN founders recognized that peace was the antidote to fragility and uncertainty after the war, this time's call on the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, to make bold decisions. We must forge new pathways for international peace and security. This is a challenge that the Philippines is ready to rise up to as we seek a non-permanent seat in the Security Council for the term 2027-2028. We look ahead to the solemn honor of serving this body. The Philippines is committed to contribute to the Security Council in a manner that takes into account the views and concerns of the general UN membership and other principal organs of the United Nations. We recognize the weight of the responsibility of the Security Council. When it acts for the interest of humanity, it is a fulcrum of change, a force for good, and a bastion of hope for populations trapped in hopeless situations. We seek to be part of it to help advance the cause of global peace with the depth of experience earned from our struggles for peace. In the Philippines, we know that beyond stopping hostilities, peace is a just order with individuals flourishing in dignity at its center. The success story of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARM, tells us that peace building, though sometimes arduous and long, endows communities their rightful future. Our vision for global peace finds its home in the 1982 Manila Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of Disputes. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the UN Charter binds nations in promoting peace and progress in larger freedom. This drives our quest for global solutions to the transcendent challenges that affect nations. New models are needed to achieve equitable, sustainable, and inclusive development. For decades, the UN development system has aided transformation in many nations, including the Philippines. Amidst current funding shortfalls, we must support reforms to help it deliver value to UN member states in tight accord with national priorities, with less bureaucracy and fragmentation. It is regrettable that politics and the demands of war have cut development financing globally, just as we embark in the last mile of the SDG agenda. This has shifted the focus to the roles of developing and middle-income countries as shapers of development solutions. And why not? Together, we are the fastest-growing economies, the largest consumer markets, and the top sources of human capital. Even as we manage our share of economic vulnerabilities within our borders, developing nations are assuming greater responsibility as agents of transformative and inclusive cooperation. We are actively reshaping the global development agenda in the 21st century. In the Financing for Development conference in Sevilla, we faced the sobering truth that the current financial system is untenable. It is one that has fostered debt burdens and perpetuated power imbalance, a system that mires the poor and favors the wealthy. Structural asymmetries undermine the ability of developing countries, particularly climate-vulnerable ones, to mobilize the scale and quality of finance required for resilient development. Access to finance remains skewed. Climate-vulnerable developing countries face borrowing costs that exceed their projected growth rates. The eligibility criteria for concessional finance is tied to outdated income classifications with no account for risks and vulnerabilities faced by many countries that need such lifelines for sustaining their growth. Reforms are long overdue. Multilateral processes must confront the widening gap between climate ambition and the means of implementation, whether in terms of financial resources, technology transfer, or capacity building. Developed countries must fulfill their financial obligations. Multilateral development banks must do their part. Climate finance is a binding commitment as affirmed by the International Court of Justice in its unanimous advisory opinion last July. We need to rebalance decision-making power in global financing institutions. Developing countries must be co-architects of systems that determine allocation, eligibility, and accountability. As a maritime country known for its mega biodiversity, the Philippines considers the sustainability of our environmental ecosystem as key to our climate and economic resilience. I am pleased to announce the Philippines' ratification of the BBNJ agreement, and this is in line with our commitment to the rules-based international order and the 1982 UNCLOS. We are determined to advance the just governance of the oceans and the conservation of maritime biodiversity. In our reflection on evolving multilateralism to be more fit for purpose, we must consider progress in the way we account for our stewardship of resources. Our economic models must account for the health of our planet. We must measure our success in promoting development in larger freedom in our accountability to every nation and every person of the community. Societies thrive in diversity and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand in the midst of a global revolution of people, of economies, and of technologies. Migration straddles these changes. The movement of people across borders sustains growth in countries of origin, transit, and destination alike. Every day, Filipino migrants cross the world, are a testament to this. They support health systems, advance education, and boost creative economies. The 1.9 million seafarers are the backbone of maritime trade that accounts for 90% of global commerce. The International Conference on Seafarers, Human Rights, Safety, and Well-being held in Manila early this month affirmed that states and stakeholders are ready to do more for them. As migrants link our nations, their rights and dignity should be a gathering point, not a fault line for governments. Technology is the other defining force of our age, a connector, an enabler, an equalizer. Artificial intelligence offers promise, but carries profound risks. We must help build digital societies that bridges development divides rather than widen them, conforming with safeguards against misuse. Over the last 80 years, the United Nations Charter has served as a wellspring of purpose and action for those who rise equal to the task of delivering its promise. There is no alternative to the United Nations. There is no good global order other than one based on international law and the principle of the sovereign equality of states. A rules-based order is indispensable. To maritime nations such as the Philippines, international law, particularly the 1982 Law of the Sea, is fundamental to our future. While our government vessels and fisher folk continue to be harassed in our own waters, and as we remain the receiving end of illegal, coercive, aggressive, and dangerous actions in the South China Sea, we abide by the UNCLOS as reinforced by the binding 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea. We are committed to diplomacy and other peaceful means to settle disputes. At the birth of the UN, the Philippines actively helped in framing the foundational principle of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The early decades of the UN saw the spirited engagement of Filipino diplomats against colonization and apartheid and economic inequality. We have steadfastly strived for justice. For its cause, we have helped manage the front lines of climate diplomacy, from the drafting of the Climate Change Convention itself to the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. We have engaged with the fire of a nation familiar with the brunt of devastation, of disasters and extreme weather events. We know the urgency of global action. Justice and equity was our guidepost during the crafting of the WHO Pandemic Agreement. The adoption of this treaty last May was a sweet spot in the Philippines' presidency of the World Health Assembly. Our pledge to peace is unwavering. The Philippines was among the first to respond to the UN call for assistance in the Korean War. A decade later, Philippine troops flew halfway across the globe to aid in peacekeeping operations in the Congo. Since then, we have sent nearly 15,000 troops to 21 peacekeeping missions in Africa, Middle East, and the Asia Pacific. This experience has taught us that peacekeeping is about empowering communities. It must carve exit strategies with focused, non-politicized mandates from the Security Council. New models must be tailored to context and needs on the ground. Then as now, we embrace our role as a bridge builder. As General Carlos P. Romulo put it in 1946, a bridge between two worlds, among the first of many that must be erected to make them one. Then as now, we offer steady hands in New York, Geneva, Vienna, Bangkok, Nairobi, Rome, and the cradles of joint action as a partner, pathfinder, and peacemaker. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, our world is far different from the world inhabited by the founders of the UN. Our new realities test the durability of the Charter at its 80th year. The measure of credibility for the UN is whether it can hold its sovereign promise in today's world, where nations shape the future on equal terms. As I conclude, I recall again General Romulus' words at the first UN General Assembly in 1946 that the Filipino stake in the United Nations is one of an identical destiny, of shared anxiety, of hope and endeavor. The journey of the entire family of the United Nations has been one of hope and endeavor. In the strength of our diversity, the UN is the common vessel steering humanity through the onslaught of challenge and change. We count on each other for the courage to hope and courage to act. Let us persevere in purpose, in action, as the United Nations, so we can claim before those who came before us and those coming after that we have risen to the challenges of our time and have far exceeded our calling. Thank you and mabuhay.
I thank the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Lana Nusseibeh, Minister of State for Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, when the world stood amidst the ruins of war 80 years ago, it faced a watershed moment, one that required a transition to a new order, with the previous international systems having failed to maintain international peace and security. The world was faced with a choice. It chose peace and embraced a new era of international cooperation and solidarity, embodied by the establishment of this organization. Today, we once again face a pivotal moment. Today, the world is marked by turmoil, conflict, and humanitarian crises. Threats to state sovereignty, proliferation risks, and extremist ideologies persist, undermining the foundations of stability and development. Amidst these challenges, my country has chosen the path of prudence and de-escalation, leveraging its capabilities to build bridges, prevent conflicts, and place the interests of humanity above all. We have sought to strengthen the mechanisms for international cooperation and multilateralism, as well as the norms and principles of the UN Charter and international law. In doing so, the UAE promotes the principles of good neighborliness and respect for sovereignty of states to create opportunities and advance progress in every field. My country has also championed genuine humanitarian diplomacy aimed at preserving the dignity of individuals in the most difficult circumstances. We have sought to bridge divides, facilitating the exchange of thousands of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine, hosting peace talks between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and undertaking efforts to de-escalate tensions in South Asia and beyond. In the face of these global challenges, the United Arab Emirates remains committed to diplomacy, peaceful solutions, and dialogue. Our aim is not simply to manage conflicts, but to resolve them sustainably. The urgent need for this approach is clear around the world, whether in the Gaza Strip, Ukraine, Sudan, Yemen, Libya, or the Sahel. Many of the crises around us have been exacerbated by extremist ideologies, hate speech, and incitement. That is why we are leading efforts to advance the tolerance, peace, and security agenda, to uphold the values enshrined in the UN Charter, and to break cycles of conflict. There is no doubt that what we are witnessing today in the Palestinian-Israeli conflicts is not only a result of, but serves extremists and warmongers efforts who seek to undermine the path to a peaceful resolution. Nothing can justify targeting tens of thousands of civilians or besieging them or starving them and forcibly displacing them, nor can anything excuse the pursuit of unacceptable expansionist ambitions, including the threat of annexing the West Bank. Similarly, there is no justification for the taking of hostages or the targeting of civilians in conflict. We emphasize the need to protect the hostages as per international humanitarian law. This situation also cannot serve as an excuse to attack countries in the region. Israel's treacherous and reprehensible attack against the state of Qatar constituted a flagrant violation of its territorial integrity and of the security of the Arabian Gulf region, as well as a breach of the most fundamental principles of international law. Aggression will not bring stability to the region. My country has always believed in the centrality of the two-state solution and the realization of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with the State of Israel in security, peace, and prosperity. This is the fundamental requirement for achieving a permanent, just, and comprehensive solution to the issue, with a Palestinian state capable of fulfilling the aspiration of the Palestinian people, restricting the use of weapons, and ensuring security, stability, and the rule of law, with no place for terrorists and extremist groups. My country also welcomes the growing recognition of the State of Palestine. We invite others to follow this approach as an investment in a better future for the region. Our first and most urgent demands remain an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, ending the siege on Gaza, releasing the hostages and detainees, and urgent, unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid at scale. The UAE continues its role as the largest donor of aid to Gaza, mobilizing all its relations, resources, and capabilities to this end. We will continue to deliver aid to the most in need despite the restrictions and obstacles. As part of our commitment to prioritizing diplomatic solutions and justice in the international system, my country continues to place the dispute of the three occupied Emirati islands in the Arabian Gulf, Greater Tomb, Lesser Tomb, and Abu Musa, at the forefront of our national priorities. We continue to call on Iran to end its occupation of these islands, which are an integral part of UAE territory, as well as to respond to our repeated calls to resolve this dispute through direct negotiations or by resorting to the International Court of Justice. We also reiterate here our full support for Moroccan sovereignty over the Moroccan Sahara and endorse the autonomy initiative within the framework of Moroccan territorial integrity. Mr. President, the brutal scene unfolding in Gaza is not the only crisis engulfing our region. In Sudan, people are experiencing immense human suffering and famine. My country stands with the Sudanese people, supporting their aspirations to end the civil war and its profound humanitarian consequences. We underscore the importance of the statement by the Quad on Sudan and the call for a humanitarian truce. We stress the importance of reaching an immediate ceasefire and ensuring unhindered access for humanitarian aid throughout the country. Sustainable peace cannot be achieved through military means. A transitional process must be pursued in Sudan, leading to an independent civilian government. one that is not controlled by any of the warring parties and which denies space to extremism and terrorism. Mr. President, my country is committed to supporting the role of international organizations and multilateral institutions. There is an urgent need to develop and reform the existing institutions for collective action, especially the UN and Security Council. In particular, the UAE views the UN80 initiative as an opportunity to both strengthen the organization's capabilities and ensure a clear vision for its work in the decades ahead. This vision of UN reform is consistent with the UAE's ambitious national approach. Under the wise leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, may God protect him. It is a vision for an effective and equitable international system capable of serving humanity and working collectively to achieve comprehensive and sustainable prosperity. This is reflected across the UAE's policies. Regarding the economy and development, we have doubled our foreign investments in various projects. We have expanded the scope of our partnerships, delivering shared prosperity, particularly with the Global South. This includes in Africa, where our investments have extended across various sectors, reflecting our belief in the importance of openness and engagement to achieve shared development, prosperity, and stability. In the fields of science, technology, and artificial intelligence, my country has sought to harness these tools to advance sustainable development around the world. We support countries to build their technological capacities while respecting their national values and priorities, and ensuring the responsible and ethical use of these technologies in accordance with international law. As for our ongoing efforts to protect the planet, the UAE is accelerating its investments in international climate action, supporting innovative solutions to achieve an orderly and responsible transition and to promote clean energy. My country affirms its full commitment to implementing the outcomes of the UAE consensus from COP28 held in Dubai in 2023. My country is also investing heavily in addressing the challenges of water scarcity, including through the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative, which supports the development and application of pioneering technology to promote sustainable access to this important resource. And as we prepare to host the UN Water Conference next year with the Republic of Senegal, we will seek to strengthen international cooperation on this issue and stimulate investment in innovation. And in all our projects and initiatives, we seek to promote the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women as essential partners in society. In conclusion, Mr. President, at a time when our international institutions are weakened and the principles of international law are undermined, we must live up to our shared responsibility to ensure the continuity of our international system, to restore its credibility, and to secure a better future for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of State for Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate on Monday, 29 September at 9 a.m. in this hall. The exercise of right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seat. I call on the representative of Ethiopia.
Mr. President, we ask for the floor in the exercise of the right of reply to the statement made by the Egyptian delegate against my country, Ethiopia. The unfounded claims we heard here today are also communicated to the Security Council. Ethiopia has provided a considered response based on truth and lessons from our knowledge of Egypt's baseless claims. Our position remains principled and clear. The Nile River ties Ethiopia, Egypt, and the 9 other countries of the Nile Basin with a natural bond. Ethiopia has taken all steps to preserve this bond. The contrast between Ethiopia's long-standing policy of cooperation and Egypt's continued hostility is starkly clear. Ethiopia abides by the international law principle of equitable and reasonable utilization in its use of the Nile River. Egypt, on the other hand, is invested in imposing what it calls its historic right. Ethiopia advances basin-wide cooperation along with its sisterly co-riparian countries. Egypt pushes for colonial-era bilateral commission that grants it unfettered authority over 10 African countries. Ethiopia seeks to develop the water to protect the human rights of our people for inadequate standard of living, to ensure access to clean drinking water, food, and electricity to power our homes, schools, hospitals, and factories. Egypt insists on denying them these necessities of life by a perpetual colonial status as a desert farm, to use its own terms, and I quote, oasis for development, end of quote. Ethiopia built the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam by consulting and involving Egypt in the decision-making processes, starting from the design to the operation of the dam. Egypt built the humongous High Aswan Dam, which is nearly 3 times the size of our Renaissance Dam, destroying the Nubia and Meroe civilizations, with flooding destroying the livelihood of people in its neighbor. Several rounds of negotiations have been held between Ethiopia and Egypt. Egypt tried to extract unreasonable concessions from Ethiopia without any genuine desire for a win-win solution. Egypt's representatives have not shown any inclination to produce a consensus outcome. Its entire focus is to get other Nile riparian states to recognize its claims for colonial-era entitlements and full control of the Nile. Ethiopia's dam is the first of many, not only in Ethiopia but also in the wider Nile Basin region. There has to be a lesson from the past to chart a positive future, a more collaborative future. Hostility only breeds divisions, wastage of resources, and missed opportunities for joint development. Ethiopia has redoubled its efforts to ensure regional peace and security, shoulder to shoulder with its neighbors, to restore peace, advance integration and economic development, and in the fight against terrorism. Egypt, on the other hand, is disrupting these regional efforts, shipping in arms and supporting belligerents and making diplomatic solutions impossible in its neighbors to the south and west. There is no parallel or comparison between my country, Ethiopia, and Egypt. Our determination to forge cooperation emanates from the just nature of our cause and action. It's influenced by the timeless bond and shared future we enjoy with our neighbors. When we exchange this word in this August Assembly, it is only because we are compelled to do so. Egypt's attempt to internationalize one hydroelectric dam, one African river, is only another case of exploiting this platform for narrow political purposes and a cover-up for national and regional preoccupations. This is one among several factors that contributed to the challenges the United Nations is facing in developing on its mandates. We thus encourage Egypt to play a constructive role in building a future of shared prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Pakistan.
Mr. President, today we heard the familiar rhetoric from one member state. What was said was predictable. An attempt to malign Pakistan, relying on rhetoric and disinformation, yet as always, completely devoid of facts. So let me state those facts clearly. Mr. President, Pakistan has sacrificed over 90,000 lives in fighting terrorism. Its sacrifices are recognized globally. We are one of the strongest pillars in leading global efforts for combating terrorism, as also highlighted by my Prime Minister at this forum. The malicious accusations about terrorism by this one country, unfortunately by our neighbor, are a deliberate attempt to repeat lies, and to keep doing that until they are accepted as the truth. But as we know, that is far from ground realities. This country is not just a serial perpetrator of terrorism, it is a regional bully, a net destabilizer for the entire region, holding South Asia hostage to its hegemonic designs and radical ideology that regrettably inspires hate, divisions, and xenophobia. So let me put that in perspective. First, this country is in the league of those who illegally occupy territories, oppress populations, and violate fundamental human rights, as in the case of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. State terrorism in the form of extrajudicial killings, arbitrary arrests, detentions, stage encounters, and collective punishment under the cover of counterterrorism. Second, it is this country which runs a sinister cross-border terrorist web and clandestine networks through its proxies, both inside Pakistan and beyond. This country also holds the distinction of having its serving naval officer working for its intelligence agency, Commander Kulbhushan Jadhav, caught red-handed by Pakistan, involved in heinous acts of terrorism and sabotage. Third, we heard the bizarre and untenable claims surrounding the Pahalgam incident. It has become a routine script now. Whenever an incident occurs, Pakistan is reflexively blamed, without evidence, without logic, and without any investigation. Pakistan, as a responsible state, joined other members of the Security Council in condemning the Pahalgam incident. Moreover, Pakistan offered an independent and credible investigation, an offer that was flatly rejected. No surprise that till this day, no evidence related to that incident has been shared by this country. And then using that incident as a pretext and in gross violation of international law, blatant aggression was mounted against Pakistan between 7 and 10th May, which resulted in the loss of 54 innocent lives, 15 of them children, 13 women. To this, my country delivered a befitting, yet carefully calibrated response, exercising our right to self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. This multi-domain response was directed solely at military targets and resulted in downing of multiple aircrafts, along with other significant military setbacks for the aggressor. Mr. President, this country's behavior sets a dangerous precedent for international legal order. It is a template for states that seek to violate international law, undertake extraterritorial assassinations, threaten their neighbors, and commit acts of blatant aggression. Such unlawful and reckless behavior must not be ignored by the international community. Pakistan remains committed to peace. More than 1.9 billion people of South Asia, a quarter of the world's population, deserve prosperity and stability. But these goals cannot be achieved through threats and intimidation. True progress requires sincerity, mutual respect, dialogue, and diplomacy. Principle Pakistan has upheld, and principles which India must finally choose to embrace if it truly seeks peace. I thank you.
I call on the representative of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, in response to the distinguished representative of the UAE, I must stress that the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates its full sovereignty over the Iranian islands of Abu Musa, Greater Tom, and Lesser Tom in the Persian Gulf and rejects categorically any claim to the contrary. The Islamic Republic of Iran underlines that the measures undertaken in those islands by the Iranian officials have always been conducted based on the principles of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Islamic Republic of Iran. My country always pursued a policy of friendship and good neighboring with all neighboring countries. As it was reiterated regularly, the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of my country over the said Iranian islands is not negotiable. I would like to stress that Persian Gulf is the only true geographical designation for the body of water lying between Iran and the Arabian Peninsula, which has been used since the dawn of history and endorsed by the United Nations system and must therefore be respected by all. Also, my delegation rejects the allegation of Germany against Iran. Such claims are part of their disinformation campaign intended to divert attention away from the crimes of the Israeli regime. In fact, the Israeli regime is the regional proxy for certain Western countries, as explicitly acknowledged by the German Chancellor, stating that it is the dirty work Israel is doing for all of us. Germany has fully supported such a dirty work. Germany is a compliance in genocide and other crimes of that regime, entailing the international responsibility of Germany. Moreover, while Germany has openly backed Israel's aggression against Iranian safeguarded nuclear facilities and also is a significant non-performance of its obligation under JCPOA and Resolution 2231, it is not in any position to lecture us here. Contrary to the false claim of the German Foreign Minister, Iran's nuclear program is and will remain entirely peaceful. Since November 2003, every report of the International Atomic Energy Agency has consistently confirmed this peaceful character. Iran has repeatedly and unequivocally emphasized that nuclear weapons have no place in its defense doctrine. In his statement before the General Assembly, the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirmed Iran's principled opposition to nuclear weapons and underscored the urgent need to uphold the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran's peaceful nuclear program poses no threat to international peace and security. Consequently, we oppose any attempt by E3 to treat this matter within the Security Council framework. It is unjustified, lacks a legal foundation, and serves no constructive purpose. On several occasions, including informal communication to the Security Council and the Secretary General, the Islamic Republic of Iran has made it clear that the notification submitted by France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, the so-called E3, to trigger the snapback mechanism is legally and procedurally defective and therefore null and void. The E3, Germany included, took this action while themselves refusing to comply with their own binding obligation under the JCPOA and Resolution 2231. Not only did they deliberately undermine the Resolution 2231 by demanding arrangements beyond its scope, but they also went so far as to advocate and justify military aggression against Iran's safeguarded nuclear facilities. Accordingly, any attempt to revive terminated resolutions is devoid of legal basis and stands politically and morally indefensible. Issues related to Iran's nuclear program have already been comprehensively addressed and settled within the framework of JCPOA and Resolution 2231. The government and the people of the Islamic Republic of Iran remain determined to exercise their inalienable right to nuclear technology for exclusively peaceful purposes and to build upon their own scientific progress in advancing various civilian applications for that technology. At the same time, as the only nation in recent history to have suffered the use of weapons of mass destruction, Iran categorically rejects the development, possession, or use of such inhuman weapons on both ideological and strategic grounds. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of China.
Thank you, President. In response to the remarks made by some countries, China hereby exercises its right of reply. China has consistently maintained that the United Nations is not the appropriate forum for discussing South China Sea issues. However, in light of certain erroneous arguments, China deems it necessary to offer a solemn response. China's position on South China Sea arbitration case has been consistently clear. The arbitration case was unilaterally initiated in violation of the principle of the state consent, international law, including the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. The arbitral tribunal in the South China Sea case exercised its jurisdiction ultra vires and rendered an award in disregard of law. Its ruling is illegal and null and void. China neither accepts nor recognizes the ruling, nor does it accept any claims or actions based on it. China's territorial sovereignty and maritime rights and interests in the South China Sea remain unaffected by this ruling under any circumstances. The so-called ruling is an active example of the international law and is by no means part of it. China's law enforcement activities in safeguarding its rights in maritime areas under its jurisdiction is beyond reproach. China has consistently advocated for peaceful settlement of disputes and will continue to resolve relevant disputes in South China Sea through negotiation and consultation with directly concerned countries on the basis of respecting historical facts in accordance with international law. China will continue to work with ASEAN countries to jointly uphold peace and stability in China, South China Sea. Thank you, President.
On the representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Egypt the floor in order to exercise the right of reply against the allegations by the Ethiopian delegation. First of all, our stance regarding the Ethiopian dam is very clear and was stated by our Minister of Foreign Affairs this afternoon in the general debate. The Ethiopian dam represents a unilateral measure devoid of any legal legitimacy, and Egypt stresses that despite all the flimsy efforts to give the Ethiopian dam a false veneer of acceptance and legitimacy, the dam remains a unilateral measure that violates international law and norms and doesn't produce any consequences that would affect the legal system governing the Eastern Nile Basin under international law. Furthermore, the recent Ethiopian actions represent a new violation, adding to a long list of Ethiopian violations of international law, including disregard for the presidential statement issued by the Security Council on September 15, 2021. Having said that, Mr. Chair, allow me also to reply to the false allegations by the Ethiopian representative. Egypt categorically rejects all the false allegations made by the Ethiopian representative in response to the Egyptian statement during the GA debate in this afternoon. The Ethiopian side must first reflect and look at itself if it wants to identify those who are truly undermining stability, peace, and security on the continent. Ethiopia is the one that signed a memorandum of understanding that threatens the unity and sovereignty of Somalia, a sister African state, by recognizing a secession of its territorial integrity. A state that repeatedly attacks the Sudanese Fashaqa and illicitly exploits its resources. This is Ethiopia, not Egypt. a state whose forces were rooted out of UNISFA peacekeeping mission. This is Ethiopia, not Egypt. A state that waged a war against Eritrea and sieged it for years and still threatens it by a new war to achieve its delusions of access to sea. This is Ethiopia, not Egypt. A state that operates forces in Somalia outside the AU banner. This is Ethiopia, not Egypt. Ethiopia, which violates the established rules of international law and disregards the established African principle of sanctity of borders, believes it can control the Nile waters and deprive the downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan, of their historical right to the river's waters. Ethiopia must stop immersing itself in illusions of power and control and realize that its false accusations are nothing but fabrications and delusions stemming from a troubled internal situation that seeks to export its internal problems and create imaginary enemies for domestic consumption. Stable and civilized Egypt rises above this abhorrent approach. We call on Ethiopia to exercise wisdom, cease threatening its neighbors, and refrain from any measures that destabilize the continent. We call on Ethiopia to return to the African family as a pillar of peace and stability in the region, not as a threat or underminer. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I call on the representative of India.
I thank you, Mr. President. It is telling that a neighbor who was not named chose to nevertheless respond and admit their long-standing practice of cross-border terrorism. Pakistan's reputation speaks for itself. Its fingerprints are so visible in terrorism across so many geographies. It's a menace not only to its neighbors, but to the entire world. No arguments or untruths can ever whitewash the crimes of terrorists done. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, President. Exercising After listening to the right of reply of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to note the following. The UAE believes that Greater Tomb, Lesser Tomb, and Abu Musab are in the Arabian Gulf, and they belong to the UAE and are occupied by Iran. Therefore, Iran is an occupying force occupying these islands. Any Iranian claims to the contrary will not change reality. It's unacceptable for Iran to claim that this is an internal Iranian issue. The UAE categorically reiterates that these are an integral part of the territory of the UAE. We categorically reject the ongoing Iranian occupation of these 3 UAE islands. The UAE has always called on Iran to resort to international law and the Charter of the United Nations in order to resolve this dispute through bilateral negotiations or by resorting to the ICJ. The UAE enjoys good relations and positive cooperation with Iran. We look forward to expanding our cooperation and bilateral relations. But the issue of the 3 UAE islands will remain a bone of contention until we find a peaceful settlement acceptable to both in accordance with international law and principles of good neighborliness. Thank you.
I call on the representative of the Philippines.
Mr. President, I wish to refer to the statement of China referring to the 2016 Arbitral Award, which is binding to all parties and final. The award was an affirmation of the dispute resolution mechanisms of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. It authoritatively ruled that the claim of historic rights to resources within the seas falling within the 9-dash line had no basis in law and is without legal effect. It upholds the Philippine sovereign rights and jurisdiction in its exclusive economic zone. It affirms that certain actions within the Philippine exclusive economic zones violated and continue to be violated the sovereign rights of the Philippines and are thus unlawful. That large-scale reclamation and construction of artificial islands causes severe environmental harm in violation of international conventions, and that large-scale harvesting of endangered marine species damages the marine ecosystem. We firmly reject attempts to undermine it. At the same time, we welcome the growing international support for the award. We therefore strongly urge China to respect and implement the 2016 Arbitral Award. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now call on the representative of Ethiopia for a second intervention.
Mr. President, Egypt has once again made additional baseless allegations against my country, most of which are refuted by Ethiopia's previous statements and replies before this August Assembly. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is complete, and it was inaugurated on September 9th this year. This is a fact. The dam is generating electricity. It has brought immense satisfaction for Ethiopians, people of the Nile River Basin, Africans across who aspire the continent's development and prosperity, unlike what the Egyptian delegate falsely described in his intervention just now. The dam is also a symbol of resilience and determination in the face of obstacles advanced by Egypt to prevent Ethiopia from getting the financial resources necessary to build the dam. Ethiopians from all walks of life mobilize resources from their own savings to contribute to the $5 billion hydropower project. Ethiopia firmly believes in the peaceful settlement of disputes. Ethiopia initiated talks with downstream countries, provided them with the necessary details about the dam, and gave them updates on the progress in the filling of the dam. It signed the agreement on the Declaration of Principles on the dam project to agree on guidelines and rules on the first filling and annual operation of the dam. Ethiopia's conduct, in fact, reversed the age of unilateralism in the Nile River Basin that has been advanced by Egypt. Our efforts to find a mutually agreeable solution have been stymied by Egypt all the way. Egypt has hardly negotiated in good faith. Reaching an agreement has never been Egypt's objective. If it had been interested in collaborative approach, it would have joined the agreement on the Nile River Basin Cooperative Framework, which came into force on 13th October 2024. Nevertheless, Egypt wants a monopoly. In this century, that's not possible. The days of hegemony and colonial agreement are over. Egypt propaganda must stop its reckless threats. Countries sharing such a precious resource as water are not expected to propagate hostility. If Egypt is interested in genuine cooperation, it will find Ethiopia as a partner. Ethiopia remains hopeful to reinvigorate relations among all riparian countries of the Nile Basin, based on the genuine desire for collaboration in joint development. I thank you, Mr. President.
I call on the representative of Pakistan for a second intervention.
Mr. President, we had not intended to take the floor again. However, it is utterly shameful that India stoops so low as to distort the very name of a country, a member of the United Nations. Such language reflects neither maturity nor responsibility, but instead it exposes that India is frustrated, and it exposes its pettiness on the world stage. Resorting to mockery of a sovereign nation's name is not just undignified. It is a deliberate attempt to malign and insult an entire people. This is not a local political congregation. By engaging in this kind of rhetoric, India diminishes its own credibility, showing the world that it has basically no substantive argument to offer. only, I'm sorry to say, but cheap slurs which are not worthy of serious discourse. And India itself has been implicated in supporting and sponsoring terrorist activities beyond its borders. There are credible reports pointing to networks which are run by the intelligence agencies to destabilize neighboring countries. And this is unfortunate. The intelligence operatives have been accused of financing and directing groups which are engaged in sabotage, in targeted killings across the world. And undermining regional stability and violating international law is a habit for India. Therefore, such actions basically expose the duplicity of its counterterrorism claims, and they actually raise serious concerns about its role in fueling rather than combating terrorism. I thank you.
I call on the representative of China for a second intervention.
Thank you, President. President, in view of the statement made by the representative of the Philippines, China feels it compelled to respond once again. The disputes between China and the Philippines on the South China Sea are in essence territorial and maritime delimitation disputes. Territorial matters fall outside the scope of UNCLOS. Furthermore, on the issue of maritime delimitation, China has excluded the application of dispute settlement procedures in its 2006 declaration made under UNCLOS. Therefore, the arbitral tribunal has no jurisdiction whatsoever over the subject of arbitration. Regrettably, however, the tribunal not only exercised ultra-vires jurisdiction but also rendered an unjust award. The so-called award disregarded legal principles and facts on issues of the regime of islands, historic rights, and outlying archipelagos of continental states, putting forth erroneous reasoning and conclusions. This seriously undermines the spirit and principles of the Convention and severely impacts the authority and integrity of international law of the sea. China does not accept or recognize the so-called South China Sea arbitration case. Our sole purpose is precisely to uphold the international rule of law in the maritime domain and to maintain a fair and reasonable international maritime order. China carries out peaceful and constructive activities on its own territories. This is a just right of a sovereign country. This is not the so-called artificial island reef. China places high importance on the protection of South China Sea's environment. Philippines' illegal military fleet in the island means that Philippines is the biggest destroyer of the South China Sea ecosystem. Philippines has repeatedly accused China. The sole purpose is to hide its fact of reneging on its promise and distorting the facts. We ask our Philippine colleagues to return to the correct path of resolving the South China Sea issue based on dialogue, instead of playing up the South China Sea issue on the multilateral platform. This will not facilitate the settlement of the dispute, but rather this will escalate the tensions and leading to enhanced mistrust. I thank you, President.
I call on the representative of Egypt for a second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again for giving Egypt the floor. Mr. Chair, we are not willing to dwell more on the continued fallacies posed by the Ethiopian delegation. However, we are going to reiterate our position and stance. We affirm Egypt's firm position of rejecting all unilateral Ethiopian measures on the Nile River and not accepting them or their consequences for the existential interests of the peoples of the downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan. Ethiopia is adopting intransigent positions seeking to impose a fait accompli driven by a political agenda, not development needs, to mobilize the Ethiopian interior against an imaginary enemy. under the pretext of false claims about sovereignty over the Nile River, which represents the shared property of its riparian states. Since the unilateral launch of the Ethiopian Dam project and over the past years, Egypt has exercised the utmost restraint and chosen to resort to diplomacy and international organizations, including the United Nations. This is not due to an inability to defend our existential interests, but rather stems from Egypt's firm conviction in the importance of strengthening cooperation and achieving common interests among the peoples of the Nile Basin countries, in accordance with the international law, and in a manner that serves development interests and takes into account the concerns of downstream countries. And hereby, Mr. Chair, we continue to maintain the right to reply to the illegal Ethiopian unilateral measure by all the necessary means enshrined in the international law and the UN Charter. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I call on the representative of the Philippines for a second intervention.
Mr. President, with respect to the second intervention made by China, I would like to reiterate that the 2016 arbitral award is final and binding. It is in line with the 1982 UNCLOS. This evening, our Secretary of Foreign Affairs emphasized that to maritime nations such as the Philippines, international law, particularly the 1982 UNCLOS, is fundamental to our future. While our government vessels and fisher folk continue to be harassed in our own waters, and as we remain on the receiving end of illegal, coercive, aggressive, and dangerous actions in the South China Sea, we abide by the UNCLOS as reinforced by the binding 2016 arbitral award on the South China Sea. We are also committed to diplomacy and to the peaceful means of settling international disputes under the Charter of the United Nations as reinforced by the 1982 Manila Declaration. Again, we strongly urge China to respect and implement the 2016 arbitral award on the South China Sea. Thank you, Mr. President.
The meeting is adjourned.